302. Vol 3ch, 1. The dragon returns to the sea asterisk. 20 days later, at the border between human and dragon territories, inside a mountain cave. Rebecca and Tiger sat across from each other at a wooden table. In front of them was a pile of handgun parts. The older man and the young woman locked eyes for a moment. Then, Rebecca calmly said, "Start." As soon as the word left her mouth, both lowered their heads and began assembling the gun parts in front of them. Barrel, slide, recoil, spring. Each intricate piece swiftly moved through Rebecca's hands, and in just 10 seconds, the handgun was fully assembled. She lifted the gun, pointing the barrel directly at Tiger's forehead. As for Tiger, his gun wasn't even halfway done. "You lost again, Dad." "Let's go again." Rebecca put the gun down and leaned forward, propping her chin up with her hands, a teasing smile on her lips as she looked at the stubborn old man across from her. "Again? Dad, this is the 34th time you've lost to me. No matter how many times we go again, the result will be the same." The crazy girl had a point. Tiger sighed, tossing the unfinished gun onto the table before leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. Rebecca picked up the gun he hadn't finished assembling and lazily put the parts together as she said, "Why isn't the Silver Dragon King here yet? It's already past the time we agreed to meet." She and her dad had arrived early that morning, and now it was nearing noon. At the speed dragons usually traveled, they should have arrived by now. Tiger shook his head. "I don't know, maybe something came up and delayed them." Rebecca's thoughts shifted as she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Not too long ago, the Empire tried to wipe out the Silver Dragon clan for good, but didn't they fail? Yeah, no one knows what the Silver Dragon King did, but they managed to repel the combined invasion of the Empire and other dragon clans. Could it have been outside help? The only reliable ally the Silver Dragons have is Rosvicer's sister, the Red Dragon Queen Isha. But Isha's territory has been caught up in its own battles recently, so she probably didn't have time to help. Rebecca shrugged, leaning back in her chair and propping her feet on the edge of the table. The front legs of her chair lifted off the ground, but she easily balanced herself, remaining steady. If they were trying to wipe out the Silver Dragons, I doubt they'd give up that easily. I still think the Silver Dragon King got some outside help, Rebecca mused. Let's hope so. Tiger's expression grew serious as he stared at the table, his voice low. If there really was outside help, I wonder if they can help bring Leon back. Rebecca glanced at her father quietly. She knew how much the captain meant to the old man. Even though Leon wasn't his biological son, Tiger had always treated him like his own. Aunt Charlotte had been even more doting toward Leon. After Leon disappeared, if it hadn't been for Rebecca and Martin holding Tiger back, he would have stormed the royal guard alone with a sword. Their old, ragtag team had already lost one crucial member. If something else went wrong, they might as well disband. As for Leon's disappearance, Rebecca was deeply upset too. During the Silver Dragon War, she had left Leon behind and fled with the Dragon Slayers, barely making it back to the Empire. At the time, she held on to a sliver of hope, believing that someone as resourceful as Leon wouldn't die so easily. 3 years later, Leon had indeed reappeared, alive and well. But this time he vanished again, into a spatial rift. No body, no sign of life or death. As much as Rebecca wanted to remain optimistic and believe in Leon, she couldn't convince herself that the captain was still alive. Now all they could do was avenge him, tear down the Emperor's and the dragon's conspiracies, and expose the truth. Brushing aside her thoughts, Rebecca exhaled slowly. She glanced at her father, still frowning. After thinking for a moment, Rebecca said, "Dad, how about you take out the pictures of your granddaughters? Let's have a look." Since Leon's disappearance, those pictures of the little dragon girls had become Tiger's only solace. Whenever he was in a bad mood, looking at them always seemed to help. Sure enough, Tiger nodded and pulled out a few photos from his coat. Among them, one was an old family photo, yellowing with age, and another was a solo picture of a little girl with pink hair. The rest were more recent photos that Rosvicer had brought during their last meeting. Rebecca stood up and moved to Tiger's side, looking at the pictures of the girls. Despite the constant wars surrounding the Silver Dragon clan, from the clean faces of the children and the well-kept rooms in the photos, it was clear that Rosvisser had been protecting them well. Dragon-human hybrids grow up so fast. Compared to the family photo, they've grown so much in these recent pictures, Rebecca remarked. Yeah. Tiger gazed at the photos of his granddaughters, and finally, a smile appeared on his weathered face. Seeing his mood improve slightly, Rebecca continued teasing, I want to be their godmother someday. Tiger blinked, then chuckled. You're in your 20s, and you're already eager to be a mom. Being a godmother doesn't mean I want to be a mom. Rebecca picked up a picture of Moon and Aurora, where they were hugging each other's little tails. Skipping the whole marriage and pregnancy thing and getting adorable daughters like these? Why not? Tiger smiled. That'll depend on whether the Silver Dragon King agrees to let you be their godmother. Rebecca opened her mouth to respond, but just then, a familiar voice echoed from the cave entrance. No need to ask her, I agree. Hearing that voice, both Tiger and Rebecca froze for a moment. Slowly recovering from the shock, they turned toward the cave entrance. Two figures stood there. One of them was the Silver Dragon Queen. And the other. Sea Captain. In that moment of stunned silence, Rebecca felt tears well up in her eyes as she dashed toward Leon. Seeing her sprinting toward him, Leon's heart skipped a beat. Was she about to give him a long-lost reunion hug? In the future, she'd done this plenty of times, and Leon had always welcomed his comrades' hugs. But that was when his wife wasn't around. Now, Rosvisser was standing right next to him. Even though there was nothing but pure camaraderie between him and Rebecca, hugging another girl in front of his jealous Silver Dragon Queen. Who knew how she'd punish him later? Rosvisser glanced at her husband, who was clearly torn between decisions. Holding back a smile, she whispered, Go ahead. Really? In public, I'll always give my man face. Leon's eyes lit up. You never call me your man when we're at home. Rosvisser shot him a sidelong glance. Are you hugging her or not? If not, I'll hug her for you. Leon immediately stepped forward, giving Rebecca a brief, light hug. Of course, it was a careful hug. Rebecca even used his shirt to wipe her tears. Captain, I thought you were really gone this time. Our old ragtag team can't make it without you. You still care about that B-team nonsense, Leon replied, raising an eyebrow. Rebecca wiped the remaining tears from her eyes, grinning. Well, I'm just glad you came back. I bet it's because you couldn't stay away from your gorgeous wife for too long, huh? Leon forced a smile, poking her forehead. You've really perfected the art of small talk, Rebecca. Her familiar teasing hadn't changed. Whether in the past or future, Rebecca was always the same. That brought Leon a sense of comfort. Then, his eyes moved past her to the older man standing behind her. Master. Kid. Tiger stood there, holding the family photo Leon had given him long ago. His eyes, cloudy with age, gleamed with unshed tears. You finally came back. Yeah, sorry for worrying you and Aunt Charlotte, Master. Tiger stepped forward, giving Leon's arm a firm pat. It's good you're back, that's all that matters. As the two exchanged words, Rebecca's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something silver beneath Leon's sleeve. She squinted, then pointed at his arm. Dad, your disciple's up to no good again. He's got a tattoo. Hey, Captain, you're married with 3 kids now, and you're still trying to look like a delinquent with a full-sleeve tattoo? What kind of example is that for your kids, MMPH? Leon quickly covered Rebecca's mouth with his hand, pushing her aside. Adults are talking. You can wait a bit before we discuss delinquents. Hey, we haven't seen each other in 6 months, and you don't even miss me. Rebecca pouted, but a tap on her shoulder made her pause. She turned and saw the silver-haired beauty standing right behind her. Rosvisser gracefully lifted her right hand, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing motion. Then she smiled gently. SHH, let them talk. I'll keep you company. Rebecca's eyes widened in surprise. The Silver Dragon Queen herself was offering. To keep her company, that was an honor. In her past meetings with Rosvisser, the Queen had always seemed distant. But maybe that had been because Leon was missing. Now that Leon was back, the Queen was in a good mood. Chatting with Rebecca didn't seem so strange after all. Sure, let's go chat over there, Rebecca said. Emma. Rossvisser and Rebecca moved off to the side, leaving Leon and Tiger to their conversation. Once seated, an awkward silence fell between the Dragon Queen and the young woman. Rebecca had never sat this close to the Dragon Queen before. To say she wasn't feeling the pressure would be a lie. She stole a glance at the beautiful woman beside her, only to quickly look away again. Honestly, the captain had great taste. Rossvisser's face was flawless from every angle. So perfect, in fact, that even as a fellow woman, Rebecca had to admit she was a top-tier beauty. But sitting next to someone that beautiful could be intimidating. Rebecca bit her lip, rubbing her hands nervously as she looked around. How old are you? Rossvisser asked softly. I'm 22. Out of politeness, Rebecca asked in return, and you? Over 200. That's nice. Captain, I didn't realize you're in a cougar relationship. Seeing Rebecca's slightly shocked expression, Rossvisser covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. She found this human girl rather amusing. Leon's loyal comrade, a reliable partner, an excellent gunner. Despite being so young, her resolve surpassed many who claimed to be righteous. Especially in the future, when Leon had gone missing, Tiger had retired, and Rossvisser herself was unavailable, Rebecca had risked her life to gather information for Noah. Her will and courage alone earned Rossvisser's respect. Rebecca heard her soft laughter and nervously asked, "What's so funny?" "Nothing, I just think you're quite interesting." The queen rested her chin in her hand, watching Rebecca with a faint smile. Rebecca's pupils dilated slightly. She suddenly recalled that the first time they had met, before leaving, Rossvisser had said the same thing. "You're an interesting human girl." And every time the queen looked at Rebecca, there was this maternal glint in her eyes. "Wait a second, Your Majesty, are you trying to adopt me as your daughter? Wouldn't that make me younger than the captain?" "Absolutely not. Have you ever flown before?" Rossvisser's voice snapped Rebecca out of her thoughts. Rebecca shook her head. "Flown? No, I'm a gunner. I never learned any flying magic." Rossvisser made a soft sound of understanding and then asked, "Then, how about I take you for a flight?" TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (303) Vol 3ch, 2. To be honest, this was Rebecca's first time being this close to a dragon, especially a dragon queen. Like Leon, she had been trained at the Empire's Dragon Slayer Academy, growing up with the belief that all dragons were enemies, and that it was a dragon slayer's duty to drive them out and reclaim human lands. Before finding out that her captain had married the dragon beneath her, Rebecca had always thought that way. In her mind, all dragons were the enemy. Her mission was to eliminate them without leaving a single one behind. But after witnessing all of Leon's unpredictable actions, Rebecca had slowly begun to see dragons in a different light. Though her understanding was still shallow, she had learned one important thing. Humans and dragons could get married, have children, and build a life together. If anyone had told Rebecca before that humans and dragons could not only coexist, but also have 3 kids together, she would have shot them in the head just to check if their brains were full of mush. Even now, it was hard for Rebecca to believe that she was sitting on the back of the Silver Dragon Queen, soaring freely among the clouds. "So, what should I call you?" Rebecca tried to start a conversation. After all, the Silver Dragon Queen had humbled herself by taking Rebecca on a flight to kill time. It wouldn't be right to stay silent like a mute. A little chat wouldn't hurt. She didn't want the atmosphere to feel so awkward. "Call me whatever you like," Rossvisser replied calmly. There was a time when Rossvisser cared greatly about how people addressed her. When Leon had first woken up, Noah and Moon always addressed her as Mother or Your Majesty Mother, reflecting the strict manners in the Melkvi household. But as her relationship with Leon deepened, Rossvisser had become more relaxed about formalities. As long as it was appropriate, she no longer demanded perfect formality in how people addressed her. Rebecca thought for a moment, and then a light bulb went off in her head. "I'll call you sister-in-law." As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt the dragon beneath her shudder slightly. As sister-in-law, the Dragon Queen was momentarily at a loss, clearly not expecting such a title. "Yeah." Rebecca nodded, assuming that Rosvisser didn't understand the meaning behind the term sister-in-law, so she patiently explained. "In human society, when your older brother gets married, you call his wife sister-in-law. Since the captain's a year older than me and he married you, that makes you my sister-in-law." "I understand what sister-in-law means, but, Rosvisser stammered. "But what?" Rebecca thought maybe the Dragon Queen didn't like being addressed as sister-in-law by a human, perhaps thinking it beneath her status. But Rosvisser's answer was completely unexpected. "The truth is, your captain and I aren't that close, so you don't have to call me sister-in-law." Rebecca's emerald eyes widened in disbelief. "Not that close, but you have 3 kids together. Having children doesn't necessarily mean we're close." Rebecca tilted her head. "Are you 2 living together? Does sharing a bed count as living together?" "Of course it does." "Then yes, we are." Rebecca continued her questions. "Have you 2 held hands?" "We have." "Have you kissed?" "Very rarely." By very rarely, she meant any chance they got. They were kissing like their lives depended on it. "When was the last time you kissed?" For some reason, the air stirred by Rosvisser's wings started to feel warmer. Rebecca didn't pay much attention, assuming it was just the weather. But if she had glanced back, she would have noticed the queen's wings and tail turning a slight shade of red. "The last time we kissed was a long, long time ago. I told you we rarely kiss. How could I remember?" Rosvisser wasn't intentionally lying. She just wasn't ready to be fully honest about everything with Leon's people. Humans harbored prejudices against dragons, and naturally, dragons weren't quick to trust humans either. Rosvisser had brought Rebecca on this flight partly because she found the girl interesting, reliable, and funny. But she also wanted to get to know her better. Rosvisser hoped to build a relationship of trust with someone like Rebecca, which is why she was making the effort. But before building trust, she wanted to control the spread of certain rumors. "Oh, so the last time you kissed was ages ago. Well, that makes sense. We're not that close, right? You 2 are very close, sister-in-law." Rebecca grinned, patting the scales on Rosvisser's back. "What's there to be embarrassed about?" "I'm not embarrassed." Before she realized it, Rosvisser had already started to accept the title of sister-in-law. Rebecca decided not to press further about the specifics of the relationship between Rosvisser and the captain. After all, the queen had already allowed her to call her sister-in-law, and anyone with common sense would understand what that implied. By the way, we humans have a saying, "Nothing tastes better than dumplings." Oh, and then. "And no one looks better than a sister-in-law." I finally said it. I've been holding that in since the first time I saw you." Lying on the dragon's back, Rebecca gazed up at the bright blue sky, a relieved smile spreading across her cute face. "The first time I met you, I thought you were stunning, so different from all the other dragons we'd encountered." "What were the other dragons like?" "Fierce, always looking like they wanted to eat us." "Oh, I get like that when I'm hungry too." "Rebecca, I even prefer eating girls like you, spirited, clever, and pretty. One bite and you won't even make a sound," Rosvisser said with a teasing smile. Noticing the playful tone in the queen's voice, Rebecca's racing heart finally calmed down. She pouted but continued where she left off. "Other dragon kings, they just give off this vibe like you can't talk to them at all, but you're different. Even though you seem cold, talking with you is surprisingly easy." This time, Rosvisser didn't respond immediately. After a brief pause, she said, "The fact that we're able to have a friendly conversation right now is the result of a series of accidents." Rebecca raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "If the Empire hadn't tried to assassinate Leon, I wouldn't have captured him, we wouldn't have gotten married, and you and I wouldn't be here chatting." I guess it's been a series of accidents," Rebecca mused. "So, in essence, I'm not that different from the other dragon kings you've met." Rosvisser paused before adding with a smirk, "Well, except I don't eat people." Rebecca smiled softly but stayed quiet, waiting for Rosvisser to continue. The way you see me now is based on the understanding you've gained of me, right? Rebecca nodded. Yeah. Rebecca, I'm not trying to justify this century-long war between humans and dragons. I just want to say that without understanding each other, it's hard to make fair judgments. Rosvisser explained, to be honest, I used to harbor deep resentment toward humans. I'm not hiding that. My relationship with Leon hasn't been easy either. He's been through a lot of hardship. Of course, I've had my share of difficulties too. My change in perspective toward Leon, and humans in general, came from getting to know him over time. But I also understand that one person can't represent an entire species. So, besides Leon, I want to learn more about the people around him. Maybe by doing that, I can better understand the enemy we've been fighting for 100 years and make the right judgment. Rebecca quietly pondered Rosvisser's words. She wasn't used to deep thinking, but what Rosvisser said made sense and was worth considering. After a moment, Rebecca asked softly, "So that's why you're trying to get to know me, to understand me?" "Yes, and now that you know my thoughts, how do you feel?" Rebecca bit her lip, thinking for a few more seconds before replying, "I never thought I'd have a conversation like this with a dragon queen. Maybe calling you sister-in-law was a bit premature. Before that, we should try to be friends. What do you think?" Rosvisser's pupils flickered slightly as she smiled. "I believe in your world you call that being besties." Rebecca burst out laughing at the queen's word choice. "Yeah, besties, though the 200-year age gap is a bit much. If the captain can marry you, why can't I be your bestie?" "Good thing it's just besties, your majesty. For a second, I thought you were going to adopt me as your daughter." "So, what do besties do when they get together in human society?" Rebecca thought for a moment and answered, "They chat, eat, drink, and gossip about their boyfriends, though I don't have a boyfriend." Rosvisser blinked. "You don't, but I do." The Silver Dragon turned her head slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with the girl on her back. 2 seconds passed. "Let me tell you, your majesty, the captain's always had a thing for silver-haired women like you. Back in school. General Leon would never know that on that day, his most loyal gunner stripped away every last bit of his dignity and laid it bare for his wife. The lesson here: never let your wife meet your college friends. Otherwise, at best, you'll lose all your dignity. At worst, you'll lose your standing in the household." (304) Vol 3ch. 3. Rosvisser took Rebecca to a quiet riverside path, where the two of them strolled leisurely, chatting as they went. And when it comes to bonding between girls, nothing works better than gossip. "Leon has a thing for silver-haired girls. That much I know," Rosvisser began. Do you have any little secrets about him that only you classmates would know?" When Rosvisser first met Tiger, the old man had shared a few embarrassing stories and lesser-known quirks about Leon from a fatherly perspective. But if she wanted to truly uncover Leon's most humiliating moments from his school days, she had to rely on his classmates for that kind of juicy information. And Rebecca wasn't just any classmate. After graduation, she had been assigned to Leon's Dragon Slayer squad. Their relationship was close, to say the least. So, there had to be a treasure trove of secrets Rebecca was hiding. "What? You ask why the Dragon Queen is still so keen on digging up dirt on her husband, even after all these years of marriage? Don't ask, this queen has always enjoyed a little scandal. Secrets only we classmates would know, huh? Let me think." Rebecca stroked her chin, recalling the past. After a moment, she raised a finger. "Oh, there's one. Back when we were in school, the captain got a lot of love letters. Most of them he tossed without even reading, but there was this one." He hesitated before throwing it away. "You know about that, right?" Rosvisser nodded. "That letter came from one of his senior classmates. Silver hair, tall, super pretty," Rebecca said, getting animated as she recounted the story. Rosvisser's eyes narrowed slightly. Rebecca quickly corrected herself. But not as pretty as you, sister-in-law. She couldn't hold a candle to you, not even 10 of her." Though Rebecca acted wild, she had a sharp sense of timing. Rosvisser chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Go on. Rebecca opened her mouth to continue but suddenly paused, realizing something. She then asked cautiously, "By the way, sister-in-law, you don't get jealous a lot, do you?" Rossvisser raised an eyebrow. The fact that Rebecca was treading so carefully suggested that this story might be loaded with jealousy-inducing content. "Oh, this should be fun," thought Rossvisser. "I'm the queen of the Silver Dragons, not some petty woman. Why would I get jealous so easily?" she answered with a smile. Rebecca was suspicious. "Really?" "Of course, as queen, I'm very open-minded." Hearing that, Rebecca glanced at Rossvisser's ample chest and then down at her own flat figure. "Yep, definitely open-minded." "All right, if you say so. Here's the story." "Go ahead." High emotional intelligence, asterisk, I don't get jealous. Low emotional intelligence, asterisk, I already made sure to secure my man before jealousy even had a chance. So, one time, our academy held a social dance. Everyone was free to choose their dance partners. I'm pretty short, so no one wanted to dance with me. Martin doesn't like socializing, so he didn't dance either. The two of us just sat on the side, drinking and spying on the captain. Oh, at the time, he wasn't our captain yet, but Leon Kazmod was already a big name at the academy. A lot of girls asked him to dance, but predictably, he turned them all down. But then, Rebecca got even more excited. When that silver-haired senior asked him to dance, he said yes. They only danced one song that night, but it was all anyone could talk about for weeks at the academy. Rebecca finished her story with great enthusiasm, but throughout, Rossvisser maintained her graceful steps and elegant posture. If Rebecca had paid closer attention, she might have noticed that Rossvisser's tail, which had been dragging casually behind her, was now slightly raised. Dragons only raise their tails when their emotions are stirred. But alas, Rebecca wasn't a dragon expert. She couldn't read these subtle signs. All she wanted was to share her captain's embarrassing past with her gorgeous sister-in-law. Was that so wrong? And then, Rossvisser asked softly. And then, well, the silver-haired senior thought she was the one girl in a sea of admirers who had managed to win over Leon Kazmod's heart. The fact that he'd agreed to dance with her was proof enough for her. Rebecca stuffed her hands in her pockets and continued, so she confessed her feelings. And, as you might expect, he rejected her. He danced with her but still turned her down, Rossvisser asked. Yep, and guess what? His reason for rejecting her was actually the dance itself. Oh, how so? Later, when the captain told us about his almost non-existent love life, he mentioned why he rejected that silver-haired senior. In simple terms, she might have looked his type, but her personality didn't match what he was looking for at all. During the dance, the captain could feel that she was following his lead completely. Even when he messed up a step, she went along with it, making the same mistake. He didn't like that feeling. He believes that in a normal relationship, both people should be equals. But the girls at the academy treated him like some kind of unattainable star, and that made him really uncomfortable. Rebecca paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. But you've lived with him for a long time, sister-in-law. You must know what he's like. That guy might love to show off sometimes, but he's truly excellent in every way. He's responsible and has a good heart. So how could anyone not lower themselves a little when pursuing someone that amazing, right? Rebecca stretched her arms, deliberately drawing out her final words. Rossvisser glanced at her, intrigued, waiting for her conclusion. In the end, there's only one woman in this world who could ever conquer Leon Kazmod. Who's that? You. Rebecca smiled, her eyes narrowing. I don't know you very well yet, but I can already sense your strong personality. I bet you never let the captain have his way in your daily life, right? Rossvisser laughed softly. What are you talking about? I wouldn't stoop to squabbling with a man in his 20s. That would be so childish. Really, Your Majesty? You've had more battles with your pretend husband than could fill an entire page of notes. Well, sometimes I do have to keep him in line, Rossvisser added with a grin. There you go. The captain doesn't just listen to anyone, you know. Rossvisser smiled faintly, then asked, Oh, by the way, do you remember the song they danced to? That was a long time ago, Rebecca mused, then suddenly clapped her hands. Got it. I don't remember the name, but I can hum it for you. All right. Rebecca began humming a little tune. Rossvisser listened carefully, and after a moment she said, I know which song it is. Huh, you've been living with the dragons, and you know human songs. Yes, recently, I've been trying to study and learn more about human culture. That was true. When Leon was studying with Aurora in the library, he had noticed several human books Rossvisser had collected. Oh, I see. Rossvisser reached out and patted Rebecca on the head. Thanks for telling me all of this. Is there anything else, like, what he's afraid of or not good at? Rebecca thought for a moment. Actually, yes. Sister-in-law, did you know that he had a nickname in school? The strongest man on land. The Queen blinked. He's strong, I know that. Very well, in fact. No, sister-in-law, the key part is strong. It's on land. Rossvisser frowned. On land, what does that mean? It means the captain can't swim. He aced every test and assessment at the academy, except for swimming. That incredible guy can't swim. Rossvisser paused, recalling something. Last time their whole family had gone on a beach vacation, over several days, Leon had never once gone swimming. Really? That's why everyone called him the strongest man on land. Rossvisser nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to herself, I see. Looks like it's time to buy some new swimsuits for my little lion. (305) Vol 3ch 4. As they made their way back to the cave, Leon and his mentor Tiger were still deep in conversation about various recent events. Hearing footsteps, Leon glanced back. He saw Rebecca and Rossvisser walking side by side, chatting, their faces beaming with smiles as if they were long-lost friends reunited. Leon was taken aback. Just half an hour ago, these two weren't that close, right? How in the world did they become best friends in just 20 minutes? Captain Old Man, we're back. Rebecca cheerfully ran over. Did you finish your chat? Almost, Leon replied, eyeing the unusually excited Rebecca before looking over at Rossvisser, who was standing behind her. What did you say to her? Rossvisser spread her hands innocently. I didn't say anything to her. She was the one who did all the talking, hee. Leon pursed his lips, mumbling something unintelligible before returning to his conversation with Tiger about matters concerning the Empire. He repeated everything that had been discussed about the next 6 months, and then inquired about the Sea Dragon clan and the Asterisk Gate of the 9 Hells Asterisk. The Asterisk Gate of the 9 Hells was written by the Sea Dragon clan? I'm not sure. I just had someone casually swipe a body technique manual from the Empire. I didn't expect them to steal something so powerful. Predictably, Tiger's response was, I don't know. Leon didn't press further. Even though he had a hunch that Tiger was hiding something, he figured that if he was being so blunt about it, and his mentor still wouldn't open up, then there must be a good reason. Oh, and by the way, Master, can you also look into these 3 people? Leon handed over a list. Tiger glanced at it. Genie Gidai Gaimai, just from the names, these guys sound like trouble. Yeah, in the future, they're known as the Empire's Special Forces, incredibly powerful. They spent years hunting Dragon Kings, but there's something strange about their power. It doesn't seem like normal human magic, Leon explained. If you get a chance, dig into their backgrounds. Tiger nodded, carefully tucking away the list. All right, I'll start investigating as soon as I return. In the future, Leon had only crossed paths with this Special Forces trio for a brief moment, nothing that could even be considered a real fight. But even so, the strength they displayed left an impression on him. What's more, it wasn't just Leon who felt there was something off about them. Even future Noah and little Guang mentioned that the trio's power seemed unnatural. So Leon thought it would be a good idea to investigate them. It would be best to nip this potential threat in the bud before it grew into something dangerous. After all, who knew what kind of otherworldly schemes the Empire might come up with? Anything else you want me to check on? Tiger asked. Leon had brought back plenty of intel from the future, and they needed to make the most of it. The key was using this information gap to their advantage. Catch that damned Emperor off guard. Leon thought for a moment before speaking. Yeah, look into someone named Nacho Salaman. Nacho Salaman? Yeah, he used to be a minor official in the Empire's dragon-slaying army. But after I was thrown into the space rift, he quickly climbed the ranks and ended up close to the royal family. The trio I just mentioned is closely connected to him. We might be able to learn something through him. Understood. Anything else? The rest isn't really about the Empire. Tiger smiled. Go ahead, say whatever you need to. Master, do you know anything about primordial magic? Leon asked. Primordial magic. As soon as she heard them mention primordial magic, Rosvisser, who had been waiting quietly nearby, turned her attention toward them. She was a little surprised because, before coming here, Leon hadn't mentioned anything to her about asking his mentor about primordial magic. That said, ever since she decided to practice primordial magic, progress had been slow. Just as she initially suspected, records on primordial magic were scarce. She had to piece together bits and pieces from various ancient texts and documents, which was a painstakingly complex and time-consuming process. I've heard of it, but I don't know much. Why? Are you thinking of practicing it? Leon blinked. Yeah, I'd like to give it a shot. You've already finished training with the asterisk gate of the 9 hells that I gave you. I told you, in the future, your granddaughter helped me master most of it. Plus, it's always good to know more techniques. Who wouldn't want more skills? Tiger reached out and tapped Leon on the head. You greedy little brat. Fine, when I get back, I'll ask some old friends if they can find any books on primordial magic. I'll bring them next time we meet. Awesome, thanks, Master. Having discussed all the serious matters, Leon finally asked about his master's wife. Oh, your master's wife. After you disappeared into the space rift, I met her once. Tiger sighed heavily. She beat the crap out of me, saying that if I didn't bring you back, I shouldn't bother coming home either. I have to thank you, Leon. If it weren't for you coming back, she might have divorced me by now. That seemed a bit of an exaggeration, but Leon could tell that his master's wife had been genuinely worried about him. Then next time, bring her along when we meet. It's been a long time since I've seen her, Leon said. Well, I can't promise that. Her family is pretty cautious. They know we've tangled with the Empire and don't want her getting involved. Leon quickly nodded. Oh, I get it, no pressure. We can visit her after everything is settled. All right, if there's nothing else, that'll be all for now. Okay, Master. Be careful on your way back and remember to keep training. Don't slack off, Tiger reminded him. I will, Master. You and Rebecca and Martin take care of yourselves too. Of course. Rebecca trotted over, grinning. Captain, I wish you and your sister-in-law a long and happy life together. Leon froze. What did you just say? And what's with this sister-in-law thing? Rosvisser, did you seriously let her call you that? The Dragon Queen elegantly sat on a wooden chair, legs crossed, and lazily responded, Why not? Seriously. They'd only known each other for a short time, and now they were acting like lifelong besties. Rebecca. Fine, fine. You two can pretend you're not close all you want. All right, see you later. Leon waved goodbye to the pair, then headed toward the cave entrance with Rosvisser. The queen spread her dragon wings, glancing back at Rebecca and giving her a sneaky wink. Rebecca raised her hand and flashed an okay sign in return. Watching their exchange, Tiger couldn't help but ask, What kind of signals are you two sending each other? Rebecca grinned, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Old man, your disciple's married life is about to get a whole lot more interesting. (306) Vol 3ch 5. At midnight, in the heart of the Empire, Nacho Salaman entered a rundown inn, looking travel-worn and weary. After exchanging a secret code with the innkeeper, he was led upstairs to a private room. Standing before the door, Nacho knocked lightly, cleared his throat, and spoke respectfully. Lord Erlandy, I've returned. A deep male voice answered from inside, Come in. Yes, my lord, Nacho replied. He pushed open the door, and the innkeeper discreetly closed it behind him before quietly walking away. Inside, the man referred to as Erlandy sat by a tea table on the balcony, legs crossed, gazing into the heavy night. A teapot sat on the table, wisps of steam rising from it. Nacho stood at the entrance, stiff and motionless, knowing that without further instruction from Erlendy, he couldn't take a single step forward. After a brief silence, Erlendy spoke slowly. Bly, Jaggers, Hammy, Felix, Walton, Kayla, and before them, Lavi and Star. Since I handed this task to you, 8 Dragon Kings have died. I want to know, why is killing Leon Kazmod really so difficult, Nacho? Nacho, standing at the doorway, felt his whole body tense, even swallowing his saliva with extreme caution. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he answered after a long pause, "It was an accident, my lord. I personally saw him disappear into the space rift. How could I have known he would come back?" "I don't believe in accidents, Nacho." The implication was clear. "Stop feeding me nonsense." Nacho bit his dry lips and bowed deeply. "Apologies, my lord. It was my carelessness that caused such losses." Erlendy scoffed, then changed the subject. "Come sit, I've made tea." "Yes, my lord." Only with Erlendy's permission did Nacho dare step further into the room, heading toward the balcony. He took a seat across from Erlendy, though his nerves were still evident. "You've had a long journey. Have some tea to soothe your throat," Erlendy said, still staring out into the dark. "Yes, my lord." Nacho lifted the teacup with both hands and took a small sip. The tea had already started to cool, and it wasn't particularly pleasant. But Nacho knew that Erlendy hadn't called him here just to drink tea. Still, he didn't dare to ask questions unprompted. Working closely with powerful people required one crucial skill: do more, ask less. "How's the tea?" Erlendy asked. "It's very good, my lord." "Is that so? This tea is called Red Robe, from the eastern continent." After a brief pause, Erlendy slowly turned his head to look directly at Nacho. "It was also your father's favorite tea." Hearing the word *father from Erlendy's lips made Nacho freeze. He instinctively tightened his grip on the teacup, but didn't respond. Seeing Nacho's troubled expression, Erlendy continued. "After Victor was executed by Leon, you took on the task of killing Leon yourself. I trusted you with this because I believed in you, letting you oversee and manage Lavi and the others. But the results you've given me, Nacho, have been far from satisfactory." Gulped. The bitterness of the tea flooded Nacho's mouth as he swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his chest. Nacho understood the underlying message in Erlendy's words: "You're done with this job. While it's true that the Dragon Kings ultimately made their own decisions, you were still involved in the overall planning, correct?" Erlendy asked in a measured tone. "Yes, my lord." That was part of the deal when we first made our alliance with the Dragon clan." Erlendy sighed. "But losing 8 Dragon Kings in such a short time, not to mention Constantine from long ago, Leon Kazmod has truly taught both us and the Dragon clan a harsh lesson." "My lord." "The Dragon clan has already recalled Adam to deal with Leon. As for us, it's time we made some changes too, wouldn't you agree, Nacho?" The meaning was crystal clear. Nacho wasn't stupid. He immediately stood up, speaking rapidly. "Please, my lord, give me one more chance. I'll lead the Dragon Kings and kill Leon Kazmod." "I've already given you many chances, Nacho." Erlendy remained indifferent to Nacho's desperate plea. "But the truth is, this task has proven to be far beyond your capabilities. Perhaps." Erlendy glanced down at his cup of tea and smiled faintly. "You'll have to find another way to get your father out of prison." "My lord." Thud. This time, Nacho dropped to his knees in front of Erlendy, clutching his pants, pleading in a panic. "Please, my lord, give me one last chance. I swear." "That's enough, Nacho. Accepting an impossible task just to clear your father's name was a foolish move from the start." "My lord, aye. The tea's gone cold, Nacho." Erlendy sneered, shaking off Nacho's grip. He stood up and strode toward the door. He didn't pause, nor did he offer Nacho another chance to prove his loyalty. Loyalty. Loyalty was the last thing the Empire lacked. Erlendy held countless people in the palm of his hand, and Nacho Salaman was just one of many. Click. The door lock clicked open and shut. The sound of Erlendy's shoes on the wooden floor faded into the distance. Nacho remained on his knees as the cold midnight breeze blew in from the balcony, creeping into his collar and enveloping him in a chilling embrace. He turned his gaze toward the tea on the table. "Tea es gone cold, Nacho." Erlandi's parting words echoed in his ears. Powerlessness and despair surged through him. In that moment, Nacho realized that in the face of absolute power, truth could be twisted, and justice had no clear lines. Such power had once been within Nacho's reach, but in the end, it had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. He didn't hate that unkillable bastard Leon. No, he hated himself for not seeing through the absurdity of the world sooner. With trembling hands, Nacho picked up the cup and downed the cold tea. Then he stood up and left the inn, walking alone under the moonlight, through the midnight streets of the Empire. His silhouette was haggard and frail, like a discarded puppet. After leaving the inn, Erlandi returned to the royal palace by carriage. His servant, Scott, approached him with a report. "My lord, we've successfully retrieved the Heartguard dragon scales from Bly and the other dragon kings." "Ahem. And my lord, there's been progress on the project in the far north. Would you like to see it?" At this, Erlandi raised an eyebrow. It seemed tonight wasn't all bad news after all. "Lead the way," Erlandi said. "Please follow me, my lord." The two made their way to an underground chamber within the royal palace. The room was filled with numerous demon suppression stones. At the center of these stones floated a glowing, white mass of energy. It hovered quietly, shining with a crystalline, milky-white glow. Erlandi's eyes gleamed. "Is this the primordial force you excavated from the far north?" "Yes, my lord," Scott confirmed. After Lavi's death, without his spatial magic, the dragon clan halted their operations in the far north, but we still managed to obtain part of the prize, what you see now. Erlandi stared at the pulsating white energy. Even though he wasn't trained in magic, he could feel the power emanating from it. It was wild, eager for a vessel that could perfectly contain it. No wonder so many demon suppression stones were needed to subdue it. "Well done, Scott," Erlandi praised. Scott bowed. "Thank you, my lord." "Don't celebrate just yet. Now that we've found the primordial force, have you found its vessel?" "We have a few candidates in mind, but the ones I'm most confident in are these three brothers." Scott handed over a list. Erlandi barely glanced at it. "This is your task, just show me the results." "Yes, my lord." "With this, the Asterisk Spearhead project will soon be complete," Erlandi said with a touch of satisfaction. Scott's eyes darted, and he echoed, "Indeed, my lord. Once it's done, our cooperation with the Dragon Clan will deepen even further." Erlandi cast a sidelong glance at Scott. The Spearhead project was originally designed to strengthen our ties with the Dragon Clan, but that idiot Nacho still hasn't dealt with Leon Kazmod, so we'll have to shift the project's focus. "You mean using the Spearhead project against Leon?" Scott asked. "Exactly. No matter how strong Leon Kazmod is, he cannot defeat the Dragon Clan's primordial force." Erlandi gazed at the glowing mass of energy, brimming with confidence. "You are truly wise, my lord," Scott flattered at just the right moment. "By the way, is this primordial force from the dragon god Tiamat?" Erlandi asked. "No, my lord. The Dragon Clan still hasn't located Tiamat's resting place." Scott explained further. "However, the portion of the primordial force we acquired comes from Tiamat's first successor, a dragon king who is regarded as the Asterisk first king in Dragon Clan mythology." Erlandi raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Oh, that's quite a pedigree." "Yes, my lord. Although this primordial force is only a small fraction of his power, it is still immeasurably strong. The first king is a legendary figure in Dragon Clan history. His presence is woven throughout their myths, and he played a vital role in the Dragon Clan's development. Even today, his name is still sung in reverence." Scott also stared at the restless primordial force. "His name is the primordial dragon king Noah." "307. Vol 3ch, 6. Noah leaned against the temple gate as a massive silver figure descended slowly into the courtyard. The small boss crossed her arms and called out, "They're back." In the next second, a tiny figure dashed out. "Mom, Dad, you're home. Moon ran up excitedly. Rosvisser was about to kneel down to welcome her precious daughter, but the man beside her, that annoying husband of hers, beat her to it. The queen shot him a sideways glance, mentally noting this little act of kneeling first. What's with him? Not only does he stop me from feeling jealous, but now I can't even hold a grudge. Seriously. As Rosvisser silently grumbled to herself, a tuft of pink hair entered her vision. Mom, hug me, Tilda. Ah, well, at least someone is still attached to me. Sure, you may have got to hug our daughter first, but mine came asking for a hug herself. Way more special. General Leon, happily playing with the children, could never imagine that his supposedly cold and dignified wife was mentally writing an entire essay about these little rivalries. The couple each carried one daughter up the steps. Noah straightened up as her parents approached, greeting them formally. Welcome home, Mom and Dad. Did you take good care of your sisters while we were gone? Leon asked. Noah smiled and nodded. Yes, Dad. Leon, holding Moon in one arm, reached over with the other hand to pat Noah's head. Noah, you're the best. The young girl's face flushed red as she turned her gaze away, embarrassed. Leon knew his eldest daughter well. Rather than asking her things like, did you behave while we were away? Or, how's your magic training going? Noah much preferred questions like, did you do a good job taking care of your sisters? It made her feel more grown-up. In some ways, she was more mature than many adults, even outperforming them in certain aspects. The family of 5, chatting and laughing, entered the temple. Dinner was prepared by the maids. As Milan served the dishes, Rosvisser noticed the faint smile on her face, as if she were thinking of something pleasant. Rosvisser didn't ask about it at first, but when Milan came back with more dishes and was still smiling, even Rosvisser's usual disinterest couldn't stop her curiosity from being piqued. Milan. Yes, Your Majesty, is something the matter? Milan stood next to Rosvisser, bending slightly in respect. You seem to be in a good mood. What's making you so happy? Rosvisser asked with a smile, trying to soften her usually serious expression. At this, a blush spread across Milan's face as she fiddled with her hair, replying quietly, nothing really, Your Majesty. Before she could finish, Shirley appeared out of nowhere, wrapping her arm around Milan's shoulders with a mischievous grin. You haven't heard, Your Majesty. Milan's in low, MMPH. Milan immediately clamped a hand over Shirley's mouth. What are you doing sneaking into the maid team? Get back to your post with the scouts. Rosvisser's eyes sparkled. Oh, Tilda, so it's love, is it? At that moment, General Leon, who had been calmly eating his meal, froze, mentally grumbling to himself. You dragons live for hundreds of years, and you're only now falling in love. Talk about late bloomers. It's not like that, Your Majesty. It's just some casual interaction, Milan stammered, trying to explain. Anyway, dinner is served, please enjoy. Milan quickly dragged Shirley out of the dining room, muttering, big mouth, big mouth. Shirley just chuckled. As their footsteps faded, Rosvisser turned back to her meal, her thoughts still lingering on Milan's sudden romance. Milan had been a maid for a long time, and there'd never been any gossip about her before. Now, out of nowhere, she's fallen in love. Could it be that my recent campaign about our epic love story has inspired the young maids to seek out love for themselves? Well, good for the Silver Dragon clan, love for all. Hey, what's with that goofy smile? It's not like you've fallen in love, Leon said, snapping his fingers in front of Rosvisser's face. Rosvisser came back to her senses and frowned. Maybe I haven't fallen in love, but I'm married. Got a problem with that. Her retort left Leon momentarily speechless. Ooh, Tilda, Mom's blushing, Moon chimed in teasingly. After some playful banter, dinner continued. The 3 little ones quickly finished and went to the courtyard to play. Leon and Rosvisser took their time, enjoying the rest of the meal together. By the way, when you were in the cave, you told your mentor it was you who wanted to practice primordial magic and asked him to help you find resources. Why didn't you just say it was me who needed it? Rosvisser asked. Leon set down his knife and fork, dabbing his mouth with a napkin before responding. If I told him it was you, he might overthink it. But if I say it's for me, he'll take it seriously and put in the effort to help. Oh, is that so? Leon's eyes flickered. What, you didn't think of that? Rosvisser shot him a sideways glare. Of course, I thought of that. I just wanted to hear your explanation. Are you satisfied with my answer? It's decent, satisfactory. Her usual prideful tone diffused the tension, much to Leon's amusement. He chuckled to himself and began fiddling with his fork, tapping it against his plate rhythmically. Not loud enough to disturb, just something to pass the time. Rosvisser continued to eat at her leisurely pace. Aren't you going to play with the girls now that you've finished eating? Rosvisser asked nonchalantly. Leon leaned back in his chair, arm draped over the backrest. Too lazy to move. Too lazy to move? HMPH. More like you're enjoying playing the role of a good husband and keeping your wife company through dinner. Oh, sure. Leon dramatically tilted his head, feigning disbelief. Don't be so full of yourself, Dragon Queen. I'm just observing how dragons eat for research purposes. And what are you planning to do with that research? Write a book, My Years of Being Captured by a Silver Dragon Asterisk. That sounds like a cheap knockoff you'd find at a street stall. Haha, you're funny, Your Majesty. Now finish your meal. Rosvisser suppressed the urge to laugh, her mouth twitching as she resumed eating. Not long after, the head maid Anna appeared. Excuse me, Your Majesty, my lord. Just as Rosvisser finished her meal, Leon handed her a couple of napkins. She took them, wiped her mouth, and turned to Anna. What's the matter? Well, Your Majesty, a while back you encouraged everyone to pursue free love and revive the Silver Dragon clan. The response has been very positive. Anna continued. However, as you know, the traditional Dragon clan members aren't exactly skilled in interacting with the opposite sex, let alone in matters of love or expressing their feelings. Rosvisser nodded thoughtfully. True, I hadn't considered that. Yes, and now several people have approached me, saying that since I've been by your side for so long, I must have learned many of your and the prince's love secrets. They've been asking me to teach them. Anna shook her head with a wry smile. But I don't know anything about love myself, so, Your Majesty, my lord, would you consider giving the people some guidance on love yourselves? The couple exchanged glances. They launched into a mental conversation. Leon, what the hell do they mean by giving guidance? What am I supposed to teach them? How to get captured by the enemy and then impregnate the other side? Rosvisser, love that comes after marriage doesn't apply to everyone. We'll have to take it step by step. Leon, are you seriously taking my joke literally? Rosvisser, I think Anna's idea is a good one. Since we started this movement, we can't just abandon it halfway. We need to thoroughly teach them how to love. Leon, oh, like you're such an expert in love asterisk. Rosvisser, I have you, don't I? Leon, asterisk me, I never said I'd help you with this. It's settled then. Anna, tomorrow the prince and I will personally share our experiences in love, Rosvisser declared. Leon, what? Fine, you win, Dragon Queen. (308). Vol 3ch, 7. Evening in the study. The couple sat together, brainstorming how to teach Rosvisser's clan members about love the next day. Leon was openly skeptical about the whole endeavor. Your people are earnestly coming to you for help, and you're going to respond with some fake love story? I don't think that's right. At this point, where am I supposed to find real love stories? We'll just have to make do with yours. Bold words, Dragon Queen, I'm your legitimate husband. What do you mean make do? Rosvisser crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, teasing. First you say it's fake love, then you call yourself my legitimate husband. You change your tune pretty quickly, Kazmod. When it comes to my relationship with you, I have a very flexible set of standards. Rosvisser snorted, shaking her head. All right, fake or not, we still need to come up with something tonight. Otherwise, we'll have nothing to present tomorrow, and that would ruin everyone's mood, and that's not good for the grand plan of revitalizing our clan. Leon, lounging in his chair with one leg crossed, asked lazily, so where does Her Majesty the Queen want to begin? I don't know much about how to teach regular romance. Maybe I'll look through some romance novels for inspiration. Rosvisser went to the bookshelf and pulled out a few romance novels. Most romance novels followed a predictable formula. Two people meet, are separated, then reunite by chance, some event binds them together, and finally, they hold hands, hug, and kiss. After flipping through a few, Rosvisser realized that these classic tropes didn't quite apply to her and Leon. Their story was a bit more abstract. So abstract that even now, she had a hard time believing how it had all unfolded. How do we beautify the story of how we met so it's acceptable for everyone? Rosvisser asked. Leon furrowed his brow, thinking seriously for a moment before responding, "That's easy. Just say you fell for me at first sight and chased me relentlessly for 2 years before I finally agreed to be with you, and then." Leon, what on earth is your face made of? I'd like to use it to reinforce the outer walls of the Silver Dragon's temple. I'm sure it would be impenetrable. Leon grinned, then began to explain more seriously, "I'm not just making this up. Think about it. What was the first thing you said when you saw me in that dungeon?" Rosvisser blinked, trying to remember. But before she could respond, Leon continued for her. "You said, 'Now there's a ruggedly handsome man. That scar is the perfect addition to that face.' Isn't that right?" Rosvisser's cheeks flushed red as she stammered, "So what if I said that?" "So what? Your Majesty, you called me handsome the first time you saw me. That's practically love at first sight," Leon declared triumphantly. "You." Rosvisser was so exasperated by her shameless husband that she burst out laughing. She quickly strode over, wrapping her hands around his neck. "I should strangle you right here. Then you can die with that smug face intact." She didn't squeeze hard, and Leon, playing along, lightly grasped her wrists, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, pretending to be dead. Rosvisser gave him a shake for good measure, still not satisfied, before giving him a playful punch to the chest. "Come on, be serious. I really don't have any good ideas. Give me some inspiration." Leon dropped the playful act, thinking carefully. After a moment, he said, "Your clan members have had little contact with the opposite sex, and most have never experienced any sort of romance, so they're bound to have a lot of expectations and fantasies about love." Rosvisser nodded, intrigued. "Go on." "We need to paint the picture of love as something grand, passionate, and beautiful, but without making it too unrealistic." The Queen pondered his words, a thoughtful look on her face. "Ah, I see. It's about creating a relatable experience." "You've clearly read plenty of novels," Leon said with a grin. Rosvisser's silver tail flicked slightly behind her, and she hummed in satisfaction. But then her smile suddenly froze. "Wait a minute. I'm actually getting excited because of this tiny prisoner's compliment? No way, I must be off my game tonight. Yes, that's it." Caught in her own swirling thoughts, she almost missed Leon continuing, "In my opinion, how we met and got to know each other isn't the part you need to focus on tomorrow. Your people are all dating within their own clan. They've known each other for decades, even centuries. They don't need some grand romantic chance encounter. Don't you think?" You've got a point, so we should focus on how to interact daily." "Exactly," Leon added, "but even how we interact isn't going to apply to everyone. Personality and behavior differ, so there's no standard formula for a relationship. It all depends on compatibility. But there is one thing all couples should pay attention to." Rosvisser's interest peaked. "What's that?" "Boundaries." "Boundaries?" "Yeah," Leon said. "Think back to the beginning, when we did everything in our power to drive each other mad, using every trick to make each other uncomfortable or angry. But looking back, you'll notice that even at our worst, we never crossed each other's boundaries." "Give me a few examples." "Like that time when you brought me back to the Empire, and we did that in the forest. Afterward, we ran into a dragon-slaying squad, right?" Rosvisser nodded. "You could have easily killed those people. You had your magic ready, but I stopped you, and you didn't make another move. Think about what went through your mind at that moment." Rosvisser cupped her chin, thinking for a while before a small smile played on her lips as she gazed into Leon's eyes. "I didn't want to push you too far. It's strange. I hated you so much at the time, but I still held back, even though I didn't fully understand why. Do you have more examples?" Rosvisser wasn't someone who liked reminiscing about the past. Dragons lived such long lives that dwelling on the past often felt like a waste of time. But when it came to recalling her history with Leon, she found herself eager to explore every detail. From mortal enemies to partners in bed asterisk, she was genuinely curious to know how it had all changed. "Oh, plenty," Leon continued. "Like the first time I used the dragon mark to control you. We were on your balcony, your maids were just outside, and I forced you to stay silent. If I'd wanted to ruin your reputation, I could have just opened the door. I didn't care what your people thought of me." Rosvisser kicked him lightly in the knee. "Can't you use a different example? Some things are better left buried in the annals of history." Leon laughed, taking hold of her ankle and resting her delicate foot on his lap. Rosvisser didn't resist, as Leon removed her shoe. The bastard fondled her toes as he continued, "There are plenty of examples. Each time, we tried to push each other's buttons, but we always left just enough room for the other to breathe. Sure, our daughters played a part in that, but if we were truly heartless and ruthless, no amount of children would have stopped us from hurting each other." Leon paused, then added, "Your feet are so soft, they're fun to play with." Rosvisser deadpanned. That was quite the sudden shift from love expert to foot fetishist, dear husband. Leon chuckled, putting her shoes back on before lowering her foot. "Anyway, I think the most important thing for couples is to respect each other's boundaries. No matter what happens or what kind of conflicts arise, never cross that line." Rosvisser nodded slowly, genuinely impressed. "I always thought you were just a warrior who knew how to fight, but it turns out you've got quite the talent for understanding emotions." Compliments from the Dragon Queen were as rare as shooting stars, precious and fleeting. Leon puffed up with pride, immediately getting cocky. "Of course, back when I was in school, I was the campus heartthrob, you know. Girls lined up to have lunch with me." "Oh," Rosvisser leaned back slightly, crossing her elegant legs, letting her soft foot brush against Leon's thigh. Leon thought the queen was about to reward him. Not that I'm a foot fetishist, but who can resist a little dragon foot action?" But then Rosvisser asked slyly, "Tell me, was one of those girls a silver-haired upperclassman?" "Leon, what?" "Oh no. How the hell does she know about that?" "309. Vol 3ch, 8. Rosvisser savored the look on Leon's face as she poked at his embarrassing past. Yes, that's the expression, shock, confusion, disbelief, and a touch of the blush only a young boy caught red-handed could muster. "My darling husband is just too cute." Of course, husband was only a title, and cute asterisk was an insult in this case. The queen crossed her legs and propped her chin on her hand, her silver eyes sparkling as she gazed at Leon, a teasing smile playing on her lips. She wasn't in a rush to say anything further, clearly waiting for Leon to explain himself. After a while, she noticed that Leon just sat there awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable but remaining silent, offering no explanations. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. "So, don't you want to say something about this silver-haired upperclassman?" In truth, Rosvisser had known about the silver-haired girl for a long time. Leon's mentor had mentioned it, and during their late-night heart-to-heart conversations, the topic had come up more than once. But until now, she had never formally discussed it with Leon. She had only teased him once or twice, pretending she'd overheard him talking in his sleep. Now, having learned the juicy details from Rebecca, she couldn't resist bringing it up while the gossip was still fresh, hoping to get a good laugh out of Leon's flustered reaction. Her plan wasn't to have a serious conversation. She just wanted to tease him, to see him squirm and blush. If he managed to soothe her and make her laugh, she'd let him off the hook. But if he failed, well, then she'd make sure to pour a big, jealous tantrum all over his head. "Say something," Leon swallowed hard. "What do you want me to say?" "Whatever you want. But I do remember that a long time ago, you mumbled something about her in your sleep," Rosvisser said, with a mischievous grin. "I don't talk in my sleep, and you know it. You're making this up," Leon said defensively. "Oh, really? I don't care. All I know is that in your oh-so-straightforward life, there was clearly a silver-haired girl who left quite the impression, wasn't there?" Leon's lips tightened. Clearly, this dragoness had done her homework. Resigned, he nodded. "Yeah." Well then, go on. How far did it go with her? Did you kiss? The queen leaned back, crossing her arms, looking for all the world like a judge interrogating a criminal. She already knew nothing had happened between Leon and that girl. It was pure and innocent. But she wanted to hear it from him. Leon rubbed his palms together, staring at the floor. No. No kiss? Well, surely you held hands at least. We danced once. I held her wrist for the dance, but that's about it. You danced? You actually danced with her? Rosvisser's eyes widened. No, it wasn't like that. The academy held a formal dance. Everyone had to attend. We only danced for one song. Leon was sweating more now than when he had faced down Constantine. A dragon king could be dealt with by a single thunderbolt, maybe two. But Rosvisser, a queen of jealousy like her, couldn't be soothed with just a couple of explanations, especially not her, Rosvisser Melkvi. Did you ever dance with me? Rosvisser asked. Well, you never brought up dancing. So if I don't bring it up, you won't ask me yourself. Leon. Marriage, what has it done to me? He thought with a quiet sigh, lowering his head. Then he whispered, Rosvisser, are you jealous or angry? Her gaze softened as she stood, walked over to Leon, bent down, and gently ran her finger down his nose. I'm not jealous and I'm not angry. I don't care about some upperclassmen. Now, turn off the lights and come to bed. She straightened up and sauntered out of the study. Moments later, Leon heard the sound of her shoes dropping to the floor as she slid under the covers and let out a contented sigh. Leon sat there, quietly debating whether he should just sleep on the couch tonight. His mentor had told him once, women's words should be taken in reverse. When they say they don't want something, it means they want it. When they say they don't care, it means they care. And when they say they aren't angry or jealous, that's when they're asterisk really pissed. Leon had asked, is that how it is with your wife too? His mentor had replied, of course, how do you think I learned all this? Leon had then asked, so, should I always take everything in reverse? To which his mentor had thought for a moment before saying, not everything. When she asks you to get into bed, she really means it. Back then, his mentor hadn't elaborated much, as Leon had still been young, and there were certain things one only learned with time. With a sigh, Leon finally stood, turned off the study lights, and headed to the bedroom. He slipped under the covers. The bed was already warmed by the beauty next to him, who lay facing away, the strap of her nightgown sliding off her pale shoulder, draped loosely over her soft arm. Leon opened his mouth, about to offer more explanations about the mysterious upperclassmen. But then he reconsidered, and decided it was a conversation best saved for tomorrow. Just as he was about to close his eyes and settle in for sleep, a soft voice broke the silence. So, you're just going to sleep? What else should I do, Your Majesty? Idiot. There was a hint of something forlorn in her voice. If you're tired, then go ahead. Good night. Leon's thoughts spun. Wait a second. She told me to get into bed, and now she's asking if I'm just going to sleep. Isn't she waiting for something more from me? General Leon rarely engaged in asterisk domestic strategy, but tonight something clicked. He turned on his side, gazing at her slender back, her silver hair glowing like a river of stars in the moonlight. After a long pause, Leon spoke. I had no relationship with that upperclassman. The most intimate thing we ever did was dance, and after that night, I barely spoke to her again. Emma. Her response was flat. Not enough. His mind raced. I don't even remember her name anymore. If I ever had feelings for her, they were shallow at best. Isn't that right? Ahem. Still not the right approach. Leon scratched his chin, thinking hard. Then, after a moment, he said softly, You were the first woman I ever held, the first woman I ever kissed. Really? There it was, finally a reaction. Her voice had a touch of satisfaction in it. Yes, Leon said, now confident he was on the right track. Back then, I was a bit clueless, too stubborn for my own good. I thought I needed to find the perfect girl to be my partner, but in reality, that kind of perfect doesn't exist. That upperclassman only fit the surface image of what I thought was perfect. That's why I tried talking to her. But once I got to know her, I realized she wasn't what I had imagined at all. Not that she or anyone else was bad. It's just that they always lowered themselves too much in front of me. I didn't like that. What I wanted was someone who could stand equal to me in a relationship, not someone who would always be submissive or compromising. For a long time, I thought I'd never meet that person. Until we built this fake family together. I know saying things like, "You're the one I've been searching for," might sound a bit cheesy. But Leon faltered, searching for the right words. None seemed to fit. He smiled wryly, then, with newfound seriousness, he continued, "But you are the one I've been searching for, Rosvisser." As soon as the words left his mouth, Leon felt a twinge of uncertainty. Rosvisser had remained completely silent the whole time. He bit his lip, wondering if he'd messed up again. In the past, he wouldn't have cared much about her feelings. But after everything they had been through, and especially after seeing what the future could hold, he couldn't help but care about this woman lying beside him. His heart wasn't made of stone. He felt deeply for Rosvisser, whether it was love or something else. All he knew was that he didn't mind being with her. Rosvisser, meanwhile, was almost giddy with delight, her heart racing at Leon's sweet confession. Was this for real? "Hey, I'm a dragon, I'm your enemy, and you asterisk. You just said those sappy words to me." Tilda keep talking. This was exactly what she had been hoping for when she brought up the subject tonight. It was never about the girl. Rosvisser trusted Leon's character. What she truly wanted to know was how important she was to him. She needed to hear it straight from his mouth, that she was his first, that she mattered to him more than anyone else. All those cheesy lines, she couldn't get enough of them. "Are you finished?" she asked, holding back her amusement. Yeah, I'm done." "Good, now come here." "As hi." "I said come here, hug me." "Oh, okay." Leon hesitated before scooting closer, wrapping his arms around her shoulders from behind. "Just the shoulders?" Rosvisser asked. "Well, what else?" "Idiot." Rosvisser grabbed his hand, guiding it down to her waist. "When you hug me from behind, you hug like this. You'll do it this way from now on. Got it?" Leon blinked, *O, she's happy now. And if she's happy, then no need to hold back any longer. His hands wandered from her waist up to her soft stomach. Rosvisser quickly stopped him, gripping his wrist. "What are you doing?" "I just want to hold you tighter," Leon murmured into her neck, his breath hot against her skin. Rosvisser only gave a half-hearted resistance, barely trying to stop him. "Don't, you're tickling me, you stupid man," she complained softly, though her protests were weak. "Hey, don't go lower, tilde. Leon kissed the back of her neck, whispering into her ear. "I won't take too long, queen of jealousy. After all, you've got a class to teach tomorrow." "310. Vol 3ch, 9. Early the next morning, when Rosvisser arrived at the public library in the temple, the place was already packed. The temporary venue for the love tutoring class was held here, creating a perfect learning atmosphere. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm for the session. However, Her Majesty was running a bit late today. Rosvisser herself knew she was late, and her expression reflected a subtle awkwardness. Seeing this, Milan asked with concern, "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Rosvisser averted her eyes, and no, not at all. She was foolish to have believed that dog of a man's sweet talk last night. He had promised it would only be once, and that it wouldn't delay her class the next day. Once it started, it happened again. Rosvisser humored him, gave in to him, like coaxing a child, and, truth be told, she didn't really want to stop either. So it went. Once, and then once again, each time claiming it was the last. But with the double dragon marks buff, the couple adhered to the philosophy, if you're not dead yet, keep going. Thankfully, Rosvisser had a workaholic streak in her, which allowed her to drag her utterly exhausted body out of bed this morning, clean herself up, and show up to share her experience of love with her clan. She had intended to emphasize what Leon said last night, the importance of respecting each other's boundaries in a relationship. But after a night of vigorous passion, all she wanted to say was, "Stay away from dragon marks, cherish your life." The queen sighed inwardly, shaking her head to banish the stray thoughts. Although her body was tired, it wouldn't stop her from talking to the clan about her and Leon's understanding of love. "Good morning, Your Majesty." "Good morning, Your Majesty Tilda." "Good morning, Your Majesty Tilda." The clan members and maids greeted Rosvisser warmly. She nodded and smiled in response to each of them. Under the admiring gaze of her people, she walked to the area beneath the large windows, which served as the temporary podium for the love tutoring class. In truth, it wasn't a strict class at all. It was more like a support group. Rosvisser gave a brief opening statement before smoothly leading into the topic of respecting each other's boundaries in relationships. Leon's words from the previous night had given her a lot of insight. She had organized her thoughts and extended them a little, so explaining the intricacies of love to everyone wasn't too difficult today. The Silver Dragons listened attentively from their seats, and some even took out notebooks to meticulously jot down every golden nugget of wisdom their queen shared. About 20 minutes later, Leon quietly slipped into the library's entrance. Rosvisser was deeply immersed in her talk, and the clan members were equally absorbed in listening, so no one noticed Leon's arrival. He didn't rush to reveal himself. With his hands casually in his pockets, he leaned against the doorframe, his gaze drifting past the bookshelves, chairs, and the crowd, landing squarely on the silver-haired beauty, basking in the worshipful stares of her people. There is a natural impulse in dragons, something born into us. When our emotions are stirred, it's impossible to control. And after the impulse subsides, someone is often left hurt. Sometimes it's the enemy, sometimes it's ourselves. But when we commit ourselves to a relationship, that impulse has the power to hurt the person you care about most, and who cares about you. We can become swayed by emotion, say the most hurtful things, or act in ways that are misunderstood. This is normal. But normal doesn't mean right. Leon and I have had our arguments in the past for all sorts of reasons. Every time, I wanted to lash out with the sharpest words, make him feel the consequences of crossing me. But in the end, I realized that all it did was hurt both of us. Luckily, in those moments of family strife, we always instinctively left a little space for each other to breathe. And that's why our relationship never truly broke apart. If we keep pushing our partner, thinking that as long as we back them into a corner, leaving them no way out, we can declare victory, I can only say that this isn't victory at all, it's true defeat. We should be solving problems, not treating our partner as the problem to solve. At the same time, respecting each other and stopping before crossing the other's boundaries is a key to maintaining a healthy relationship. She shared her insights with the clan members without holding anything back. Leon listened quietly at the entrance. As he listened, he scratched the tip of his nose and smiled smugly. He wasn't smiling because Rosvisser had hit home with what she was saying. After all, he had said every sweet thing there was to say last night. Besides the sweat and other unmentionable fluids left on the bed, the only things they'd dropped were goosebumps. Leon smiled because of the way Rosvisser referred to him just now in front of the clan. "Your prince." Leon felt this title was much more formal than my husband and more intimate than my spouse. And it made him feel that little touch of pride in her voice when she said it. No way. He had to get his dragon queen to show off their love more in front of the clan. That way, he could hear your prince even more. Another hour passed, and Rosvisser had covered just about everything she wanted to say. Next came the Q&A session. "Your Majesty, I read in a book that marriage is the graveyard of love. How should I interpret that?" Rosvisser pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, "I won't refute the meaning of that saying, but personally, I think marriage isn't the graveyard of love. It's the beginning of the next stage." The next stage? Yes, if you're not ready to enter into marriage with your partner, then it certainly becomes a cold grave. But if you're prepared, then it's the rebirth of love. Leon, our love didn't have a first stage or second stage. It began with pregnancy. Kids, don't try this at home, Tilda. Your Majesty, over here, Tilda, I wanted to ask, is having babies a scary thing? It's a difficult thing, but I wouldn't say it's scary. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, does the prince ever get jealous because you spend too much time with the princesses? He doesn't, because it's clear he spends much more time with the children than I do. If anyone should be jealous, it's me. And does the prince comfort you when you're upset? I make him comfort me, and he does so obediently. The questions continued. And then came a bombshell. Your Majesty, when was the last time you and the prince kissed? Hearing this, the previously eloquent queen froze for a moment. Her face flushed red. What to do? Should she say they kissed just this morning? Would that make it seem like she and the prince are a little asterisk too in love? Hiss tilde tilde tilde. Though it's a love tutoring class, is this taking things too far? As Rosvisser brainstormed, she heard the voice of that dog of a man from beside her. Your Majesty might not remember, but we don't kiss very often. Your prince. Oh tilde, the queen and the prince are together again tilde. Amid the playful banter, Leon walked over to Rosvisser's side. Rosvisser looked at him and whispered, Have you thought of a good answer? Don't mess this up for me. Relax, I've got this, Leon replied. Then, taking Rosvisser's hand, he smiled at the curious maids and clan members. But I do remember the last time we kissed. When was that? Milan the maid asked excitedly. Rosvisser also turned to him, curious about whether he'd tell the truth or... Before she could react, she felt the warm, soft sensation of his lips against hers. Her pupils widened, her tail shot up, and she froze in classic asterisk penguin hand clutch asterisk mode. By the time she snapped out of it, the man beside her was proudly saying, Our last kiss, it was just now. (311) Vol 3ch, 10. After the love tutoring class ended, the romantic developments among the Silver Dragon clan could be described in one word. Booming. Booming with progress. Everyone realized how much joy could come from casting aside some of the old, decaying traditions, following their hearts, and bravely taking that first step. At this rate, the Silver Dragon clan could cultivate a new generation of young dragons within a few years, without losing much of its combat power. The covert collusion between the human empire and some of the dragons meant that this ancient, long-standing war had entered its next phase. Who was an ally and who was an enemy? These were uncertain matters. So, before the next crisis arrived, Rosvisser had to strengthen her clan as much as possible. It was to preserve the honor and legacy of the Silver Dragons in these chaotic times, and to ensure her family could continue to thrive. As the Silver Dragons got back on track, Rosvisser became increasingly busy. Leon, understanding this, wisely refrained from disturbing her and spent his days with their daughters instead. He taught Noah magic, played with Moon, and then engaged in playful uppercut and chin bump bouts with little Aurora. Today he came to Rosvisser's private library, where Aurora, as usual, was quietly reading. She was so absorbed in her book that she didn't notice Leon's approach. Leon silently stood behind her and saw that, once again, the little girl had buried her face in the book while reading. The father sighed inwardly, then gently tapped her shoulder. Keep your back straight and your head up. Don't get so close, it's bad for your eyes, Aurora. The small figure flinched slightly, then Aurora immediately sat up straight. She clutched the sides of her book, her little legs swinging as she muttered, Dragons don't get nearsighted. Daddy underestimates me. Leon was momentarily speechless. Pureblood dragons really didn't get nearsighted, no denying the superiority of their bloodline. But sweetie, you're a half-dragon. If you're not careful about your habits, you'll end up nearsighted like humans. Future Aurora had worn black-framed glasses. Not that they didn't look good. In fact, they added to her scholarly charm. But back when the reversal magic circle was activated, future Aurora had told Leon that she didn't want to end up nearsighted, so her younger self needed to develop good reading habits. Ever since Leon had returned, he had kept an eye on Aurora's reading posture. Most of the time, she obediently followed his guidance, but sometimes she still got too close to the book. What are you reading? Leon shifted the topic. The Warrior's Cradle, St. Heath Academy, Aurora replied. It has a lot of short biographies about outstanding graduates and the history of the academy. It's quite interesting. Leon raised an eyebrow. Are you thinking about going to school? She was just over a year old, but when he thought about it, Noah hadn't been much older when she started school. Although the two daughters had different talents, they both fell into the genius child category. With Aurora's current learning abilities and mental capacity, attending school shouldn't be an issue. Miss, not really. Aurora said, I'm just gathering information for now. Leon nodded. That was very much in line with Aurora's learning habits. No matter what type of book it was, she liked to understand the overall content first before deciding how to approach it. My youngest daughter is so cautious. Speaking of which, the academy break is almost over, and Noah has to go back to school soon. Aurora put down her book and turned to look at her dad. Are you and Mom going to take her? Of course, do you want to come along? Yes, yes. Reading about it in books is too one-dimensional. I want to see it for myself. All right, we'll bring Moon along too. How does that sound? The little pink-haired girl nodded enthusiastically, then leaned over and hugged her dad's neck, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. Daddy is the best, Tilda. Feeling utterly charmed by his daughter's sweetness, Leon scooped her into his arms. Come on, let's get out and enjoy some sunshine. You've been cooped up in the library too long. Daddy is my sunshine, Tilda. You're quite the sweet talker, aren't you? Leon rubbed his cheek against Aurora's soft face affectionately. If your mom's mouth were half as sweet as yours, my happiness would at least triple. But I think you're already very happy, Daddy, Aurora said, her face serious. Leon blinked, surprised. Really, you can tell. Of course. Aurora continued. Even though you always say that Mom isn't romantic, or that she's too stubborn, every time you talk about her, whether you're complaining or teasing, your voice sounds happy. Happy, I don't think. No way. Leon didn't think he felt happiness every time he mentioned Rosvisser. Certainly not every time. His relationship with Rosvisser hadn't progressed to that level yet, had it? Aurora blinked her bright eyes and clicked her tongue. Well, it's not exactly happiness, but more like pride and contentment. It's like even Mom's flaws don't bother you much. In fact, you find them amusing. Watching Aurora's serious expression, Leon knew she wasn't joking or exaggerating. Hiss, Tilda, Tilda, Tilda. Could it be that every time he mentioned Rosvisser, his smile was harder to suppress than an AK's recoil? No way. What do you mean, her flaws don't bother me? Come on, if I listed her flaws, I could go on for 3 days and nights. Leon shook his head, then pinched Aurora's nose gently. Kids shouldn't be trying to figure out adult feelings. Daddy, you can say that to me, but if you told that to Big Sis, she wouldn't speak to you for 3 days. Leon pursed his lips, laughing as he shook his head. These little dragon girls, each one was sharper than the last. Leon moved past the topic and took Aurora to the garden in the temple's rear courtyard. When they arrived, Moon was already there, pestering Noah to play a game of blindfolded tag with her. Dad, have you noticed that second sister has been clinging to big sister more than usual lately? Aurora asked as she watched her two sisters playing not far away. Leon followed her gaze and, after thinking for a moment about Moon's recent behavior, replied, yeah, I guess so. But she's always been attached to Noah. She became a little more independent after you were born, probably felt like she had to act more like a big sister. But deep down, second sister still relies on big sister a lot. That's true. During the 2 years Leon had been in a coma, Noah had spent a lot of time with Moon. As Moon's personality and thinking matured, she came to see Noah as an essential pillar of support. To put it simply, she's a sister complex. Leon didn't think there was anything wrong with the sisters being close, and Noah had never shown any impatience toward Moon. She understood that she was her sister's rock, and she never let her down. Noah's personality was like that, always striving to make everyone happy. Hey, Aurora, why don't you ever cling to your sisters? Leon suddenly asked. Because I'm busy being held by you. Is my bad? Leon bent down and set Aurora on the ground. All right, Daddy, I'm off to play Tilda. Go ahead, but be careful. The little pink-haired girl waved, then turned and ran toward her two sisters. The trio gathered together, and the game quickly became lively. Leon stood at a distance, his hands in his pockets, silently watching the harmonious, heartwarming scene. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. He remembered the dream he'd once shared with Rosvisser. Move to the countryside, open a ranch. Then marry a woman who's neither beautiful nor ugly. Have a cute daughter. And finally, wait for time to slowly wither me away. I think, if possible, that would be the life I'd want. His current life didn't include a ranch, and the fake wife was far too beautiful to fit his laid-back standard, but at least his daughters were genuinely adorable. Leon slowly sat down on the grass, then lay back, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed up at the clear blue sky. A gentle breeze tousled the hair on his forehead, cooling and refreshing him. Before long, he heard footsteps nearby. Without opening his eyes, he knew who it was. Slacking off, she asked. Yep, want to join, Leon invited. Rosvisser didn't answer, but slowly lay down beside him. She placed her hands on her stomach, their shoulders touching as they lay together. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, spilling onto them in a warm, comforting glow. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (312). Vol 3ch, 11. The day had finally arrived for the new school term at St. Heath Academy. True to his promise, Leon brought Aurora along to see Noah off to school. Since the Leviathan school bus wasn't available to drop students off, most parents personally escorted their children to school, making it quite the lively day. But the liveliest of all was the Melkve family. While most dragon families consisted of 2 or 3 members, given that traditional dragons adhered to a few but strong policy regarding offspring, many even having only 1 child, the Melkve family showed up as a party of 5. They were practically equivalent to 2.5 clutches of egg-born young dragons. The Silver Dragon Queen and her husband, who preferred not to flaunt his dragon tail, walked hand in hand with their eldest daughter, each carrying one of their younger daughters in their arms. If they had one more child, Rosvisser would probably have to use her tail to wrap around it. The sight made other parents stop and stare, their feelings a mix of surprise and awe. It wasn't envy, nor was it disdain, just plain amazement. I heard the Silver Dragon Queen is just over 200 years old, and she already has 3 kids. How can they manage? What do you think her husband is, just decoration? I heard that guy is good with both kids and fighting, a true all-rounder, Tilda. Really? Of course. The Silver Dragon Queen is famous among the young dragon lords for being exceptional, so her husband can't be anything less. I'll talk to my clan leader about establishing diplomatic relations with the Silver Dragons. Leon listened to the murmurs around them, then leaned over to whisper into Rosvisser's ear. We seem to be even more famous than last term. Last term, not only had the 2 of them been the talk of the school after their heartwarming display at the entrance ceremony, but they had also dominated the parent-child sports day with their remarkable coordination and skills, winning over all the competitors and spectators alike. The legend of the Silver Dragon Special Forces had spread among the parents. As for the students, Noah K. Melkve was now regarded as the one true goddess of this school year. Leon had thought that would be the peak of their fame. But apparently, after a single vacation, their notoriety had only increased. Well, they're a perceptive bunch, Leon mused. I expected this, Rosvisser said. Expected. Of course. Rosvisser continued. With all the chaos caused by Blig and the others recently, word spread throughout the dragon community. Your glorious feat of slaying 6 dragons in 10 seconds is now a household tale. Oh, so that's why. But remember, internal dragon conflicts aren't a topic to be discussed at St. Heath Academy. It's a strictly neutral institution, Rosvisser reminded him. Leon nodded, understood. Together, the couple and their children made their way to the school building, heading straight for Noah's class in the Young Dragon Division. This term, Noah was promoted to the senior group of the Young Dragon Division. According to her homeroom teacher, she was the youngest dragon in recent decades to achieve such outstanding grades. As they approached the classroom, the homeroom teacher was there to greet the parents. When she saw Leon and his family, she warmly welcomed them. "It's good to see you again, the Melkveh family," the teacher said with a smile. She crouched down to pinch Noah's cheek gently. "Noah has grown quite a bit, hasn't she?" Between the ages of 3 and 10, dragon cubs experience their most rapid growth. Not only Noah, but even Moon had grown significantly. Leon had already predicted that by the end of the year, his 2 eldest daughters would no longer be tiny lowlies, but rather medium lowlies. Time flies, the father sighed. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the teacher, it was time for Noah to return to class and prepare for the first day of the new term. Before she left, Leon knelt down, placing his hands on his daughter's shoulders, and said, "Study hard. Just because you've already reviewed the material at home doesn't mean you should stop paying attention in class. Keep reinforcing your foundation. It'll make learning more advanced magic much easier later on, okay?" Noah obediently nodded. "Yes, Dad." "Eat breakfast on time. You're in your growth spurt right now, so you can't afford to skip meals. Memo: make sure to go to bed before 10 o'clock, or you'll get dark circles under your eyes." "Okay." "And don't get into fights with your classmates," Rossvisser added from the side. "Yes, Mom." Leon leaned in close to his daughter and whispered, "But if someone picks on you first, don't hold back. As long as you don't kill them, hit them as hard as you can. If they complain to their parents, don't worry, Dad's got your back." Noah stifled a giggle and nodded. "Got it, Dad." Rossvisser, overhearing the not-so-quiet conspiracy between father and daughter, sighed helplessly and shook her head. With her parents' advice given, it was time for her 2 younger sisters to say goodbye. Moon sidled up to Noah, gently clutching her sleeve, her head lowered and her little antenna drooping as she mumbled, "Big sis, Moon's going to miss you." Noah smiled and reached up to tousle her little sister's hair. "I'll be back on the weekend, it won't be long. Be a good girl, okay?" "Will you miss me too?" Your little sister, complex sibling, ignored your reassurances and stared up at you with wide, watery eyes. Noah's heart melted. She cupped Moon's chubby cheeks in her hands. "Of course, I'll miss you too. I'll even dream about you." "Yay, Tilda." With Noah's promise, Moon's spirits lifted slightly. Then it was Aurora's turn. The pink-haired girl clung to Noah for a while, calling her big sis over and over again. Finally, Noah gave her some advice. "Try not to uppercut Dad too often at home. His body gets weak in phases." "I know, big sis." After all the farewells, Noah waved and turned to run into her classroom. Moon, however, lingered, watching Noah's retreating figure with a wistful look. Her big sister was leaving, and she wouldn't see her for 5 whole days. In the world of children, time passed very, very slowly. Especially after the end of a vacation, when the sudden absence of Noah hit Moon hard. For a sister complex like her, it was going to be an excruciating 5 days. "Second sister, let's go." Aurora gently took Moon's hand. Moon snapped out of her daze and looked at the little pink-haired girl by her side. A small smile tugged at her lips, banishing some of the sadness from her face. Thank goodness she still had a little sister. This happiness was something only a family like theirs, one with plenty of children, could understand. Not even 2-child families could experience it. After all, the Melkveh family wasn't short on kids. "Okay, let's go." The 2 little dragon girls walked hand in hand, following Leon and Rossvisser toward the exit. But they hadn't gone far before Moon turned back to look. By now, Noah had reached the classroom door, where a girl slightly taller than her greeted her warmly and linked arms with her. The 2 girls laughed and walked into the classroom together. And Moon saw it all. 313. Vol 3ch, 12. The couple, carrying their children, left the school building. Leon sighed in relief. Rossvisser glanced at him and asked, "Why do you look so relieved?" "Is it that obvious?" Leon replied with a question. "Yes, it is." Rossvisor said, "You might as well have written, 'Thank goodness such and such didn't happen,' across your face." Leon scratched his head, chuckling. "It's nothing really, just that we managed to drop Noah off at school without running into that old geezer, the vice principal." At that, the Dragon Queen's pupils narrowed. It was true. Every time they came to the academy, they would inevitably encounter Wilson, the old dragon. It wasn't just the meeting that was the issue. That old dragon had a reputation for being a young heart in an old body, always leading the charge in gossip and shipping couples. Rossvisor believed that if the academy allowed it, Wilson would probably erect a statue of her and Leon in the courtyard, commemorating their legendary romance. Not running into him is indeed a good thing, Rossvisor agreed. Otherwise, we might not have avoided. Are the Melkveh family here? Has the Melkveh family arrived? Before they could even think about popping champagne to celebrate, the sound of their names being called echoed from the academy's loudspeakers. The couple exchanged glances, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. If the Melkveh family can hear this, please proceed to the administration building, where Vice Principal Wilson is waiting for you. Leon. Rossvisor. Damn it, every time we try to celebrate, something goes wrong. Leon growled through gritted teeth. There were hardly any dragons in this world capable of making Leon speechless, until he met St. Heath Academy's Vice Principal, Wilson. This guy had the exact opposite effect in Leon's life compared to his beloved donkey. His donkey had been his childhood friend. The old man was a pure annoyance. It had been over half a year since Leon had last seen him, and he could only hope that the old dragon had learned what it meant to leave things well enough alone. Let's just go, Rossvisor sighed. Resigned to their fate, the couple headed toward the administration building with their children in tow. When they reached the vice principal's office, Rossvisor knocked on the door. "Come in." They pushed the door open and entered. "Vice Principal," Rossvisor greeted. Upon hearing her voice, Wilson immediately looked up. As soon as he saw the couple, he sprang from behind his desk. Well, long time no see, it's been far too long." The old dragon enthusiastically grabbed Leon's hand. "I thought you weren't on the academy grounds." Leon forced a smile, thinking, if you'd been just 5 minutes later, we'd have made a clean getaway. Wilson was about to continue, but then his attention was suddenly drawn to the little pink-haired girl in Leon's arms. Adjusting his monocle, he exclaimed, "Is this your youngest daughter?" "Yes, Vice Principal," Rossvisor replied. "I didn't realize you two already had 3 daughters in just a few short years since your marriage." Wilson beamed as he looked from Aurora to Moon. "In that case, please make sure your 2 little princesses attend the academy in the future. Noah's performance is nothing short of extraordinary, so I'm sure her sisters will be just as talented." Rossvisor smiled wryly. "Well, we'll see, Vice Principal. They're not quite of school age yet." Quick to change the subject before Wilson could seize the opportunity, the Dragon Queen said, "Come on, Moon, say hello to Vice Principal Wilson." "Hello, Grandpa Wilson Tilda," Moon said sweetly. "Hello, little princess," Wilson responded with a grin. Leon, seeing the perfect opportunity for some mischief, looked down at Aurora in his arms, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Hey, Aurora, would you like to say hello to Grandpa Wilson too?" Aurora looked up at her father with her wide pink eyes. "Okay." Leon's smile widened as he lifted her toward Wilson. "Vice Principal, you're welcome to hold her if you'd like." "Really, Leon? Thank you, I'd be delighted." Wilson extended his hands toward the seemingly harmless little girl. Aurora gazed innocently at the old man as he approached her. Then, just as his hands were about to reach her, "Uppercut!" Rossvisor gasped, quickly covering Moon's eyes. Wilson's monocle flew through the air in a graceful arc before landing on the floor. "Are you all right, Vice Principal?" Leon asked, feigning concern. I'm fine. She's just a child playing around. Please don't take it personally, Vice Principal," Leon explained. "Oh, not at all, not at all." Wilson picked up his monocle, blew the dust off it, and put it back on. "Judging by her strength, your little princess is a natural when it comes to physical combat. She'll certainly grow into a formidable martial artist. And you'll be the perfect punching bag," Leon thought sarcastically. Rossvisser shot a knowing look at her husband. She knew he had set this up on purpose. But Aurora's uppercut had at least avenged them for all those times Wilson had caused them public embarrassment. After this little episode, Wilson got to the actual reason for their meeting. In truth, it wasn't me who asked for you. Rossvisser raised an eyebrow. Then who? The headmistress. Headmistress Angelina Ollet is back, Rossvisser asked, surprised. It had been quite a while since Headmistress Ollet had been at the academy. Long enough for Rossvisser to start suspecting that the academy was slowly becoming Wilson's domain. Yes, the headmistress returned yesterday, and she might even attend this year's entrance ceremony. Wilson continued, but that's not why we're meeting today. Please follow me. I'll take you to see Headmistress Ollet. All right. Wilson led the way, and the couple followed behind him. Leon didn't know much about Angelina Ollet. He had heard Wilson mention her once long ago, and he'd read about her briefly in a history of Dragon's Asterisk. Leon didn't have any particular expectations about the headmistress, just hoping that she wasn't as obsessed with shipping couples as the vice principal was. When they reached the headmistress's office, Wilson knocked 3 times, respectfully saying, "Headmistress Ollet, the Melkveh couple has arrived. May please come in." The vice principal opened the door and ushered the couple inside. "Thank you, Wilson." Leon looked toward the source of the voice. Behind the desk sat an elderly woman, whose appearance resembled that of Rossvisser's grandmother. However, one could never judge a dragon's true age based on their looks, so Leon couldn't guess how many centuries, or millennia, the headmistress had lived. She sat there with a serene smile, exuding a sense of maturity and dignity. "No trouble at all, headmistress." For once, Wilson seemed to be behaving respectfully. He nodded slightly, then said, "I'll leave you to talk. I have some other matters to attend to." "Thank you, Wilson." After Wilson left, Headmistress Ollet turned her gaze to Leon and Rossvisser, gesturing for them to sit. "Please take a seat." Rossvisser nodded and sat down with Leon in front of the desk. The headmistress looked at the 2 little dragon girls and smiled warmly. "What lovely daughters you have. Are they all live-born dragons?" "Yes, headmistress," Rossvisser replied. It seems you're not exactly a traditional dragon family." "We're not even a full dragon family," Leon thought wryly. After a bit of light conversation, Rossvisser asked, "Headmistress, it's been so long since we last heard from you. What have you been up to?" "Before I answer that, I'd like to show you something." With that, Ollet took out an elegant small box from the drawer of her desk. She placed the box in front of Rossvisser and gently opened it. Inside was a beautiful necklace, with a milky white crystal pendant that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. "This was given to me by your grandmother, Veronica Melkveh, to pass on to you. Consider it a belated wedding gift." (314) Vol 3ch, 13. Wedding gift. Rossvisser was a bit confused. She understood the concept of a wedding gift, of course. Her grandmother, Veronica, though strict, had always treated her and her sister, Isha, well. As children, they received gifts from their grandmother on important holidays. The wedding between her and Leon had been very low-key, so it wasn't surprising that her grandmother only found out later. Thus, it wasn't strange for her grandmother to make up for it now by giving her a wedding gift. What truly puzzled Rossvisser, however, was this. Why would her grandmother entrust Headmistress Ollet to pass the gift to her? As far as she could remember, aside from the fact that she and her sister were both graduates of St. Heath Academy, their family had no connection to Headmistress Ollet. Staring at the exquisite, dazzling pendant necklace, Rossvisser's eyes flickered. "Headmistress, when did you meet my grandmother?" After thinking it over, Rossvisser decided it was best to just ask directly. Headmistress Ollet, as the head of St. Heath Academy, was a figure of absolute neutrality, so there was no need to beat around the bush with her. If you mean when we first met, that was quite a long time ago." The headmistress smiled as she spoke. "I first met Veronica while you were still attending St. Heath Academy, but we were only acquaintances back then. Later, through various circumstances, I met your grandmother again during an expedition project in the far north. The far north. Expedition project. Rosvisser had some memory of this. The last time her grandmother had provided her with information about Ravi, the Dragon King of the space domain, she mentioned that she had spent many years active in the far north, saying she was involved in some kind of expedition project. However, her grandmother didn't elaborate, and Rosvisser hadn't asked further. Now that Headmistress Ollet brought up this so-called expedition project again, Rosvisser couldn't help but feel her curiosity stir. Headmistress, have you been working on this expedition project in the far north for many years? Rosvisser asked. Yes, it's a large undertaking, and sometimes I couldn't return for years. The headmistress adjusted her glasses and smiled helplessly. I feared that my academy would be in chaos under Wilson's management, but it seems he's kept everything in order, especially with his discovery of a genius student like Noah. Kept everything in order, indeed. Like inciting the entire faculty and student body to ship the Melkveh couple as their favorite pairing. Headmistress, you're oblivious. Leon silently listened to the conversation between his wife and the headmistress, without interrupting. He didn't know much about the internal workings of the dragon clans, so it was best to speak less and listen more. This was one of the small tips Rosvisser had given him when teaching him about the art of power and politics. Moreover, the far north they spoke of was a place completely inaccessible to humans, existing only in the pages of history. Leon figured that only dragons, with their tough, resilient bodies, could survive in such a harsh, unforgiving environment. The vice principal is indeed quite competent, yes. Rosvisser nodded in agreement. Leon glanced at her. He knew that whenever Rosvisser was saying something she didn't fully mean, she would habitually add a little yes at the end of her sentences. For example, Leon, do I dislike you? I hate you so much? Yes. Leon, your cooking isn't good at all. Yes, not good. Leon, how could you think I like you? Are you crazy? Yes, you're crazy. And so on. But even if he could tell his wife was just going through the motions, Leon remained composed. So, what exactly were you investigating in the far north? Rosvisser asked. Something ancient, so old that it doesn't belong to our era. The headmistress replied, but that expedition project has been terminated. Terminated? Yes, Ollet nodded. The project's progress required the assistance of a spatial domain dragon like Ravi, but it turned out that he was secretly an infiltrator in our team, attempting to steal our findings. Not long ago, he suddenly left the far north, and the next news of him was during the battle at your Silver Dragon border. As she spoke, Headmistress Ollet's gaze slowly shifted from Rosvisser to Leon. Leon raised an eyebrow, glancing from Ollet to Rosvisser, then adjusted his posture. What's the matter, Headmistress? Although I've only recently returned from the far north, I've already heard about it. The Silver Dragon Prince stopped Ravi's final spatial rift disaster. Some dragon scholars say that if the rift hadn't been stopped, allowing it to continue expanding, the destruction wouldn't have been limited to just the silver dragons. The headmistress looked at Leon with approval. So, in a way, Mr. Leon, you saved even more dragons. Though it was meant as praise, why did it sound so strange? A dragon slayer saving dragons, wasn't that like a saint appearing in the world? But that was Leon's intent at all. At the time, he only knew that if he didn't stop the rift, his wife and children would be done for. As for saving more dragons, oh well, consider it one life for another. After all, the number of dragons he indirectly saved that time probably wasn't as many as the ones he had directly slain in the past. Say what you will. Even without me, someone else would have stopped the rift eventually, headmistress, Leon said modestly. Sure, that's what he said. But in reality, if they had waited for someone else to stop the rift, the whole situation would have been far too late. Headmistress, you said Ravi might have been an infiltrator in your expedition team. Yes. And do you know who sent him? Headmistress Ollet shook her head. I'm not sure, but I can confirm that besides Ravi, there were others with ulterior motives in the team. Hearing this, Leon raised his eyebrow and silently thought to himself. Headmistress, your team sounds full of talents, huh? How many dragons were there in total? And half of them were spies. Wanna hire me to catch spies? I'm quite good at that. After Ravi left, we had to slow down the progress of the expedition. But although things moved more slowly, we still achieved significant results in the end. Headmistress Alit continued, but before we could celebrate, the Ironwing Dragon King, Fel, stole part of the expedition's findings and disappeared. Fel, the Ironwing dragons are on par with the Silver Dragons in terms of speed. They can easily evade most people's pursuit, Rosvisser said. Ah, what a headache. The headmistress sighed, her mood visibly sinking. I'll get some tea for us. Ah, thank you, headmistress. It's no trouble. The headmistress got up to find the tea. Seizing the moment, the couple whispered to each other. Do you think this Ironwing Dragon King might also be collaborating with the human empire? Rosvisser asked in a low voice. Leon frowned slightly. You mean he stole part of your grandmother's findings and handed them over to the empire? Rosvisser nodded. That seems very likely. After all, Ravi is one of the Dragon Kings who collaborated with the empire, isn't he? Indeed. Leon's eyes flickered, and he added, but from what the headmistress said, it seems she suspects that Ravi and Fel were working for some organization, but she doesn't realize that this organization is actually the human empire. Yes, exactly. But if the headmistress finds out that Ravi and the others were collaborating with the empire, she might also easily guess that the Silver Dragon Sanctuary has been hiding a certain human. Rosvisser looked at Leon and said, because from Constantine to Star, Ravi, and that Dragon King Bly from a while back, these guys wouldn't have attacked the Silver Dragon Sanctuary for no reason. They must have been acting for a common goal. And once it becomes clear that this common goal has the Empire's shadow behind it, it won't be hard to figure out who they were after. Rosvisser's analysis was reasonable and easy to understand. So far, only a handful of people knew the secret collaboration between the human empire and the dragons. Once that secret was exposed, it would lead to more than just chaos in the empire. The entire world would be thrown into disarray. Even Leon couldn't predict how events would unfold, which is why he hadn't hastily revealed this conspiracy to the world. Instead, he chose to investigate in secret, aiming to overturn the Empire's absurd rule only when he had solid evidence and leverage. As for the dragons, once they learned that Constantine, Ravi, and the others were traitors working with the humans, and that they had repeatedly attacked the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, it wouldn't be hard to suspect that the Silver Dragon clan was also connected to the humans. If that happened, not only Leon but also Rosvisser and their children would become targets of the dragon's anger. Leon wasn't afraid. However many dragons came for him, he would slay just as many. But his wife and children were different. If anything were to happen to them, what good would all of Leon's strength be? So, in a sense, Leon, the Empire, and those dragon traitors were all like grasshoppers tied to the same string. If one side exploded, it would hurt everyone. It was a dangerous game, with both sides walking a narrow tightrope, trying to maintain their footing while pushing the other off. I see. Leon nodded. But both your grandmother and the headmistress are speaking in riddles. After all this, they still haven't told us what exactly they discovered in the far north. If they just tell us, we might be able to predict the Empire's next move. Rosvisser sighed and shrugged. Maybe, like us, they're holding back for certain reasons, so they can't reveal everything. That makes sense. Anyway, it's fine. We still have Master and the others acting as our informants within the Empire. Getting information shouldn't be too difficult. Let's see if Master can figure out what the Empire has gone through so much trouble to obtain. Rosvisser smiled. Yes, let's. Sorry for the wait, the tea is ready. Headmistress Alit returned with 3 cups of hot tea, and the conversation resumed. She didn't reveal much more about the far north. When Rosvisser asked where her grandmother was now, the headmistress only said that she would return in a while. Oh, and your grandmother insisted that you must wear this wedding gift at all times, Alit said. Rosvisser's gaze fell on the pendant necklace. Wear it at all times. Yes, it's said to be made from a magical crystal that, when worn over time, absorbs impurities and toxins from the body, resulting in fairer, clearer skin. I'm only a little over 200 years old. I'm not at the point where I need such intricate maintenance. Rosvisser smiled wryly and shook her head, but she still agreed. She reached out to take the necklace and put it away carefully. I'll follow grandmother's instructions. If you see her, please let her know. I will. After that, the headmistress chatted with the couple about Noah's studies and some family matters. After finishing their tea, the conversation came to an end. Thank you for your time, headmistress. We'll take our leave now, Rosvisser said with a slight bow. Take care, both of you. The couple turned and left the headmistress's office, one following the other. Once they had gone, Headmistress Alit let out a long, relieved sigh. After confirming the sound of their footsteps fading away, she moved to the bookshelf in her office, gently twisted a nearby lamp, and, with a soft click, the bookshelf slid open, revealing a hidden chamber. The headmistress stepped inside. In the secret room stood a silver-haired woman. I've handed over the primordial crystal to your granddaughter. Alit said, couldn't you have given it to her yourself and explained what it is? Veronica Milkvey stood quietly before a magic array, her back to Alit, speaking softly. Did you forget what I told you? Little Lo's husband is quite mysterious. I don't want him to know too much about the matters in the far north. Alit walked up to Veronica's side, looking at the milky white energy orb floating within the magic array. You don't trust him. It's not that I don't trust him. If little Lo chose him, he must be good, but I just don't know enough about him yet. Alit nodded thoughtfully. And what about Yisha's primordial crystal? Did you deliver it to her personally? Yes. Alit's mind raced as she asked. Are you sure it's okay to pass down Noah's power to the younger generation? At this, Veronica narrowed her eyes slightly, not answering the question directly, but instead asking, Angelina, isn't it fascinating how humans pass down their knowledge? Alit shook her head. Humans live only a few short decades. Even the longest-lived among them rarely make it to a century. Compared to dragons, their lives are insignificant. And yet, they continually push the boundaries of their understanding, constantly learning new things. They work so hard to live out their brief lives, then leave behind their achievements for their descendants to inherit. Humans, generation by generation, grow and progress in this way. So, I think, perhaps in this increasingly chaotic and absurd era, it no longer belongs to us old ones. Veronica smiled at her old friend and said, Why not leave the achievements of our ancestors to the next generation and let them bring it all to an end? (315) Vol 3ch, 14. Leon, I'm so nervous. Don't be, there's always a first time for everything. You just have to try, and once you do, it'll be easier. Be brave and take the first step. But I'm still not confident. It's okay, I'll guide you. First, reach out your hand and slowly feel the power surging. Yes, just like that. Do you feel it? I feel it. It's hot and keeps expanding outward. See, even though it's your first time trying this method, you're doing great. Keep going just like that. Leon, look, is something white coming out? It is. Keep going, Rosvisser. Hold on to it. I think I'm losing control, Leon. It's getting too hot. Maybe we should stop. Fine. That's too bad. We were almost there. Sitting on the grassy lawn in the garden behind the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the two sat facing each other, legs crossed. Rosvisser paused for a moment, easing the burning sensation in her hands, and then looked up at Leon. First, thank you for helping me practice gathering the primordial force. But next time we practice, can you avoid using such suggestive language? Leon blinked innocently. What was suggestive about it? First time, don't be nervous. Don't stop. Those words sound weird, don't you think? And your white thing and too hot to handle weren't weird, Leon retorted logically. I said that because you led the conversation that way, the Queen retorted just as firmly. General Leon rolled his eyes. Come on, Mother Dragon, it's not like we're some innocent, love-struck teens who have never dated before. What's wrong with using some grown-up words? As long as we understand each other, it's fine. Wait a minute, Cosmod, Are you saying you've dated before? Huh, aren't we dating now? Nope. Whatever you say. Leon exhaled and leaned back, lying down on the soft grass. A while ago, when Leon met up with his mentor and Rebecca, he had asked his mentor to find some books about primordial magic. His mentor agreed. But Leon and Rosvisser weren't relying entirely on his mentor, as they knew he wasn't a walking treasure chest that could pull out whatever they needed from a magical pocket. So, after they returned, the couple began researching primordial magic themselves. As Rosvisser had mentioned before, primordial magic was ancient and mysterious. There wasn't a single book or document that fully recorded its intricacies. All they could do was dig up bits and pieces about it from various historical records. After some time, Rosvisser discovered that the key to using primordial magic lay in gathering primordial force asterisk. Using regular magic would significantly diminish the effects of primordial magic. At first, Rosvisser had no clue how to gather this force. It wasn't a matter of talent or diligence because primordial magic was something that anyone, no matter who they were, would struggle with at first. But a few days ago, Rosvisser was surprised to feel a completely different power from regular magic surging within her. Since then, she had been trying to channel this power out of her body. Today, with Leon's guidance, Rosvisser made some progress. She opened her hand, and a small white flame of energy flickered and danced in her palm. It's strange, isn't it? Just a little while ago, I couldn't sense any primordial force, but now, after just a few days, I can actually gather it, Rosvisser remarked. Leon, still lying on the grass, gazed at the sky. That just proves how good my guidance was. Rosvisser huffed, kicking his leg lightly. Stop being so full of yourself. Leon chuckled and sat up, looking at her bright and beautiful face. Then it must be because my wife is so incredibly talented. Caught off guard by the compliment, the queen's lips curled up in satisfaction. HMPH, as long as you know. But then she realized something. Her expression changed as she kicked Leon again. Stop trying to get close to me. Who said I'm your wife? You should address me properly as Your Majesty, the Queen. Yes, yes, Your Majesty, the Queen. This dogman's tongue had become so much sweeter lately. Who knew what strange medicine he had taken? Had he finally figured out just how wonderful she was? Or was he cooking up some evil plan? Given her knowledge of him, Rosvisser knew he wasn't the type to suddenly start acting sweet without reason. There was definitely something fishy going on. However, the truth was much simpler than what the Queen imagined. Leon had made a promise to their daughters in the future, that when he returned, he would be more proactive in spending time with Rosvisser. But now that life had settled back into its routine, he found himself a bit hesitant. However, General Leon was not a man to go back on his word. Since he had promised his daughters, he would follow through. And since being more proactive was a bit challenging, sweet-talking his wife and making her happy seemed like a good alternative. Women could be tough to please at times, but when they were in a good mood, they were really easy to please Tilda. Rosvisser squinted her eyes at Leon, who was off in his own world with a silly grin on his face, and asked, "You're definitely up to something, aren't you?" Leon snapped back to reality, bewildered. What? Up to something? You've been sweet-talking me lately, saying things you never used to say. Something is definitely off. You're doing this for a reason, aren't you? No, not at all. Leon said, do you really think I'm that kind of person? The Queen thought seriously for a moment, then nodded solemnly, enunciating clearly, yes. Even though you've misunderstood me so deeply, I'm still happy. Why? Because at least I'm still on your mind. Now it was Rosvisser's turn to be at a loss for words. Cosmod, I liked you better when you were rebellious and always threatening to chop me into pieces. Could you go back to that? Rosvisser sighed, if you want something, just say it outright. Don't fake it with all this sweet talk. Because if you keep going, I might actually start to believe it. What do you mean fake? I mean every word, Leon explained. Yeah, right, you'll only keep it up for a few minutes. Once you get what you want, you'll stop saying all these things. Seeing that Rosvisser still didn't believe him, Leon became a bit anxious. Fine, Mother Dragon, since you said that. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. Judging by his tone, It sounded like he wasn't planning on pretending anymore. HMPH, I knew I was right, Dogman. But unexpectedly, Leon continued. Then I'll tell you every day. No, not just every day. I'll tell you for a year. No, even a year isn't enough. I'll tell you for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and even on the day I'm buried, I'll still be whispering these sweet nothings to annoy you. Just so you stop underestimating me. Looking at his determined face, Rosvisser knew he wasn't lying. He really seemed capable of saying these sweet words to her for the rest of his life. Rosvisser was momentarily stunned, her silver tail behind her curled slightly. She quietly clutched her skirt, trying her best to hide the flutter of shyness rising within her. You think I'd be scared by that. If you dare say it, I'll dare listen. The couple locked eyes, and the air between them seemed to crackle with invisible sparks. After a few moments, they both turned their heads away. Childish man, Rosvisser muttered before standing up and dusting off her skirt. Let's go, time for dinner. What's for dinner? Leon asked as he followed behind her. Eggplant stir-fried with carrots. If you really cook that, I swear, Rosvisser, the only thing getting stir-fried tonight won't be just the carrots. Eat it or leave it, I hate picky eaters. I know, except me. Shameless. The two continued bickering as they walked back to the Silver Dragon sanctuary. The setting sun stretched their shadows long into the distance. (316) Vol 3ch, 15. In the imperial capital, deep underground, the sound within a hidden facility was swallowed by the thick stone walls, creating an atmosphere of mystery and cold calm. Standing amidst this concealed space, at the center of it all, was Arland, the supreme commander of the Imperial Dragon-slaying Army and head of the Royal Sorcery Division. His arms were folded behind him, his gaze sharp and focused. He stood on a cold metal platform, beneath which intricate lines pulsed like currents running throughout the entire facility. Before him loomed a massive incubation chamber. Though the design appeared crude, it was equipped with various complex alchemical devices, with countless liquid pipes extending from its sides, all connected tightly to the chamber. Inside the chamber, a light green nutrient liquid rippled gently, emitting a faint glow. The scene was both tranquil and unsettling. The most shocking feature, however, was the decayed head of a dragon floating within the liquid, a grand, once majestic dragon's head. The dragon's head glowed faintly with a dark red light, like an ember buried deep underground. Even though its flesh was rotting and one of its horns had broken off, there was no mistaking the overwhelming aura of dignity it had once held. Even after being dead for so long, I can still feel its majesty. Arland's voice echoed softly in the chamber, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of admiration and fervor. The very air seemed heavy with the pressure emanating from the dragon's head, as if it could break through the nutrient liquid's boundary and touch the physical world. Arland's gaze pierced through the liquid, locking onto the dragon's barely open eyes. A silent confrontation seemed to unfold between them. Despite the ravages of time, the dragon's head still harbored an indomitable will, as though its owner was still lingering in this world, never having truly fallen into eternal sleep. Arland's expression became more and more animated as he gently stroked the transparent surface of the incubation chamber, as if engaged in a spiritual communion with the remnants of this dragon king. Dragons, truly the most nearly perfect creatures in this world, Arland muttered to himself, his tone filled with both admiration and insatiable greed. Ancient bloodlines, immense power, long life, and an undying will. Any one of these traits would be enough to place them far beyond the reach of other races. But fortunately for Arland, he was on the verge of turning this perfect creature into his own tool. Moments later, his subordinate Scott approached, bowing slightly in respect, and reported, "Sir, the selection for the Razor Squad has completed its first stage. About 100 candidates passed the initial tests. We will choose 3 from among them to inherit the power of the primordial Dragon King, Noah, making them the Empire's sharpest weapons." Good news. Since the implementation of the Razor Plan, the Empire had invested considerable manpower and resources. Now that the first stage had been successfully completed, all that remained was to gradually eliminate the unqualified candidates. But Arlen showed little excitement and merely asked calmly, "Are the 3 people you originally had your eye on among them?" "Yes, sir. The 3 brothers performed exceptionally well." "Good, you're fully in charge of this project, and I expect satisfactory results. Don't be like that useless Nacho. He couldn't get anything right, understood?" "Yes, sir," Scott respectfully responded. In Arlen's brief words, Scott felt a heavy pressure. He knew that this superior had high hopes for the Razor Squad, and any mistakes would be utterly unforgivable. Arlen was notorious for his ruthlessness. If a plan failed, his subordinates would be discarded like pawns, facing merciless elimination. Just like Nacho Salaman. But if Scott succeeded under Arlen's command, he would be rewarded with untold wealth and glory. The world was never short of gamblers, and Scott was one of them. His gaze became even more determined as he committed himself to turning the Razor Squad into the Empire's deadliest unit. After a moment, Scott added, "By the way, sir, regarding the investigation you requested into Tiger Lawrence and Rebecca Clement, I've made some progress." "Speak." "Although I couldn't figure out their exact patterns of movement within the Empire, I discovered that they disappear for about 20 days every 3 months before resuming their activities in the Empire." Scott continued, "I'm not sure what they're doing during those 20 days, but if we follow the trail, we might be able to uncover something. And it's very likely related to Leon Cosmod." Hearing this, Arlen nodded slightly, though it was barely noticeable. "Good. Follow up as you suggested. If you need more personnel, I can assign additional resources." "Thank you, sir," Scott nodded in acknowledgement. Arlen stared at the dragon's head inside the incubation chamber. "After Natch's repeated failures, I've finally come to understand what kind of monster the Empire has created. Defeating Leon Cosmod head-on is nearly impossible, but fortunately, I have no qualms about using dirty tactics in war." Scott, quick to flatter, said, "Forgive my boldness, sir, but I believe your wording may not be entirely appropriate." Arlen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you mean?" "Whether or not something is dirty is determined by the victor. And clearly, in this struggle, Leon Cosmod is the one destined to lose. 100 years from now, who will remember any of this? People will only pass down tales of your glorious deeds, sir." Scott smirked slyly. "As for Leon, who is he? When future generations look through the Empire's history, they'll find he was nothing more than a foolish obstacle on the Empire's rise to world dominance." Despite knowing that Scott was simply buttering him up, Arlen, like many powerful figures, still appreciated the praise. Shaking his head with a smile, Arlen said, "I've noticed you're not only more reliable than Nacho, but better at flattery too." "You flatter me, sir. I'm just speaking the truth." Scott continued, "But if you truly intend to use Tiger and Rebecca to threaten Leon, it may take some time. After all, those 2 are incredibly elusive, and it's difficult for our people to capture them." "I know. After all, Tiger was one of the top dragon slayers of the previous generation. He withdrew from the dragon-slaying army for certain reasons and now lives a quiet, low-key life. He knows the Empire's methods well, so it's not surprising you can't catch him." Arlen paused for a moment and then continued, "However, even though Tiger and Rebecca are hard to track, perhaps we should start with someone else." Scott quickly caught on to his boss's line of thinking, asking, "Do you mean Leon's other teammate, Martin? But Martin is clean, and as the son of a royal minister, it would be difficult to investigate him." "No, I'm not talking about Martin," Arlen said. "I'm talking about someone who isn't even human." Scott was startled. "Not human." Arlen nodded, tapping the incubation chamber in front of him with his finger. "The owner of this head once told me that even among dragons, there exist family ties. And the Dragon King of the Silver Dragons, where Leon currently resides, has a sister who is the Dragon King of another clan. I'm thinking we could target that Dragon King first." "The Silver Dragon King has a sister." "That's true. If she falls into trouble, Leon is likely to get involved, which would give us the opportunity to strike," Scott mused. He hesitated, then added, "But after so many failed attempts, I think if we really want to use this Dragon King to threaten Leon, We need to prepare more thoroughly. Of course. Arland nodded toward the dragon's head in the incubation chamber. That's where this one comes in. It will be our test subject. Scott's eyes burned with excitement, barely able to contain his inner thrill. The completion of this technology would be a huge leap in the Empire's power and mark the beginning of a new era. Sir, has the fusion technique been completed? Scott asked cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. Arlen's eyes grew deep and dark as the sea. Yes, we're just one step away. All we need to do is place the dragon's head, the symbol of flame, inside, use the heart scales to awaken its dormant will, and merge it with the bodies of countless S-rank dangerous creatures. Then, we will have created a killing machine. Arland pressed his palm against the transparent surface of the incubation chamber, his gaze fixed on the dragon's head within. His voice grew more resolute, and the rising excitement in his tone made the very air in the chamber seem to tremble. A killing machine that knows no defeat, knows no fatigue, and will drag Leon Cosmod down into the depths of hell. Arlen's voice was filled with ambition and a burning thirst for power. Raising his other hand to meet his palm, he pressed both hands against the incubation chamber, as if declaring his dominance over the slumbering Dragon King. His expression shifted from solemnity to determined resolve. Crimson Dragon King Constantine, your fire of vengeance will be reignited by the Empire. His voice echoed through the enclosed space. But little did he know, the soul returning from hell had already seen through his every move. (317) Vol 3ch, 16. On Friday evening, Leon's family sat in the pavilion in front of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, waiting for the school bus, Leviathan. Moon stood in the yard, shading her eyes with her small hand as she gazed at the fiery sunset in the distance. Standing on tiptoe, her tail swaying eagerly behind her, she was clearly filled with anticipation for her sister's return home for the weekend. Moon, your sister still has a little while before she gets back. There's no need to be so anxious. Come sit and wait, Rosvisser reminded her. Moon reluctantly pulled her gaze away, her tail drooping and lightly dragging on the ground as she walked toward the pavilion, looking a bit downhearted. Seeing his daughter looking so sad, Leon lifted her onto his lap. Are you missing your sister? The little dragoness nodded vigorously. Moon hasn't seen her sister for 5 days. I miss her so much. Well, Daddy misses her too. How about when your sister gets home, we race to see who can hug her first? Leon suggested, trying to cheer her up. Moon's eyes brightened, and she proudly placed her hands on her hips, her tail perking up. Daddy doesn't stand a chance. Oh, so confident. Yes, because Daddy gets weak from time to time. I calculated it. It's right around the time for you to be weak again. Leon had only intended to comfort his daughter and distract her, but why did it feel like he just got stabbed in the heart? Does Daddy look like a weakling? Daddy is very strong, okay. Your mom knows that best. Ah, Tilda. While Leon was lost in thought, he heard a sigh from the other side. He turned his head toward the source, looking at their pink-haired daughter, Aurora, who was leaning forward with her chin resting on her hands, sighing again. What's wrong, Aurora? Aurora leaned on her hands, staring blankly. Ah, Tilda, a woman's excitement is like a candle at dinner. It never lasts more than 2 hours. Hearing this, Leon gasped sharply. He immediately shot a look at Rosvisser, wondering if the queen had secretly been teaching Aurora these strange things. Rosvisser raised her hands innocently, signaling that she hadn't said anything of the sort. She reached out to pat Aurora's head. Why would you say something like that all of a sudden? Second sister isn't as excited about me as she used to be. Ah, Tilda, Mom, my life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can win back her heart? For someone so small, she sure knew how to say a lot. While Rosvisser was pondering how to respond to Aurora, Moon interrupted. Aurora, stop overthinking. Moon will always like you. Really, second sister? Really? Hug me, second sister Tilda. Aurora hopped off the stone bench, throwing her small arms around her sister. The two sisters snuggled together, their tails wrapping around each other. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance. unsure whether to stay silent or say something to praise the sisterly bond unfolding before them. But before they could react, Leon noticed Aurora slyly giving him an okay hand sign. In that moment, Leon understood. This plan to distract Moon had been orchestrated by Lady Aurora herself. Leon smiled to himself, then glanced at Rosvisser. The Queen had also caught Aurora's signal and smiled appreciatively. "Second sister, will you really always like me?" Aurora asked again. Moon nodded seriously. "I will." "Really, really. Really, really. Really, really right." Before she could finish, they heard a voice at the door. "Moon, Aurora, I'm home." "Sis, I'm coming, Tilda." In an instant, Moon transformed into a little rocket, sprinting toward the door, leaving Aurora standing alone in the pavilion, looking a little dazed. "At least finish your sentence, second sister." Leon walked over to Aurora, ruffling her hair. "You have to understand, the whole world knows she's obsessed with her big sister." Aurora shrugged. "It's fine. At least I managed to stall her until Big Sis got home. Daddy, my mission is complete, Tilda." Leon chuckled, bending down to pick her up. "Let's go greet your big sister." "Okay, okay." The three of them left the pavilion, heading toward the entrance. As they got closer, Leon noticed that Noah wasn't alone. Beside her was another girl. Leon narrowed his eyes, observing the dragon girl next to Noah. She was slightly taller than Noah and had a gentle, cute appearance. Leon figured she must be one of Noah's classmates. When Moon saw the other girl, her tail, which had been raised high in excitement, drooped slightly. She slowed her pace as she approached Noah and the girl. Leon, holding Aurora, stood behind Moon with Rosvisser by his side. "Noah, who is this?" Leon asked. "Oh, hi, Uncle. My name is Helena. I'm Noah's classmate. I'm 9 years old this year." "Uncle." Leon's eye twitched slightly at the title. Sure, he was already a father, so being called Uncle by a kid wasn't out of the ordinary. But General Leon was only 24, and already his daughter's classmates were calling him Uncle. Time waits for no man. "Hello, Auntie," Helena greeted Rosvisser politely. Being over 200 years old, Rosvisser didn't react the same way Leon did to being called Auntie. She smiled and nodded. "Hello, Helena." This child wasn't shy, but she also wasn't overly familiar. She struck the perfect balance for a first-time meeting, showing good manners. Rosvisser thought to herself that Helena likely wasn't from an ordinary noble family. "Dad, Mom, Helena's going to stay with us this weekend. Is that okay?" Noah asked. "Of course," Rosvisser replied. There was no problem with Noah's classmates staying over. In fact, Rosvisser was happy to see that Noah had made a friend she could bring home. Her eldest daughter had always been more mature than her peers, thinking more deeply and often putting too much pressure on herself. Over time, this had caused Noah to become a bit withdrawn and introverted. Making friends at this stage was a good thing for Noah. After all, she couldn't rely on her father and 2 younger sisters to ease the burdens and worries in her life forever. She needed a normal social circle and some friends of her own. "Thank you, Auntie Tilda." Helena gave a slight bow in thanks. Then her gaze shifted to Moon and Aurora. "Noah, are these the sisters you've mentioned before?" "Yes." Noah walked over to Moon, taking her hand. "This is Moon, my twin sister. The one my dad is holding is Aurora, though we call her Little Light." "Hi, Moon, Tilda." Helena extended her hand for a handshake. Moon's large eyes trembled slightly. She looked at the girl standing next to her sister, and her mind flashed back to the day they dropped Noah off at school. It had been this very girl, Helena, who had taken Noah's arm and led her into the classroom that day. Lost in thought, Moon forgot to respond. It wasn't until Noah gently squeezed her hand that she snapped back to reality. Hello, I'm Moon. It means the moon." Moon took Helena's hand, squeezing it a little harder than she intended. Aurora, still nestled in her father's arms, raised an eyebrow at the scene. "Oh ho, looks like this weekend is going to be entertaining." "318. Vol 3ch, 17. I hope dinner is to your taste, Helena." Leon said as the family of 5, along with their guest for the day, sat around the dinner table. The meal was plentiful, with extra dishes added to welcome Noah home and show their hospitality to Helena. Helena was very polite, always speaking respectfully and behaving with grace and poise, making her seem both genuine and refined. At such a young age, Helena's social skills were impressive, which left the family in awe. Earlier, Rosvisser had already noticed that Helena likely wasn't from an ordinary noble family. However, she didn't ask Helena about her background or her family's status. It was, after all, Noah's first time bringing a classmate home for the weekend. The focus should be on warmth and hospitality, not status or lineage. "I've always envied Noah," Helena said. "Not only does she have such amazing parents, but also 2 adorable sisters." Helena continued, "I'm from a single-parent cocoon-born family where my mom raised me by herself, so I don't have any siblings. Growing up alone can be a bit lonely sometimes." Most traditional dragon families were cocoon-born, meaning they had either just a father or a mother. While siblings might exist, they were often only distant relatives. Sisters like ***** and Yisha****, who shared the same parents, were rare. The fact that Noah and Helena had become friends suggested that the 2 of them shared similar views, especially when it came to the ideas of family and loved ones. Leon and Rosvisser knew just how much Noah cherished her family. And if Helena, like Noah, highly valued family, it made sense for her to envy Noah's large, close-knit family. Who wouldn't want a constant companion during their childhood? "No problem, Helena. If you like being around people, you can come to my house anytime," Noah offered. "Really, Noah?" "Yes, really." "That's wonderful, Tilda. Thank you, Noah." Helena turned and hugged Noah's shoulders, nuzzling her cheek gently. Because Helena was a bit older than Noah, she was also taller, making the hug look more like a big sister hugging a younger one. And judging by Noah's reaction, she didn't seem to mind Helena's affection. It was worth noting that Noah wasn't usually fond of physical contact. Leon remembered when they first met, Noah had explicitly said he wasn't allowed to touch her without her permission. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance, quickly guessing why their daughter accepted Helena's embrace. Firstly, the fact that Helena was a friend Noah felt comfortable bringing home meant their relationship had to be close enough for a hug to be natural. Secondly, it was related to Noah herself. She had matured faster than most dragon children and had been looking after Moon from a very young age. Even after Aurora was born, it was Noah who took on a lot of the caregiving duties. Plus, the recent crisis with the spatial rift had forced Noah to grow up even more in just 6 difficult months. But such premature maturity often leads to emotional exhaustion and weariness. Noah rarely opened up about her feelings, even with Leon and Rosvisser, who didn't fully understand their daughter's inner world. This was a delicate dynamic within their family. Sometimes, even with the people closest to you, it's hard to share your worries and troubles. Helena, on the other hand, was different. As Noah's friend, she held a role outside the family but could maintain an intimate connection. Being a few years older, Helena could easily act as an older sister to Noah. Even though this dynamic may never have been openly discussed, Noah likely sought a sense of little sister, comfort, and emotional support from Helena, even if subconsciously. Resting in Helena's embrace allowed Noah to let her guard down and relax, if only for a moment. This is the importance of friendship. The couple silently recognized this, exchanging a smile of relief. Their eyes met, and they decided to discuss Noah's friend later. For now, dinner was the priority. "Sister." A soft, sweet voice came from one side of the table, filled with a hint of helplessness. Both Leon and Rosvisser, along with Aurora, turned toward the voice. They saw Moon sitting there, holding her knife and fork, looking at Noah with big, sad eyes. "Sister, I can't cut my steak. Can you help me?" Aurora blinked her pretty pink eyes in disbelief, thinking to herself, "Second sister, a year ago you could split steel with your bare hands. Now you can't cut a steak. Are you getting weaker with age or something?" Noah was also a bit surprised. She remembered that Moon hadn't needed help with things like cutting steak or sitting properly at the table for a long time. But Noah didn't think too much of it. Since her little sister was asking, she would always do her best to help. Noah scooted over to Moon's side, holding her small hands and helping her cut the steak, piece by piece. "Thank you, sister, you're the best," mooed Tilda. Taking advantage of Noah leaning in to help her, Moon gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Noah's face instantly turned bright red. What was up with this little rascal today? It had been ages since Moon kissed her like that, and now, out of the blue, she did it, leaving Noah blushing from ear to ear. As the saying goes, a kiss between a middle-aged couple can lead to sweet dreams for days. So what happens when sisters kiss? Would it cause nightmares? Noah pinched Moon's nose lightly. "Eat your food properly." Moon replied sweetly, "Okay, sister." Aurora, listening from the side, was absolutely covered in goosebumps. In her short life of just over a year, Aurora had always seen her second sister as innocent, adorable, and carefree, the undisputed mascot of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. But what was this version of Moon? Not being able to cut a steak was one thing, but speaking in such a sugary, artificial tone. Aurora had outgrown that phase ages ago. "Whoever you are, get off my sister right now." "You girls seem really close," Helena commented. "Ah, Moon's always been." "Of course, my sister and I are super close," Moon interrupted cheerfully. Her bubbly voice snapped Aurora out of her thoughts. Aurora glanced at Noah's classmate and then back at her second sister, who was basking in Noah's attention. "Oh, Tilda." Aurora suddenly understood. It wasn't that Moon had regressed or been possessed. She was simply showing off. Now let the third princess of the Silver Dragon clan and the goddess of mischief, Aurora Little Light Melkve, give you an exclusive peek into the mind of a sister-obsessed dragon. "Sister, feed me something. Helena won't get jealous, right?" "But the food sister feeds me is the best." "My sister loves me the most. Helena, you're just friends with her, okay?" "At most, you two can hug, but I can kiss sister all I want, Tilda." "Sister's cheeks are so soft and smooth. I could kiss her forever, Tilda." "My favorite thing." "What are you smirking about?" Leon's hand gently patted the top of Aurora's head. Aurora looked up at her dad's big hand, blinking. "Nothing, Daddy. The food you and Mommy made is just so delicious, I can't help but smile." "You're smiling because of the food." "Yes, Daddy," Aurora replied, completely serious. Leon chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Keep eating." "Yes, sir." See, Aurora thought, this weekend was definitely going to be entertaining. She could already feel it. Her second sister had more tricks up her sleeve, and Aurora couldn't wait to see what would happen next. "319. Vol 3ch, 18. Late in the evening, Leon sat in Rossvisser's study, flipping through an ancient document. He hoped to find some clues about primordial magic within its pages. Most of the time, he didn't find much, but right now, this painstaking method of sifting through information was his only way of understanding primordial magic. Soon, the sound of footsteps came from the doorway. Rossvisser walked in, her feet snug in dragonwing slippers. She had just finished her bath, her long silver hair still damp and cascading down her back. Her smooth, pale arms still glistened with heat and small droplets of water. The dragon mark on her chest rose and fell with her breath, and the soft curves pressed together in a way that stirred one's imagination. A pleasant scent of roses lingered around her. Leon sniffed the air but didn't lift his head. "Your Majesty, how refined, bathing in rose petals." Rossvisser approached the desk, stood on her tiptoes, and lightly perched her hips on the edge. Her nightgown hugged her rounded figure, and her silver eyes fell to Leon. "I was going to invite you to join me, but then I thought, since you're so devoted to finding clues about primordial magic for your loving wife, I shouldn't disturb you." Leon closed the book and finally looked up at her. "It's not too late for that invitation." As he spoke, his large hand gently rested on her thigh. Rossvisser raised an eyebrow and slowly extended her hand. Leon thought she was responding to his flirtation, but instead, she flicked his hand with a sharp asterisk smack, her expression turning playful as she said, "Don't touch me. Do you think you can just touch the queen's body whenever you want?" Leon withdrew his hand with a chuckle. "I get it, Your Majesty. No touching over the clothes, right?" Rosvisser clicked her tongue and swatted his cheek lightly with her tail. "Stop saying weird things, as if our everyday life is shameless." Leon shrugged. "You were the one who just mentioned inviting me to bathe with you. Isn't that shameless?" "I'm a woman. Women can say things like that, men can't." "That's not being a woman, you're a dragon, and that's a double standard." "So what if it is? I gave you children, did I?" "As if you could have had them without me." "We dragons are perfectly capable of having children on our own. Thank you very much." As usual, the two of them bantered back and forth, trading sharp remarks. After a few exchanges, Rosvisser had Leon stumped. Leon sat back in his chair, holding the ancient text, while Rosvisser leaned against the desk, arms crossed, her hair still dotted with water. For a moment, they stared at each other, one high, one low, before both burst out laughing. Leon placed the book on the desk and reached out, grabbing Rosvisser's wrist to pull her closer. She playfully resisted for a moment, but soon gave in, resting comfortably on his lap. With one arm wrapped around her waist, Leon toyed with her damp silver hair and asked, "Where did you learn all these quirky ideas?" "Picked up some rubbish while studying foreign cultures." Rosvisser leaned against his strong, muscular body, her legs swinging casually, her toes barely holding onto her slippers. "Well, it might not be high-class philosophy, but as a woman, it does feel good to say." The 200-year-old queen wasn't the kind to fall for such nonsense, of course. She just thought it was fun to use it to annoy her pretend husband, and it worked every time. Even General Leon couldn't withstand this kind of teasing. Leon chuckled and shifted the conversation to something more serious. "By the way, what do you think of Noah's friend?" "What about her?" "Well, I don't really understand dragon social customs, so from your perspective, there's nothing unusual about Noah's friend, right?" Rosvisser blinked her beautiful silver eyes before nodding. "No, nothing unusual. No diplomatic issues between dragon clans or anything like that. That depends on which clan Helena belongs to. If she's from a tribe known for starting conflicts, I'd tell Noah to be cautious, but I wouldn't force her to end the friendship." Rosvisser wrapped her arm around Leon's, her thumb gently brushing his cheek. "Friends are her own choice. No one else can decide that for her." "You're pretty open-minded," Leon complimented. "I learned it from you." Rosvisser poked Leon's chest. "The key to raising a healthy daughter is respecting her choices." Leon smiled. "So, how come I don't see you respecting me like that?" "Why would I respect a prisoner?" All right, prisoner, huh? I've never seen a prisoner treated like this." He bounced his legs slightly, feeling the weight of her body, before pulling her closer. Rosvisser let out a soft hum. "Well, now you have. This is how we Milkvays treat our prisoners." After a few more playful remarks, the topic returned to Noah and Helena. "Honestly, I'm glad Noah made a friend like Helena." Rosvisser added, "That girl seems well-mannered, and she clearly comes from a distinguished family. She's also older than Noah, so she can help her emotionally and take care of her." That last point hit the mark. Leon nodded in agreement. With Noah's stubborn and quiet personality, it's not easy for her to find someone she can lean on emotionally. "Exactly, so we definitely shouldn't interfere with this friendship." Rosvisser continued, "Noah knows how to judge people. She knows who she can trust and who she should keep at arm's length." "True, but..." Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. "But what?" "Well, I noticed Moon was acting a bit strange during dinner. She purposely asked Noah to cut her steak, and then she kissed her. It's been a while since she did that." Leon mused. Aren't sisterly bonds usually something that happens later, when they're alone in their room? Why was she so eager during dinner? Rosvisser also recalled Moon's behavior. It's normal for kids to be unpredictable. She added, maybe Moon just felt a little out of place, with Noah bringing home a new friend. "You think Moon dislikes Helena?" "Dislike is too strong a word. Moon is a good kid. She rarely has such negative feelings." Rosvisser said thoughtfully, "Once she gets used to Helena, I'm sure things will be fine." "Yeah, you're probably right." Speaking of sisterly bonds, I was actually planning to take the girls to visit my sister this weekend. Rosvisser's gaze fell on a photograph on the desk, a picture of her and Isha from long ago. Recently, the Empire and Lavi sent troops to the outskirts of the Red Dragon's territory to prevent my sister from supporting me. She's been fighting day and night. Rosvisser's voice softened. Now that the crisis has passed, I've been meaning to take some time to visit her. Then let's go next week, Leon suggested. Rosvisser nodded, but her eyes remained fixed on the photo. Sensing her slight melancholy, Leon's expression softened. Without a word, he scooped her up into his arms and carried her toward the door. Rosvisser instinctively tightened her grip on his arm. What are you doing? Taking you to bed, Leon replied, heading for the bedroom. I can walk by myself, put me down. She said the words, but made no effort to struggle, allowing Leon to carry her. Leon, understanding her thoughts, just smiled faintly. How could I let Her Majesty walk herself to the bedroom? I'm just a humble prisoner here to assist. Rosvisser rolled her eyes at him, suppressing a smile. She said nothing more. As the night deepened, the two exchanged a quiet goodnight and fell asleep in each other's arms. (320) Vol 3ch, 19. It was a rare Saturday morning when Moon got up early. The reason, simply to guard the tower. She couldn't let Noah and Helena have time alone while she was still sleeping. At the academy, Moon had no control, and even if she wanted to, she couldn't intervene. But in this house, she would watch over her older sister every second she could. There was no way she was going to let that new girl steal her sister. Just imagining Noah snuggled up in the arms of that blue-haired girl, laughing and chatting, made Moon feel uncomfortable from the tip of her head to the end of her tail. To hold on to her sister's affection, she would start by occupying her first thing in the morning. Brimming with determination, Moon threw off her blanket and leapt out of bed with a tiger-like jump. Coincidentally, Aurora was just coming out of the bathroom, still half asleep. Her pink hair was messy, and she had a toothbrush in her mouth, toothpaste foam dribbling from the corner of her lips as she shuffled along, clearly not fully awake yet. Seeing Moon, Aurora looked surprised. Wow, you're up this early, second sister. Normally, you'd still be asleep for at least another 2 hours. Anything could happen in 2 hours. I need to seize every minute and second. With that, Moon hurried through her morning routine at lightning speed, threw on a little dress and white knee-high socks, quickly brushed her hair, and rushed to the door. Aurora poked her head out of the bedroom, asking, "Second sister, where are you going?" "I'm going to find Noah. Do you know where she went?" Moon asked as she slipped on her shoes. "I think she took Helena to visit the back garden." Moon froze as she was putting on her shoes. Damn it, I'm already a step too late. She quickly finished putting on her shoes, unlocked the door, and dashed toward the garden at full speed. Aurora blinked her pretty pink eyes, her mind beginning to stir. Huh, seems like a perfect day to enjoy some entertainment. Wait for me, second sister. 20 minutes later, the little dragon girls gathered in the sacred garden behind the mansion. Leon and Rosvisser stood on their bedroom balcony, taking in the scene below. After watching for a while, Leon suddenly said, "I think we should hold off on having a third child for now." Rosvisser shot him a glare, crossing her arms as she looked ahead. "I never planned on having a third child with you anyway. Keep dreaming." After a moment, seeing that Leon didn't respond, she couldn't help but ask, "So, why don't you want a third child? Didn't you just say you weren't planning on it? Why are you suddenly so interested?" "I can't ask just out of curiosity," Rosvisser replied matter-of-factly. Leon chuckled and nodded toward the girls playing in the yard below. "Look at that. With just 3 kids, we can focus our attention equally on each of them. We can care for them without missing a beat. But once there are 4, it might become a bit too much to handle." He leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the railing of the balcony, taking a deep breath before continuing, "Maybe I'm just not ready to be the father of 4 kids yet. What about you? Are you ready?" Rosvisser's silver eyes flickered with thought for a moment. After a short pause, she shook her head. "No, not yet." Leon shrugged. "So, my dear wife, remember to take precautions every time we finish." Rossvisser shot him a sharp look, her tail swatting his butt. Why don't you just touch me less then? Oh, heavens above, who's the one being more forward, huh? Who's touching who? You, it's you. You're the one who makes the first move more often. She was being unreasonable again. Leon rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue. Why so quiet, lost for words, aren't you? Rossvisser teased, clearly pleased with herself. Back in the early days, she used to love debating with Leon, discussing right and wrong. But over time, she found that being unreasonable was far more effective. It annoyed Leon, and it left him with no way to argue back. Just as she was relishing in her little victory, Leon said, "You're becoming more and more like my mentor's wife." Rossvisser paused. What do you mean by that? She used to talk to my mentor like that too, without any reservations. If she wanted to be spoiled, she'd ask to be spoiled. If she wanted to be unreasonable, she'd just be unreasonable. Leon slowly turned his head to look at Rossvisser. If that's hard to understand, I can put it another way. You're becoming more and more like a real wife. MMMPH. Before he could finish, Rossvisser clapped a hand over his mouth. If you say any more nonsense, I'll have to fulfill my duty as a real wife. What duty? Domestic violence. Ooh, I'm so scared. The couple bantered back and forth until Leon pointed toward the garden. Look, it seems like they're about to start a game. Rossvisser turned her gaze to the girls. The four of them had stood up, and Moon was getting a blindfold from one of the maids. Let's play blindfolded tag, Moon suggested. Okay. Noah didn't object. Whatever Moon wanted to play, she would go along with it. After all, she loved her little sister dearly. I'm in, Aurora said, never one to miss out on a good time. She knew Moon was an expert at this game, and she was curious to see what her second sister would do to stake her claim today. Sounds good, I'll play along, Helena agreed politely, being the guest. The girls decided who would be it by playing rock, paper, scissors. In the end, Noah lost, so she would be the first to be blindfolded. Moon carefully helped her sister put on the blindfold and then stepped back. Aurora and Helena also distanced themselves. Are you ready? I'm coming. Noah raised her arms, cautiously feeling her way forward. Blindfolded tag had no real skill to it. It was 9% hearing and 91% luck. But even so, it was a game children loved to play. This time, Noah was in luck. As she groped her way forward, she got closer and closer to Moon. Moon's heart raced with excitement. See that? Even blindfolded, my sister senses me first. Don't underestimate the bond between us. As Noah drew near, Moon smiled to herself, already prepared to be caught and hugged by her sister. Come on, Noah, don't hold back. Catch me, hug me. But just as Noah was about to grab Moon, she suddenly veered off course. Moon froze, blinking her large, pretty eyes. In her mind, she shouted, "No, I'm right here, just one more step." But unfortunately, Noah didn't have the kind of telepathic connection with her that their parents seemed to share. She continued to turn away, inching closer and closer to Helena instead. Seeing this, Moon began to panic. If Noah kept going, she was going to hug Helena. No, 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 no. My sister's first hug of the day is mine. Moon's brain for once kicked into high gear. Think of something, Moon, stop your sister. Helena, realizing that Noah was coming toward her, followed the rules of the game and tried to back away as quietly as possible. She stepped lightly, careful not to make a sound. But Noah kept moving toward her. After a few more steps, Helena's back bumped against a tree trunk. No more room to retreat. And Noah was right in front of her. Helena squinted and smiled, thinking, looks like I'm about to get caught. Snap! Just as Noah was about to catch Helena, the sound of a breaking branch echoed from behind her. Noah's sharp ears picked it up instantly, and she turned toward the sound, quickly feeling her way forward. The one who stepped on the branch, of course, was none other than Moon. Naturally, Noah reached out and caught her sister, pulling her into a tight hug before taking off the blindfold. No fair, Noah, you caught me first, I hate it. Though she complained, Moon's heart was full of joy. Noah took off her blindfold, playfully pinching her sister's nose. Well, you're the one who stepped on the branch. Ah, he. Moon wasn't sure why there had been a branch underfoot in the first place. But who cares? If stepping on a branch let her get hugged by her sister, she'd break a steel beam if she had to. Noah, you're amazing, hee Tilda. Moon snuggled against her sister's cheek, her tail swaying happily. Meanwhile, Aurora glanced down at the handful of branches she held, then quietly hid them behind her back. Second sister, remember, there's always someone watching over you from the shadows. (321). Vol 3ch, 20. After the game of blindfolded tag, the little dragon girls continued to play a few other games. Most of them involved some physical interaction. Though Moon was usually known for being a bit lazy and considered the mascot of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, today she was unexpectedly sharp. All because she was determined to guard the tower. She spent half the morning in Noah's arms. Noah even briefly considered that maybe they should just sit down and chat, with her holding Moon and Helena holding Aurora. However, she decided to go along with Moon's playful mood, indulging her in various little games. After lunch, having gotten up early and spent all morning playing, exhaustion and drowsiness started to creep up on Moon. She tried to resist. But she couldn't. In the end, with Leon's gentle coaxing, she went to her room for a nap. Seeing that there was no more fun to be had in the afternoon, Aurora wandered off to her mother's private library to pass the time. Noah and Helena, not needing rest, returned to the sanctuary's back garden, lying on the grass to enjoy the warm, comforting midday sun. Noah. Your sisters seem to like you a lot, Helena said, staring up at the cloudless sky. Her pupils were the same deep blue as the sky above. Yeah, especially Moon. She's been attached to me since she was little. After a brief pause, Noah added, although these past couple of days she's been more clingy than usual. Normally, she's not this intense. Helena smiled and closed her eyes, speaking slowly, but you've accepted all of it without complaint. Noah smiled as well. Of course, she's my sister. You once told me that all your hard work and diligence was so you could protect and care for your sisters, and not disappoint Uncle Leon and Aunt Rossvisser, right? Noah nodded. From what I've seen, you've done a wonderful job so far. Helena continued, your sisters rely on you, and I can see the pride in your parents' eyes when they look at you. Noah, you're really doing amazing. After a short pause, Helena turned her head slightly to look at the girl beside her, her tone shifting. But don't you ever feel tired? Noah blinked, then turned to look at Helena. What? All you do is for others, never for yourself. Doesn't living like that exhaust you? Noah's eyes flickered briefly before she averted her gaze, looking back up at the sky. Haven't we talked about this before, Helena? That was a long time ago. I want to know how you feel about it now, Helena said. Noah pursed her lips, thinking for a moment before replying. Now, well, my answer is still the same as before. No, I don't feel tired. Because my sisters need me, and I don't want to see my mom sad again, nor do I want my dad to leave me. Helena, you say I'm doing everything for others, but that's not entirely true. What I do is for them, yes, but it's also for myself. Looking at Noah's youthful yet determined expression, Helena smiled. She withdrew her gaze, stretching lazily on the ground. That's why I say I'm envious of you. Envious of me for having two sisters. Not just that. Helena smiled at Noah. Now I'm also envious of the sense of responsibility and determination you have. If it were me, I don't think I could do what you're doing. Noah's face turned serious. Don't worry, Helena. Once you reach my age, you'll naturally be able to handle it. The younger sister, talking to her friend, who was 3 years older than her, said this matter-of-factly. Helena burst into giggles and lightly brushed Noah's shoulder with her tail. What are you talking about? I'm older than you. After a bit more chatting, the conversation shifted to Leon and Rossvisser. I saw your uncle and aunt at the parent-child event at the academy last time. They really made quite the impression on me, Helena said. They seem to be very loving, don't they? I guess so. You guess? Noah nodded. Don't you know how they get along in private? Helena asked. Noah's thoughts stirred, and she replied, There's not much to know about a relationship where they blush just from holding hands. Oh, so they're the kind of couple that's polite and respectful. Ha ha ha, not exactly. It's more like they don't seem to know how to date properly, but deep down, they really care about each other. Noah laced her fingers behind her head, recalling the many scenes of her parents bickering. Even though they argue every day and get embarrassed just from holding hands, I think they must really love each other in private. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Aurora. Aurora, big sister, you know I was an accident, right? That makes sense. Couples who don't love each other wouldn't consider having a second child. Helena sighed. Sigh, your house is so lively. I'm really jealous. As a child of a cocoon-born family, I have to say I envy you. Noah turned on her side, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at her blue-haired friend. Has Aunt Claudia really decided not to have another child? Helena shook her head. Mom says one child is enough. Besides, you know how unique our tribe is. Even among the students at the academy, I'm the only one from our clan. The Sea Dragon clan, what happened that caused them to become so isolated? Noah asked. I'm not sure. Mom never really talks about it. Helena stood up, brushing grass off her dress. Anyway, let's not dwell on it. Noah got up too, thinking for a moment before pointing toward the back of the Silver Dragon sanctuary. Let's go. I'll take you to the mountain behind the sanctuary. There's a cherry blossom forest there. Really, let's go, Helena replied excitedly. With Moon eagerly guarding her sister and Aurora offering covert support, the weekend passed pleasantly. On Monday morning, the whole family gathered in the front yard of the sanctuary to see Noah and her friend off as they waited for Leviathan to arrive. Aurora leaned against Leon, sneaking glances at her second sister. Moon was tugging at Noah's tail, whining that she didn't want her to leave and asking if she could take a few days off to stay at home with her. Silly girl, Aurora thought, asking the most diligent one to take time off, you'd have better luck trying to kill her. Moon knew full well that her sister wasn't going to take time off to stay with her. She was just pouting for show. But it had been a while since she had whined like this, and she realized how satisfying it was. A moment later, the massive dragon Leviathan hovered over the sanctuary, its transportation beam descending. Noah pinched her little sister's cheeks. Be good, Moon. I'll come back next weekend, okay? Okay, Tilda. Moon wasn't actually being unreasonable. After snuggling with her sister one last time, she went back to Rosvisser's side, holding her mother's hand. Be careful on your way, Noah, Rosvisser reminded her. I will, Mom. Take care of yourself, Leon added. Yes, Dad. Noah then looked at the youngest sister in her father's arms and smiled. Will you miss me, Aurora? Of course, I'll even dream about you, Aurora replied. Noah laughed, waving to her family. Goodbye, Uncle Leon, Aunt Rosvisser Tilda. Helena politely said her goodbyes as well. Goodbye, Moon. Goodbye, Aurora Tilda. Goodbye, Helena, Aurora responded energetically. Though a bit sad that the fun was over, Aurora was quite satisfied with how the weekend had gone. Moon, holding her mother's hand and fiddling with her dress hem, hesitated for a moment but then politely said, Goodbye, Helena. Over the past 2 days, Moon had come to realize that Helena was a genuinely good person, gentle, honest, and sincere. Rosvisser knew her daughter well, and she was right. Moon rarely harbored feelings of hostility toward anyone. Moon didn't dislike Helena. She didn't resent her either. She just feared that Noah's attention and affection toward her would fade because of Helena's presence. That's why, over the past 2 days, she had made sure to assert her presence in front of Noah, desperate for her sister not to forget about her. As she watched Noah and Helena run toward Leviathan's transportation beam, Moon's gaze grew complicated. The giant dragon slowly lifted off, rising into the sky. Moon stared at the receding figure, and a bold idea suddenly popped into her little head. If I went to the academy too, wouldn't I get to see Noah every day? TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (322) Vol 3ch, 21. Early in the morning, Aurora slowly woke from her sleep. The sound of pages flipping reached her ears. Still half asleep, her little pink head of hair a tangled mess, she barely opened her eyes and turned toward the sound. There, sitting at the desk, was her second sister, Moon, diligently writing in a notebook, surrounded by piles of other books. Aurora also noticed the headband tied around Moon's head with two big characters written on it, "Hard work," followed by a massive exclamation mark. Oh no, seeing Moon studying like this first thing after waking up must mean I'm still dreaming. I'd better go back to sleep. With that, Aurora flopped back onto the bed, eyes closed again. But soon, she sat up once more. Moon was still there, seriously studying. Aurora's eyes widened in realization. When a lazy sister stops being lazy, it means there's fun to be had. Throwing off the covers, Aurora bounced out of bed in her cute pink pajamas, her tail wagging as she approached her second sister. She peeked at the book Moon was studying, a foundational book on magical theory. But it was more academic than practical. Most magical textbooks would teach how to use magic, but the one Moon was reading was more focused on written, theoretical aspects, likely the type of book needed for an upcoming test. Scratching her head, Aurora asked, "Second sister, why the sudden diligence?" Without looking away from her study materials, Moon replied, "The new semester enrollment at St. Heath Academy is in a month. I need to prepare." Huh? But the Academy's Young Dragon curriculum is meant for dragons over 7 years old, so most of the students who apply are around that age. Aurora paused and then thoughtfully added, "Well, big sister doesn't count, she's a prodigy. If Noah could pass the test and stick with it, then I can too." Moon pouted, her hand still scribbling answers as she tackled another lengthy essay question. Over a year ago, Leon had given her some basic magical training, including this kind of theory, so it wasn't entirely new to her. Watching her usually laid-back sister work so hard, Aurora's eyes widened. Moon, who was normally so chill, wouldn't suddenly decide to enroll at St. Heath Academy without a good reason. It wasn't hard to guess the cause. It was probably related to that blue-haired girl, Helena. St. Heath Academy was located deep within dragon territory, far from most clans' lands. Because of this, both the young dragon and adult dragon students stayed at the academy as boarders, only returning home on weekends and during holidays. In other words, during the school term, Noah would spend more time with Helena than with Moon. That's why Moon was so eager to pass the entrance exam. She needed to go to the academy to stick with Noah. But just studying on your own is going to make it really hard to pass the entrance test, isn't it? Aurora pointed out. Big sister told me she asked Dad for help when she was preparing. Moon paused, setting her pen down and turning to look at Aurora. But what if Dad doesn't have time? Aurora blinked, then grinned mischievously. There's no way a daughter-obsessed father would be too busy to help his little girl with her homework. Even if he were stopping the apocalypse, he'd pause it for you. Moon giggled at her younger sister's words. She packed up her books and hopped off the chair. "Well, I'll go find Dad now." With a stack of study materials in hand, Moon dashed toward the door. Seeing her sister shift from lazy to determined, Aurora's mind raced. After a brief brainstorm, she grabbed a few books of her own and hurried after Moon. "Wait for me, second sister." Meanwhile, in the training grounds behind the sanctuary, Leon was practicing with Rosvisser, helping her hone her ability to gather primordial force asterisk. The couple sat facing each other on the ground. Rosvisser extended her hands, palms facing each other. A small, translucent white light began to flicker between them. "You've made great progress compared to a few days ago," Leon commented, looking up at Rosvisser. "Does it feel strenuous?" Rosvisser shook her head. "It's getting easier. I think I'm finally getting the hang of it." "Good, let's take a break. We've been practicing all morning." "Okay." Since Rosvisser was busy during the day, they could only squeeze in time for primordial force practice in the early morning or late at night. After a short rest, they planned to eat breakfast before sending the queen off to her duties. "Let me see your hands," Leon said. "For what?" "To check if they're hurt." "Oh." Rosvisser obediently held out her hands. Leon gently took them in his, feeling the coolness of her delicate skin. Your hands are so small, Your Majesty. Let's compare. Rosvisser glanced at him, catching his playful intent. She pursed her lips. Does this man really think I can't see through him? How childish. Sure, let's compare, she replied. She held her palm up to his. As expected, Leon slid his fingers between hers, locking them together tightly. Your hands are so cold, Your Majesty. Let me warm them up for you, the dragon-slaying hero said, full of righteous determination. The queen raised her well-shaped eyebrows, smiling slyly. Well, thank you for that. You're welcome, Your Majesty. As your prisoner, it's my duty. Is that so? My other hand's cold too. Care to warm it up as well? I'd be honored, Your Majesty. Rosvisser slowly extended her other hand, but just as Leon moved to take it, she suddenly grabbed his collar, pulling him face to face. Leon tilted his head slightly, his nose brushing against her elegant chin. Her warm breath, sweet with a faint fragrance, caressed his cheek. If you want to hold my hand, just say so, darling Tilda. And if I say it, will you let me hold it? No. Just like I care, I'm holding it now, aren't I? You're not shaking me off. As if holding hands could bind the mighty queen of the Silver Dragons. If she really wanted to pull away, she wouldn't be wasting her time flirting with her pretend husband like this. Rosvisser was perfectly happy to spend her time playing this little husband and wife game with Leon. There were less than 10 minutes left before breakfast. The couple gazed into each other's eyes, hands tightly entwined, their body heat mingling. His black eyes met her silver ones, full of shared longing and affection. The next moment they both leaned in, lips drawing closer. Dad, Mom. Ahem, cough, cough, cough. Their hands, which had been glued together just a second ago, instantly shot apart. The couple quickly pulled away from each other, acting as though nothing had happened. Oh, Moon, Aurora, good morning. Leon rubbed his palms together and stood up. Why are you up so early today? Second sister has something to ask you, Aurora said. She was about to continue when she noticed her mother's flushed face and her father's awkward expression. She asked innocently, Dad, Mom, what were you just doing? Nothing at all. Nothing, then why are you blushing? We were, exercising, yeah, we were doing our morning workout. Aurora nodded slowly, dragging out an ooh as she processed their excuse. So you said Moon had something to ask me? Leon crouched down and gently took Moon's hand. What is it, Moon? Dad, I want you to help me with my homework. I'm going to take the entrance exam for St. Heath Academy in a month, Moon said earnestly. Leon was a bit surprised by her request. Instead of answering right away, he turned to Rosvisser, who seemed just as surprised. She stepped forward and asked, Why do you suddenly want to go to school, Moon? Because I want to spend more time with my sister. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. Is that so? You're really attached to Noah, aren't you? Is it okay, Mom? I promise I'll study hard. Seeing the determination in their daughter's eyes, the couple exchanged glances. Leon then nodded. All right, no problem. Dad will help you with your homework. It's going to be tough, though. That's okay, Dad, I'll stick with it, Moon said confidently. Leon had no doubt his daughter would follow through. Dad, Aurora tugged on Leon's sleeve. What is it, Aurora? I want to try too. And what's your reason? Leon asked, curious. To study hard, improve every day, and grow up to be a dragon who's useful to the Silver Dragon clan, Aurora declared, pounding her chest with determination. Leon eyed his youngest daughter suspiciously. He wasn't buying it. Sweetie, are you sure you're not just applying so you can go to school and watch the fun? $323. Vol 3ch, 22. Leon couldn't refuse when his daughters expressed their desire to learn more and apply to St. Heath Academy. However, hearing their reasons for enrollment reminded General Leon of when Noah, at the mature age of 1 year and 2 months, applied to St. Heath Academy with the rather bizarre reason: to defeat more dragon slayers. That had nearly killed him with laughter. Now, Leon couldn't help but wonder if, once his 3 daughters graduated from the academy, they'd hand him in as their graduation project. Well, in any case, since Moon and Aurora had made up their minds, Leon would, of course, do everything in his power to help them. The next entrance test for St. Heath Academy was a month away, just like when Noah applied. Leon felt confident that both daughters would pass the test with flying colors. Noah was incredibly talented, and neither Moon nor Aurora lacked in ability. Though Moon had a laid-back attitude most of the time, it was only because she'd already learned what she needed to. Leon wasn't the type of parent to push his children too hard with, "Why don't you study ahead since you've already mastered this? Stop playing around." After all, too much pressure often backfired. As for Aurora, there was nothing to worry about. With her innate scientific mind, studying came as naturally to her as breathing, simple and essential to her daily life. Given her potential to one day reverse engineer space magic on her own, her academic future was bright. Plus, Leon already had experience tutoring Noah, so helping his daughters pass the entrance exam this time would be a piece of cake. Piece of cake indeed, easy as pie. While that all sounds pretty simple, aren't you forgetting something? Later that evening, after hearing Leon's optimistic plan, Rossvisser posed the question. What am I forgetting? St. Heath Academy places great importance on family education. So, in addition to testing the young dragons, they also assess the parents. Rossvisser, dressed in a thin silk nightgown, lounged lazily on the living room sofa with her long legs crossed. Remember when Noah applied, we had to take that compatibility test. Leon froze in realization. The Dragon Queen was right. St. Heath Academy did have such a rule. He recalled that when Noah applied, he and Rossvisser were still unfamiliar with each other, so they'd had to stay up all night playing Truth or Dare to get to know each other better. It was during those nights they realized that, at least in terms of appearance, they both checked each other's boxes. That wasn't the point. The point was, we've already taken that test when Noah applied. Do we really have to take it again? Leon asked. Rossvisser nodded. If a dragon family has 2 children taking the Academy's test, and the time between their tests is less than a year, the parents don't have to retake the compatibility test. But if it's more than a year, the parents have to take it again. Leon raised an eyebrow. That's an odd rule. It makes sense. Even though dragons have long lifespans, a lot can happen in a year. Those events could change a person or even a marriage, don't you think? As Rossvisser explained, Leon thought it over. It made sense. A year wasn't particularly long, but in certain circumstances, it was enough to change a relationship, whether for better or worse. So the Academy's rule wasn't unreasonable after all. It's been 2 years since Noah enrolled, so we'll definitely have to take the compatibility test again. Rossvisser spoke slowly, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she looked at her pretend husband by the bed. So, Leon, how about another round of truth-telling? 2 years had passed. Back then, they were like fire and ice, barely tolerating each other for the sake of their daughter. If it weren't for Noah, they might have fought each other tooth and nail. But now, after 2 years, sure, they still fought, mostly in bed. And one of those fights had unexpectedly resulted in another daughter. Where was the justice in that? Rossvisser felt it was quite necessary to have another round of truth-telling. Leon felt the same way. Besides, there weren't many chances to hear Rossvisser speak candidly without her usual bravado. He had to cherish this moment. All right, let's do it. Wait a minute. Rossvisser lowered her long legs, got up from the sofa, and walked toward the storage room, her dragon wing slippers making a soft sound. We still have a month before the test, so we can take our time with the truth-telling. So, here it is. When she returned, she held a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. So, how about we drink while we talk? What do you think? Rossvisser smiled, waving the wine glasses. Leon pursed his lips, feeling a bit nervous. He remembered the last time she had gotten him drunk. She had easily pried open his heart and forced him to confess with his first direct declaration, "Melkve, I like you." Now she was trying to get him drunk again. No way. "No thanks, I'm not feeling well. I can't drink," Leon made up an excuse. "Not feeling well? Then you should drink more." Rossvisser took his hand and led him toward the balcony. Dragon wine is different from human wine. How's it different? Our wine heals you. It's perfect for whatever's ailing you, Rosvisser said, as serious as could be. Leon forced a smile. Then when I retire, I'll smuggle dragon wine between the Empire and the Silver Dragon clan. I could make a fortune. The couple arrived at the small table on the balcony. Rosvisser set the glasses on either side and uncorked the wine with an asterisk pop, pouring it into the glasses. You're not going to open a farm after you retire. After pouring, Rosvisser sat down, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at Leon, her silver lashes fluttering. I was hoping you'd teach me how to ride a horse. I never said I'd run the farm with you, Leon muttered. Oh, so the wife who's not too beautiful or too plain, you plan to marry isn't me? Rosvisser pretended to sound disappointed. Leon reflexively denied, blurting out, Of course not. Rosvisser froze, her smile faltering. She lowered her eyes, her voice quiet. Oh, I see. Leon panicked, glancing at her. She seemed genuinely upset. His heart raced as he tried to think of something to say. He knew the conversation had been light-hearted banter between a couple, but his careless words, of course not, hadn't gone through his brain. In the past, when their relationship hadn't been as close, such words wouldn't have mattered. But now, things were different. They were at a stage where certain words carried much more weight. He couldn't just let this hang in the air. Because you're too beautiful, Leon said quickly. You're so beautiful that you completely exceed my standards. He anxiously watched her reaction. Sure enough, women are auditory creatures, and dragon queens were no exception. Rosvisser suppressed a smile, teasing, Oh, so now being too beautiful is my fault. Then why don't you find someone less beautiful and stop bothering me? No way. Who'd want someone less beautiful when they can have someone like you? Leon grinned, pulling out a chair to sit beside her. As the saying goes, how can a woman protected by a lion fall for a dog? The queen raised her eyebrow, resting her chin in her hand. And how can a man blessed by an angel settle for less? General Leon had once again pulled out a perfectly tailored line. Who blessed you, dummy? Don't make things up. Rosvisser, except when she was jealous, was easy to appease. Once given an out, she'd let it go, and Leon was silently grateful. Though, unbeknownst to him, only he had the privilege to make peace with her so easily. Anyone else, dream on. The brief interruption over, Rosvisser slowly raised her wine glass. Now, let's begin our truth-telling game, shall we? Leon glanced down at the red wine. It seemed there would be no escaping the wine tonight. All right, let's do it. After a pause, Leon added, but this time you can't force me to say weird things. Rosvisser smiled sweetly. All right, I won't force you. Cheers, Tilda. She raised her glass toward him. Leon picked up his glass and clinked it gently against hers. After the toast, they each took a sip. The wine was rich and full-bodied. Even though Leon didn't drink often, he could tell this was one of her finest vintages. First question. Rosvisser turned to face Leon, leaning her arm on the table, her other hand supporting her delicate face. Her silver hair fell softly around her as her bright eyes locked on the man in front of her. In the past 2 years, have you fallen in love with someone? Whoa, starting off with such a loaded question. Leon looked down at his wine glass, wondering if it had somehow turned into a liquid version of a truth serum. How else could a question have this much power? Didn't we agree you wouldn't force me to say weird things? I'm not forcing you. I'm just asking if you've fallen in love with someone. Rosvisser had a point. I didn't say who. Why are you so flustered? Leon was speechless. All right, fine, you win. What can I do but give in? Blushing, Leon lowered his head, staring at the floor of the balcony. He muttered, yes. Louder, I didn't hear you. Yes. Yes what? Say the whole sentence. In the past 2 years, I have fallen in love with someone. Rosvisser smiled, satisfied. That's a tough one. I wonder who that someone could be, Tilda. Haha, Your Majesty, you're so funny, Leon thought to himself. Your turn to ask, Rosvisser said generously. All right, what about you? Have you fallen in love with someone? Leon returned the question. Rosvisser seemed to have anticipated this. She calmly took another sip of wine before softly replying, What do you think? Her alcohol tolerance was always good, but she blushed easily. After one sip, a rosy hue spread across her fair cheeks. Rosvisser gazed at Leon with half-lidded eyes, her silver irises sparkling with mischief and warmth. Her intense stare made Leon feel hot and uncomfortable. He quickly looked away, awkwardly replying, "H, how should I know if you've fallen in love with someone?" "You know, you definitely know, now say it." "Say what?" "Say whether or not I've fallen in love with someone." Wait. Wasn't he supposed to be asking her questions? Why did she expect him to answer his own question? "Come on, Rosvisser, be reasonable. I asked you." "I don't care, I just want to hear you say it." Rosvisser had perfected the art of playful defiance. "Have I fallen in love with someone, Leon?" Hey. This was so awkward. If he said no, Rosvisser would flip the table and start a fight. But if he said yes, the identity of someone would be painfully obvious. And honestly, this kind of answer was so embarrassing. "Well, have I fallen in love with you? I mean someone." Rosvisser nearly slipped, accidentally revealing her true feelings. She giggled, correcting herself. Leon sighed, unable to win against her. He nodded. "Yes, Rosvisser, in these 2 years, you've fallen in love with someone. Satisfied." HMPH, next question. Compatibility test, truth game. It was all just part of their playful romance. 324. Vol 3CH, 23. After tutoring Moon and Aurora for a few days, things went exactly as Leon had expected. His daughters loved learning, and their old father enjoyed teaching. With both sides working toward the same goal, their progress was incredibly fast. The two little dragon girls became each other's study partners, which created a subtle sense of competition. Given how close the two sisters were, it wasn't that they needed to surpass or outdo one another. Rather, it was this slight competitive edge that helped improve their efficiency in everything they did. When Noah had been studying alone, relying on her astonishing talent and innate scroll king physique asterisk, she passed the St. Heath Academy exam with the highest score after only a month of preparation. Now with Moon and Aurora, Leon was confident they would achieve equally impressive results. Of course, even if their final scores were average, Leon wouldn't blame them or be dissatisfied. After all, the Melkve family was built on love and harmony, excluding me and that dragoness, of course. The father and daughters continued their work steadily and methodically. That weekend, Noah came home for a break. This time, however, she didn't bring any friends along. During dinner, Rosvisser brought up the idea of visiting Isha. "Are we going to Aunt Isha's house?" Moon asked, her pretty eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, your Aunt Isha said in her letter that she misses you all very much," Rosvisser replied. "Yay, Tilda, we're going to Aunt Isha's," Moon cheered. Although Isha didn't have children of her own, she absolutely adored her sister's 3 little dragon daughters. Naturally, the children responded enthusiastically to their aunt's love, and every time they heard they were visiting her, they would be overjoyed. But was Aunt Isha's place involved in some conflict recently? Noah asked with a hint of concern amidst her excitement. "It's fine now. Aunt Isha's home is stable again," Rosvisser assured her. "We can visit her safely." Noah nodded. "Okay." Moon blinked, as if she just remembered something, and asked, "Mom, don't we need to submit a family photo for the entrance exams?" Hearing that, Rosvisser recalled that St. Heath Academy, indeed, had such a requirement. "That's right, but there's no rush. We can take it in a few days," Rosvisser said. Moon thought for a moment, then suggested, "Why don't we take the family photo when we visit Aunt Isha? We could include her in it." It was a good idea. Rosvisser glanced sideways at Leon. Leon gave a slight nod, indicating that he had no problem with it. By now, Leon had no resistance to the idea of taking photos. After all, having survived holding hands with a dragon, kissing a dragon, and having kids with a dragon, what's left to fear about taking a picture with a dragon? "I'm the hero of the dragon clan. What's this compared to that?" "Seriously." "All right, we'll take the photo with Aunt Isha when we visit Sky City." Yay, Tilda. After dinner, Leon and Rosvisser returned to their room. Rosvisser headed straight to the study, pulling out a photo from the desk drawer. Leon followed her, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. "What's that?" Rossvisser flipped the photo toward him and said, "Our first family photo." Leon squinted slightly, studying the image. The photo had been well preserved, not yellowed, though it showed signs of age. In the picture were him, Rossvisser, Noah, and Moon, just the four of them. However, of the four faces, three looked incredibly stern. Back then, his relationship with Rossvisser had been terrible, held together only by their daughters, barely sustaining their fragile bond. As for Noah, she was still harboring deep resentment toward him at the time, and even hugging her required permission. If it hadn't been for the entrance exams, there was no way the three of them would have appeared in the same photo together. Leon walked over, took the photo from Rossvisser's hand, and examined it closely. It's only been 2 years, but Noah and Moon have changed so much. At the time, the two girls had been at that adorable, petite stage, their small forms perfect for hugging. Now, 2 years later, they had both grown significantly taller. Such rapid growth was something human children couldn't achieve. Dragon children develop very quickly. By the time they're around 11 or 12, their physical growth will be complete, and they'll enter the second stage of internal development, Rossvisser explained. Internal development. Yes, things like strengthening their bones, meridians, organs, and magical circuits. The second stage of development will be complete around the age of 20, at which point their bodies will be strong enough to support their dragon transformation. Dragon transformation. Leon remembered his trip to the future. Noah and the others had been around 20 years old then, and even future Aurora mentioned she had only recently learned how to transform into a dragon, though she couldn't fly for long. How nice, born for 20 years and already able to grow wings and fly everywhere. Meanwhile, General Leon at 20 had still been roughing it in harsh battlefields with Rebecca and Martin, surviving on whatever they could find. Rossvisser came over and stood beside him, looking at the first family photo with him. After a moment, Rossvisser asked, "What were you thinking at that moment?" "I mean, when we took this photo, what were you thinking?" "I was thinking about you, my dear wife." Rossvisser rolled her eyes and gently elbowed his chest. "Stop being so slick, I'm serious." Leon thought back to that moment and replied, "I was probably thinking, how much longer do we need to keep up this fake family? I just wanted it all to be over soon." Hearing his answer, the Queen's pupils flickered slightly. She wasn't the type to dwell on the past or get angry over old issues. But Leon's response made her feel somewhat sentimental. It made her reflect on how far they had come, how the man who had once been a prisoner forced to stay now had become an irreplaceable part of their family. Rossvisser lowered her silver gaze, a slight smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Noticing her expression, Leon raised an eyebrow. "What are you smiling at?" I'm not smiling." Rossvisser quickly reverted to her usual icy demeanor. Leon snorted and asked, "What about you? What were you thinking back then?" "I was thinking about how to torture you." "Yeah, that fits the image I have of you, Dragoness." Rossvisser chuckled playfully, giving his chest a light punch, then returned the photo to the drawer. Turning around, she leaned casually against the edge of the desk, looking at Leon as she asked, "So, when did you start to change your mind?" "When, Leon pondered for a moment before answering. It was probably after Constantine's invasion. Old Constantine, sent by the Empire, had come to the Silver Dragon clan to kill Leon. But to his surprise, it was a one-way trip, like an old lady swinging on a swing with no chance of coming back. After taking care of Constantine, Leon returned to the Empire to clean house. It was that journey to the Empire that made both him and Rossvisser realize how much they needed each other. So saying that his mindset shifted after Constantine's invasion wasn't inaccurate at all. Rossvisser's situation was much the same as his. "Oh, so it was that late." Rossvisser tilted her head and smiled. "Late? When did you think it was?" The Queen smiled seductively, her hand lightly hooking onto Leon's collar as she pulled him toward her. Looking into Leon's deep black eyes, she softly whispered, "I thought it happened much earlier. After all, this means you've been conquered by your queen, great hero Cosmod." Leon lowered his gaze to her slender hand gripping his collar. Then, lifting his hand, he gently clasped her delicate wrist. Changing my mind means I've been conquered by you. What else could it mean? Even with her wrist in his grasp, Rosvisser still playfully ran her nails along Leon's cheek. You're wrong, Rosvisser. The reason my mind changed is because I've already conquered you. He let go of her wrist and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Their black and silver eyes locked, sparks of unspoken tension flying between them. By all logic, this level of flirting should have led to a kiss, some caresses, and then the two of them heading to the bedroom to do what married couples do. However, Rosvisser put the brakes on at just the right moment. We have to get up early tomorrow to visit my sister, so no shenanigans tonight, she said, gently pushing Leon away, though the smile never left her face. Leon scratched his head. Luckily, their dragon marks didn't light up. Otherwise, there's no way the night would have ended with just her words. The queen tilted her head, her silver hair cascading down as she teased. So, if you changed your mind after Constantine's invasion, should we thank him? Leon shrugged. His one remaining head disappeared without a trace, and there's not even a shrine to honor him. How should we thank him? Rosvisser covered her mouth, laughing softly. What if his surviving clan members used some kind of dark magic to bring him back as a super zombie dragon? What would you do then? What would I do? If I killed him once, I can kill him again. When it came to slaying dragons, General Leon had never hesitated. I'd stand on his zombie head and tell him, winning the comeback match means nothing. You've got to take the championship to truly matter. (325) Vol 3ch, 24. The next day, Leon and his family of 5 set out for the Red Dragon clan. Even on the borders of the Red Dragon territory, the scars of war remained visible. However, compared to the Silver Dragon clan situation a few months ago, this was a much better sight. Leon had a pretty good idea why Isha's tribe had been attacked and harassed. Since the Empire had been collaborating with parts of the dragon clans for quite some time, it was only natural that they'd gathered a good deal of intelligence about the Silver Dragon clan. And that, of course, included the bloodline connection between Rosvisser and Isha. So, while the Empire and the Dragon clans sought to exterminate the Silver Dragon clan, they also needed to guard against Isha's potential support. But since Isha wasn't their primary target, fully conquering Red Dragon territory would have required considerable resources. Thus, the Empire and the Dragons' strategy against Isha was to strike just enough to keep her occupied, preventing her from aiding the Silver Dragon clan. In fact, this tactic had proven quite effective, exactly the sort of thing Leon had come to expect from the Empire. But no plan ever goes perfectly, and who could have predicted that General Leon, missing for 6 months, would suddenly descend from the heavens and turn the tide of battle? If the Empire's grand game of chess was all about controlling the board, then Leon, deemed an unforeseen piece, was bound to do something completely unexpected. Otherwise, he wouldn't deserve the title. Crossing the border of Red Dragon territory, it didn't take long for the family of 5 to reach Isha's sanctuary. The massive Silver Dragon descended slowly into the courtyard. Having sent a letter the day before through a message dragon, Isha and her maids were already waiting for them. Once they landed, Rosvisser transformed into her human form. Isha, lifting the hem of her gown, hurried down the stairs to greet her sister. The two sisters, having been apart for months, ran to each other and embraced tightly. Leon stood a little ways back with his daughters, quietly observing the reunion between the two sisters. He remembered what the Empire's dragon scholars had said, that dragons don't really value blood relations all that much. After all, in their 1,000-year lifespans, any feelings or bonds would eventually wither away like flowers. However, ever since he married Rosvisser, she and her Melkve family had consistently shattered his preconceived notions about dragons. He wasn't sure if the Melkve family's emphasis on familial ties was common among dragons. But he didn't think it was a bad thing. At the very least, once all the chaos settled down, he and Rosvisser could still go through the normal motions of meeting the family. After some brief conversation, Isha's gaze drifted over Rosvicer's shoulder to settle on Leon and the three little ones. "Darlings, Auntie has missed you so much. Tilda, come here and let Auntie give you a hug." With that, Isha quickly walked over to them, picking up her nieces one by one, starting with the eldest. First was Noah. "My, Noah's gotten so much taller. Auntie can barely lift you anymore. Now let Auntie give you a kiss, moo-wah Tilda." Auntie didn't give Noah any chance to respond, planting a firm kiss on her cheek, leaving behind a bright lipstick mark. This left Noah wondering if Auntie just really enjoyed kissing her. After leaving a bold lip print on Noah's face, it was Moon's turn. "Ah, my little Moon, come let Auntie hug you and a kiss too, moo-wah Tilda." The kisses didn't feel much like affectionate pecks between aunt and niece, but more like Auntie was marking her territory. When it was Aurora's turn, who looked so much like her, Isha couldn't contain her affection any longer. She had at least said a few words to the other two, but with Aurora, she went straight in for a kiss. However, after kissing her, Isha noticed that the lipstick mark wasn't as bright. It seemed that kissing Noah and Moon had used up most of the lipstick. "Let Auntie touch up her lipstick and give you another kiss." With that, Isha waved her hand, and one of the maids immediately handed her a fresh lipstick. Isha applied a new coat, then gave Aurora another kiss, this time leaving a bold, red imprint on her cheek. Satisfied, she rubbed Aurora's chubby little cheeks and asked, "Did you miss Auntie, Aurora?" "I did." Despite being on the verge of being kissed into oblivion, Aurora still managed to respond to her aunt. Watching Isha's smooth routine, Leon couldn't help but think to himself, "You even had lipstick prepared in advance. You really just wanted to kiss your three nieces, didn't you?" After finishing with Aurora, Isha held her in her arms and finally turned to Leon. "Long time no see, brother-in-law." "You too, sister." "You're looking a bit tired, though. Have you been overworking yourself?" "Ah, no, not really. It's probably from staying up too late." Leon's inner thoughts. "Sister, if you had 2 dragon marks etched into your body, you'd probably look worse than me." Isha nodded knowingly, then said meaningfully, "Take care of your health, brother-in-law." "Got it, sister." Isha smiled. "Come on, let's head inside." The group entered the Red Dragon Sanctuary. In the sitting room, the maids had already prepared tea and pastries. "Dinner won't be ready for a while, so let's chat for now," Isha said, gesturing for Rosvicer and Leon to sit down with her. Leon and Rosvicer sat together on a large sofa. Seeing this, Isha raised an eyebrow. She remembered that the last time they visited, the couple hadn't been nearly this close. Back then, they had practically sat in different rooms. Now, without even asking, they were sitting right next to each other. Tusk, 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 sure enough, after having their second child, their relationship had improved a lot. Well, in order to keep the Melkve family this harmonious and loving, they should really have a few more children, Isha thought to herself. "Auntie, hug." Aurora's voice interrupted Isha's thoughts of increasing her sister's offspring. She looked down at the little pink-haired girl by her legs, bent down, and lifted her onto her lap. After pinching her niece's cheeks and giving her a few affectionate pecks, Isha glanced over at Rosvicer. "Have you gathered all your people back?" "Everyone was called back a while ago," Rosvicer said. "What surprised me the most was that no one had abandoned the Silver Dragon clan. No matter how far away they were, once they heard the call, they all returned." Isha smiled. "That just shows what a great queen you are. Everyone's willing to follow you." Rosvicer nodded modestly. "You flatter me, sister." Isha wanted to ask more, but her gaze fell on the pendant necklace hanging around Rosvicer's neck. "That necklace is lovely. Was it a gift from your husband?" "Oh, this? No, Grandma sent it to me a while back as a belated wedding gift. She insisted I wear it all the time." Isha raised an elegant eyebrow. "Why?" "Apparently, it's made from a special magical material that helps prevent skin aging, or something like that." Isha chuckled. "You're only in your 200s, my dear sister. Why are you already worrying about your skin?" Rosvicer gave a helpless smile. "I know, but since it was Grandma's advice, I figured I should follow it." "True, besides it does look good on you." Isha added, "Speaking of Grandma, she wrote to me recently, saying she would visit soon." "Oh, really?" Principal Alit told me Grandma would return later. By the way, Grandma had Principal Alit deliver the necklace. As a fellow St. Heath Academy graduate, Isha naturally knew Principal Alit. Grandma knows the principal, how come I never knew that? Isha thought for a moment, but couldn't recall any interaction between them. They apparently became acquainted during some investigation project in the far north, Rosvisser explained. Investigation? Investigating what? Rosvisser shook her head. I'm not sure. It seemed like both Grandma and the principal were deliberately keeping it under wraps, so I didn't ask further. Isha nodded thoughtfully, then decided to change the subject. Her attention turned to Leon, who was currently trying to style Moon's hair into pigtails. Brother-in-law, I heard you've made quite a spectacle of yourself recently. Leon, putting down his daughter's hair, looked up. What? Coming from the heavens and killing 6 dragon kings in one blow? That's quite the legend, even in dragon history. Isha smiled. Did the power of love and justice give you strength again this time? The story of Leon's 10-second 6 dragon slaughter had already spread as far as St. Heath Academy, so it wasn't surprising Isha had heard of it too. Leon scratched his forehead awkwardly, then straightened up, his expression suddenly serious. Yes, to protect the woman I love, I would sacrifice everything, even my life too. Ah, enough. Save the sweet talk for when you two are alone. Your single sister here can't handle hearing this kind of stuff. Her brother-in-law was truly a man of extremes. On the battlefield, he could slay 6 dragons in 10 seconds, astonishing everyone. Yet off the battlefield, he could spout sweet nothings so saccharine they were almost nauseating. But judging by her sister's reaction, she seemed to eat it all up. Sigh. Married women, huh? Just as she was lamenting, Rosvisser chimed in. Sister, you're at the age where you should think about finding someone. Me, I'm in no rush. Isha chuckled, kissing Aurora's cheek again. I still have my adorable nieces. Whether it's marriage or raising the next generation, I'm not in any hurry. Right, Aurora? Aurora, wrapped in her aunt's pleasant perfume, snuggled into her cheek. Rosvisser blinked, a sudden idea sparking in her mind. By the way, sister, do you have time tomorrow? I do. Why? Moon and Aurora are planning to take the entrance exam for St. Heath Academy next month, and they need a family photo. Rosvisser explained, we thought we could take a family photo and include you as well if you're free. Oh, that's a great idea. Aurora is over a year old now, and we haven't taken a family photo together. Isha smiled. Even though Grandma said she'd be back soon, she didn't give an exact date. It'd be a shame to miss the exam because of that. Exactly. We can take another one when Grandma returns. Sounds good, let's do it tomorrow. As the night deepened, the Melkveh family discussed their plans for the trip to Sky City. Little did they know, a soul, returned from the dead, was quietly approaching. (326). Vol 3ch, 25. That evening, after arranging guest rooms for the little dragon girls, Isha led Leon and Rosvisser to another room. As soon as the door opened, a soft, lingering fragrance wafted through the air. Leon and Rosvisser stood at the entrance, taking in the room's setup. A wide, soft waterbed, a bathtub filled with rose petals but no drainage, and a cabinet that seemed stuffed with various accessories. It was like a replay of their last visit, a classic scene all over again. Sister, did you set this room up just like last time? Rosvisser asked. The first time she brought Leon to visit Isha, her dear sister had arranged a special room for them, with quite the spicy setup. And it seemed that no sooner had the war ended, her sister was already eager to recreate it. Next time, maybe I should bring a tent or something, Rosvisser thought to herself. Nope, Isha replied. Then what's this? Rosvisser asked, a bit puzzled. Since you left last time, I haven't touched this room at all. Even during the most intense days of the war, I kept it exactly as it was. Isha crossed her arms, a sly smile spreading across her face. From your reactions last time, it seemed like you really enjoyed the room's amenities, so I figured I'd keep it just the way it was. The couple exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they could see one word: speechless. Though their relationship had improved a lot since their last visit, and they were definitely past the stage of only holding hands in bed, neither of them was quite ready for a waterbed, especially one accompanied by the collection of toys in the cabinet. The whole room gave Leon and Rosvisser a clear feeling, perfectly summed up in 2 words. Sensual tension. The kind of tension that buzzed with anticipation, flirtation, and all the things that happen between men and women. All right then, I wish the 2 of you a wonderful evening. Good night, Tilda. Before they knew it, Isha had slipped to the doorway, bidding them good night as she slowly closed the door. Rosvisser opened her mouth to say something, but the sound of the door closing with a thud made her swallow her words. Turning back toward the room, she saw that Leon was already at the edge of the waterbed. He pressed down on the bed, causing it to ripple slightly. Not bad, pretty much like last time. Oh, it sounds like you remember last time quite well, Rosvisser teased. Of course. Rosvisser was caught off guard. She hadn't expected him to admit it so easily without any banter. But as it turned out, she hadn't quite mastered predicting all of Leon's next moves. What I remember best is you getting scared by a spider and jumping into my arms. Rosvisser. Leon ignored the dragoness's eye roll and looked up at the ceiling above the waterbed. There didn't seem to be any little traps this time. He remembered that when they'd left last time, Leon had gotten revenge by placing a toy spider near the door, just to spook Isha. Judging by the lack of small pranks this time, it seemed his plan had worked. Not that he ever told Rosvisser about it. Letting her think he was some sort of overprotective husband would have been a disaster. Who was being protective? Certainly not me. Satisfied that there were no tricks lying in wait, Leon turned his attention to the cabinet. As soon as he opened the door, the scent of adventure practically hit him in the face. Small whips, low-temperature candles, handcuffs, red ropes, some kind of ball. Your sister really knows her stuff, Leon couldn't help but remark. It seems there's even more here than last time. Rosvisser came over and glanced at the array of toys. She probably read some strange books again during this time. Oh, you dragons have books dedicated to this kind of stuff. What do you mean, you dragons? Don't humans have them too? Ahaha, of course we do. Apparently, spicing things up was a universal experience, no matter the species. So, my dear wife, Leon said, holding a whip in one hand and a candle in the other. Which one would you prefer tonight, the whip or the candle? Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. Prefer? Please, if anyone's using these, it'll be me using them on you. Why is that? General Leon clearly objected. Because I'm the queen. So. A queen with a whip, isn't that perfectly normal? Leon's mouth twisted into an exaggerated pout. He threw the whip and the candle back into the cabinet, shutting the door. Fine, no one gets to play. Rosvisser chuckled. No play, then. It's not like I need a whip to put you in your place. Leon raised an eyebrow. And what exactly do you plan to use? Ow, damn it. Before he could finish, her long silver tail whipped across his backside. With a teasing smile, Rosvisser tilted her head. I'll use your favorite, my tail, darling Tilda. Leon glared at her and grabbed her tail by its tip. Rosvisser hadn't expected that. The moment he grabbed her tail, her body softened, and she uncontrollably fell into his arms. Speaking of tails, little dragoness, why don't you let me take a look at that dragon mark of yours? Leon teased. Rosvisser lightly pushed against his chest, but with her tail caught, she couldn't muster much strength, making her resistance seem more like a playful squirm. Her face flushed as she whispered, All right, enough, we're at my sister's house. Let's wait until we're back home. Though both were clearly tempted, they had enough sense to know not to get carried away at a family member's place. Even if Isha had set everything up for them, it was obvious she did it more for the fun of watching them squirm. Leon released her tail obediently, so, a bath and bed. They headed to the bathroom, where, to their surprise, the bathtub wasn't clogged this time. It could actually drain. Though the rose petals floating in it still gave it a rather seductive vibe. Last time you said you wanted to take a rose petal bath with me. Looks like your sister really knows you well. She got everything ready for us, Leon said. Rosvisser reached out, rolling up her sleeve, and gently swirled the water with her fingers, pushing the petals aside. The temperature's just right, but if you want to bathe with me, there's one condition. What's that? When we get home, I'm using the whip. Keep dreaming. Leon waved her off and left the bathroom. While the two of them had a lot of variety in their play, they usually only bathed together after certain activities. The reason was simple: if they bathed together before asterisk, well, let's just say things usually escalated quickly. After he left, Rosvisser chuckled to herself and pulled the shower curtain closed, preparing to undress and start her bath. However, before she could loosen the laces of her dress, she noticed ripples forming in the water, breaking the otherwise calm surface. Her brows furrowed as she leaned in closer, watching the water carefully. Sure enough, the ripples spread outward from the center, pushing the rose petals toward the edges of the tub. What's going on? As soon as the words left her mouth, a loud explosion echoed from outside the Red Dragon Sanctuary. The water in the bathtub trembled violently. A second later, Leon burst into the bathroom, speaking quickly. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. What happened outside?" Leon shook his head. "I'm not sure. Let's check on the girls first." "All right." The two hurried to their daughter's room. The little dragon girls had been awakened by the sudden noise. Noah held Moon in her arms, while Leon bent down to pick up Aurora. "What happened, Dad?" Noah asked. "I don't know, but it's probably nothing good." Leon walked over to the window and peered outside. He saw a blinding pillar of fire rising from beyond the sanctuary walls. And through the flames, a towering figure slowly emerged. The crimson glow reflected in Leon's eyes as he recognized the figure, more specifically, the head. Constantine. (327). Vol 3ch, 26. The peaceful night was shattered by fire and chaos. The Red Dragon Clan's guards were the first to move, rushing to intercept the suddenly appearing enemy. Is that a Dragon King, or something else entirely?" one guard asked, staring at the massive figure before them. The reason for such confusion was simple. The creature attacking the Red Dragon Sanctuary looked bizarre beyond belief. It displayed traits of multiple S-rank, or even SS-rank dangerous beasts. Steel mammoth, armored war rhino, lava three-headed serpent, and more. These were just the most obvious features, visible at first glance. The rest of its body was so grotesquely complex that it defied identification. But the creature's head was unmistakable, and it was the reason the first guard thought of it as a Dragon King. It had the head of a dragon. A massive, dark red dragon head, as if glued onto this patchwork body. Those fearsome dragon eyes glared down at the ground, and with each step, fire spread around its feet. It's the Crimson Flame Dragon King's head. Another guard recognized it immediately. The Crimson Flame Dragon King, but wasn't he slain by Prince Leon a long time ago? How could he? Boom! Before they could finish expressing their disbelief, the newly reborn Constantine launched his attack. With the steel mammoth's enormous body, even a simple stomp caused the earth to tremble. The guards, realizing the danger, quickly spread their wings, taking to the skies to face him from above. They had already observed that this stitched-together monstrosity, while filled with dangerous beast characteristics, notably lacked wings. This meant it couldn't fly. Thus, attacking from the air was the best option. The Red Dragon guards simultaneously unleashed their dragon flames upon Constantine. But even as fireballs rained down on its body, they caused no damage. "It's the steel mammoth's body, isn't it? Its defense is insane," one of the guards muttered, wiping away cold sweat. The steel mammoth was an SS-rank dangerous beast. Even the Dragon Clan feared hunting such creatures lightly. Its defense was on par with that of a Dragon King. Even without consciously defending itself, Constantine remained unfazed by the guards' attacks. He continued his relentless march toward the Red Dragon Sanctuary. It seemed the sanctuary was his true target tonight. The guards continued their efforts to halt his progress, but it was all in vain. More and more guards gathered, and the glow of dragon flames lit up the night sky. Yet nothing could stop Constantine's advance. Meanwhile, atop a distant hill, Scott stood beside a dragon, silently watching the scene unfold. "I thought Mr. Nacho would be overseeing this battle again," the dragon said. "He won't be coming fair." Scott's voice carried a tone of smug satisfaction, "and he won't be coming again, ever." Fair, the iron-winged dragon king, had been the hero, who stole a portion of Noah's power during the expedition in the far north. Now, with Ravi and the other dragon kings dead, he had no choice but to step forward and engage with the Empire's forces. In Fair's mind, Nacho Salamander had been quite an interesting figure, mostly because he'd often heard Ravi complain about him. But now, the one doing the complaining was dead, and the one being complained about was nowhere to be found. Ah, how things change, Fair thought with a tinge of melancholy. It seems Mr. Erlandy has great confidence in the reborn Constantine, only sending me as a dragon king to assist, Fair remarked. Of course. After all, this is the ultimate creation, forged by the Empire's considerable effort. Scott narrowed his eyes as he watched the creature, set to burn everything in its path. It's also the final weapon designed specifically to hunt Leon Cosmod. With so many dangerous beast abilities and traits fused together, it must have taken immense effort. Fair nodded, but I do have one concern. Scott turned to look at him. What is it? The reborn Constantine. Is he truly completely under the Empire's control? Has he entirely lost his own will? Scott snorted in response. Of course, what kind of will can a dead dragon have? Don't overthink it, Fair. The Empire's royal magicians are professionals. Is that so? Then I feel reassured, Fair replied. After all, if that mad dragon could freely control his now powerful body, it wouldn't just be Leon Cosmod at risk. He could wipe out most of the living things on Samuel's continent. Though Constantine had been the first dragon king to fall to Leon's blade in the Empire and dragon clan's grand plan, no one ever doubted his viciousness or brutality. He was the quintessential dragon, embodying all the traits of his race in their most extreme forms. Now that he had returned from hell, he seemed even more fitting for his former temperament. No rest, no surrender. Constantine, Fair muttered, gazing out at the battlefield in the distance. Outside the sanctuary, the battle was completely one-sided. None of the guards' attacks could penetrate the body of Constantine, now reinforced with the steel mammoth's form. What do we do? This thing is too terrifying. Our attacks can't even scratch it. What are we supposed to do? Just as the guards were losing hope, a commanding voice rang out from behind them. Everyone fall back. The guards turned to see Isha, approaching with Leon and Rosvisser by her side. Her Majesty is finally stepping in. It seems this opponent is beyond our capabilities, one of the guards remarked. The guards cleared a path, allowing the trio to reach the center of the courtyard. A guard stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, after a brief exchange, we were unable to determine what species or class this creature belongs to. But what we can confirm is that the head belongs to the Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine. Isha's expression grew serious. Understood. Gather the nearby clanspeople and lead them to the underground shelters. Make sure to assign extra protection to the three princesses. There must be no mistakes. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards swiftly began evacuating, guiding the clanspeople to safety. In the vast courtyard, only Leon, Rosvisser, Isha, and the burning, vengeful monster remained. I swear I'll never joke about Constantine's hell story again, Leon muttered, staring at the enormous creature before him. He's really won his revival match. Revivals can happen in many ways. The question is, how did he manage to approach the Red Dragon Sanctuary without being noticed? Rosvisser asked. With such a massive body, every step he takes should cause tremors. Yet he suddenly appeared right outside the sanctuary, and from the way his body is structured, it doesn't seem like he can fly. It's almost as if he just appeared out of thin air. Well, maybe he just crawled out of his grave, so there wasn't any noise. Roar. All right, I really won't joke about your hell story again. Calm down, calm down. Rosvisser spread her wings, assuming an attack stance. Time to get serious, Leon. Got it. Leon stepped forward, extending his right hand. A brilliant blue light ignited in his palm. A second later, The chirping of 1,000 birds echoed through the night. "328. Vol 3ch, 27. The battle horn had sounded. The towering, violent monster seemed to awaken as the sharp sound of Leon's asterisk Chidori rang out. What had once been a slow, deliberate invasion, like a stroll through the courtyard, quickly turned into a frenzied charge. Constantine, in his massive, steel mammoth body, barreled toward Leon and the others like a giant cannonball. Fire engulfed everything in his path, and his decayed dragon head let out a horrifying shriek. Isha crouched slightly, her brows furrowed as she watched the courtyard being decimated by Constantine's rampage. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "Do you even know how much those flower beds and lawns cost, you bastard?" With those words, the Red Dragon Queen transformed into her dragon form in an instant and charged straight at Constantine. The two colossal beings collided with a roar that echoed through the heavens. The Red Dragon clan was far superior to the Silver Dragons in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities, allowing them to launch such primal, physical dragon attacks. However, the result of this clash was less than favorable. Isha was forced to retreat repeatedly and reverted back to her human form, where she quickly gathered flames into her hands and hurled them forward. The strength of a Dragon King's flames far exceeded that of the guards who had attacked earlier. After all, flame magic was a fundamental weapon for dragons, and its power depended entirely on the wielder's base strength. But even as Isha's powerful flames struck Constantine, he didn't slow down. In fact, he picked up speed, continuing his assault on the trio. The flames exploded against his massive body, kicking up thick clouds of dust. Yet within that dust cloud, the heavy, drum-like sound of his footsteps continued, unabated. In the next moment, Constantine burst through the dust, arms wide open. As he got closer, Leon finally noticed something peculiar about Constantine's arms. They didn't belong to him. His left arm was thick, black, and powerful, with distinct, nimble fingers, seemingly stitched from an SS-rank humanoid dangerous species known as the asterisk infernal iron ape. Meanwhile, his right arm was more slender, but beneath the skin, magic circuits were visible, like veins of molten lava. It was likely sourced from a powerful fire elemental creature. Before Leon could process it further, Constantine attacked. He brought his outstretched arms together with a sudden, violent force, stirring up a fierce wind. And in that instant, the lava-like arm unleashed a massive torrent of flame. Wind fueled the fire, and an overwhelming blaze engulfed everything. It was a simple, yet incredibly effective combination of elemental magic. Rosvisser had once used a similar attack, Dragonfire Extinguish Asterisk, during her battle with the asterisk star Dragon King Asterisk Stal. While Dragonfire Extinguish was a classic combo attack, it was a solo move, so its power was limited, far from top tier. Besides, Rosvisser wasn't particularly adept at manipulating wind elements. That was the flaw with most combination moves. To fully utilize them, one needed to master at least 2 different elemental magics. But the combination of wind and fire magic that Constantine unleashed seemed to overcome that flaw entirely. Both elements, wind and fire, were terrifyingly powerful. As the flames surged forward, Rosvisser and Isha flapped their wings, generating a powerful wind to resist the fiery onslaught. Leon seized the opportunity, Chidori in hand, and charged into the weakened flames. He dashed through the wall of fire, crouching low, the blue light of asterisk Chidori tearing through the expensive lawn that Isha had paid dearly for. "Brother-in-law, are you plowing my lawn on purpose? On behalf of the entire Melkve family, thank you so much." Her voice was drowned out by the sound of asterisk Chidori asterisk crackling. Leon became a streak of blue lightning, dashing forward in an instant and appearing right in front of Constantine. Facing his old friend, who had returned from the dead, Leon knew he couldn't afford to take it easy. He had just witnessed how it took both Rosvisser and Isha, 2 Dragon Kings, to withstand Constantine's first attack. This monster was no longer just the asterisk Crimson Flame Dragon King asterisk. He now wielded even greater and more complex power. Without further hesitation, Leon thrust Asterisk Chidori into Constantine's abdomen. The blow stopped Constantine's advance, but Leon's expression grew grim. The moment Chidori struck Constantine's body, the lightning completely dissipated, as if it had been doused by water, vanishing without a trace. How is that possible? Leon. The monster roared in a hoarse, terrifying voice before unleashing a burst of energy that sent Leon flying backward. After regaining a safe distance, Leon steadied himself, slowly rising to his feet. To come back as a monster and still recognize me, just how much do you hate me? Rosvisser and Isha rushed over, taking positions on either side of Leon. Did you figure anything out? Rosvisser asked. His defense is much stronger than I expected, Leon replied in a low voice. I hit him with my strongest Chidori asterisk, and it didn't do a thing. Isha raised an eyebrow at her brother-in-law, giving him a once-over before deciding not to say anything. This time we'll try it together, Rosvisser suggested. Leon nodded. All right. The three prepared to attack once more, charging toward Constantine. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, Scott, the Imperial observer, stood with his hands behind his back. Well, this is working out perfectly. Fayer glanced at him. What do you mean? Our original plan was to use Constantine to attack the Red Dragon clan and draw Leon out of his home turf, where he wouldn't have the advantage. Scott smirked, but it turns out Leon just happened to be here tonight. Saves us the time of waiting for him to show up. Fayer's eyes shifted. Dragons don't often visit each other. It seems Scott and the Empire have quite the stroke of luck. Scott chuckled and raised his chin toward the battle. Look, Fayer, the ultimate creature that the Empire poured so much effort into creating is performing beautifully. Even against Leon and two Dragon Kings, it's still holding the upper hand. Such power. Isn't this exactly what your Dragon clan has always sought? Fayer quietly watched the battle without responding immediately. His eyes narrowed as he observed the newly reborn Constantine. Even facing Leon Cosmod and the two Dragon Queens, Constantine wasn't losing ground, something few Dragon Kings could ever hope to achieve. At first glance, the Mad Crimson Flame Dragon King had indeed gained the strength and body he had always desired. But now he was a puppet. No mind, no will, unable to control even his own breathing. To gain such power at the cost of freedom, what's there to envy? Fayer smiled faintly. It is indeed impressive power, Mr. Scott. I just hope the Empire can keep it firmly under control. We won't just control this power, Scott said, grinning. In the future, the Empire will control even more, and even stronger powers. You better not bite off more than you can chew, kid, Fayer thought, glancing at Scott before returning his attention to the battle. Outside the Red Dragon Sanctuary, Leon crashed into a pavilion, which immediately crumbled into ruins. Brother-in-law, that pavilion was expensive too, Isha yelled in frustration. General Leon crawled out of the wreckage, dusting himself off and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's fine, sister. My wife will compensate you. Rosvisser, what? He slowly walked back to join the sisters, staring at the seemingly indestructible patchwork monster before them. His voice carried a hint of worry. I really don't know how we're supposed to hurt that thing. After several rounds of fighting, it became clear that none of their magical attacks were effective against Constantine. The defense provided by the steel mammoth's body exceeded anything they had ever encountered. How's your magic reserve holding up? Rosvisser asked. Leon clutched his chest and shook his head slightly. Not much left. It had been barely a month since his spectacular feat of slaying 6 Dragon Kings in 10 seconds, and his magic reserves hadn't fully recovered. Plus, the side effects of opening the gates of hell hadn't entirely faded either. Leon's body still felt unwell at times. What's the matter, brother-in-law? Are you like a rechargeable battery? Isha teased. Sister, I'm in no mood for jokes right now. It was rare for Leon to feel that dragon slaying was such a challenge. This was one of those times. Isha chuckled softly, then glanced at Rosvisser. Little Rose, let's use that move. Rosvisser nodded. All right. Leon blinked in surprise. Wait, what move? You're not talking about some kind of mutual destruction technique, are you? It's worse than that, brother-in-law. If we use this move, at the very least, our magic circuits will be ruined. At worst, we both die. No way, that's too risky, sister. Sure, the situation's bad, but it's not that bad yet. Trust me, I've still got some tricks up my sleeve. There was no way General Leon was going to agree to his wife dying for the sake of some resurrected loser. Stop teasing him, sister. Seeing her husband so concerned for her, Rosvisser's heart swelled with warmth. But now wasn't the time for those feelings. They could bask in those later, after the problem was dealt with. It's just a combo move, Rosvisser explained. My sister and I practiced it a long time ago. This is the first time we'll use it in a real fight, so hopefully, it'll be effective. Oh. Wait, was I just tricked? Leon wondered. Let's go, Rose, Isha called out. The Silver and Red Dragon Queens stepped forward, spreading their wings and transforming into their dragon forms. They soared into the sky, ascending into the night. Under the full moon, the two dragons spiraled upward, their massive forms quickly becoming intertwined beams of silver and red light. The whirling light spun faster and faster, creating gusts of wind. Even Leon had to crouch low to the ground to avoid being swept away by the powerful air currents. He squinted up at the sky, watching the spiraling light. They were like a blade, cutting through the darkness, heading straight for Constantine. S-rank combat magic technique, Twin Dragon Combo, Galactic Crimson Impact. It combined the Silver Dragon Clan's speed with the Red Dragon Clan's physical strength. As they rotated at high speed, their Dragon King bodies were cloaked in searing dragon flames. It was a technique that combined both magical and physical piercing power. An effective way to overcome the typical drawbacks of combo moves. Below them, Constantine remained still, making no attempt to evade. Instead, he let out a series of low growls, his terrifying dragon eyes fixed on the incoming blade of silver and red light. The wind howled like a beast, and the pressure tore apart everything in the courtyard. Constantine let out a ferocious roar and spread his arms wide. Leon's eyes widened. Is this guy seriously planning to take that head-on? That's insane. Indeed, Constantine stood his ground. The silver and red blades struck him directly, sending waves of energy and wind crashing outward in all directions. Leon struggled to maintain his stance, leaving two shallow skid marks as he was pushed back. Even Scott and Fayer, watching from afar, felt the shockwaves. Mr. Scott, can Constantine really withstand such an attack? Fayer asked. Just watch, Fayer, you're in for a surprise. The energy continued to spread outward. Even deep within the underground shelter, Noah felt its power. Holding her sister's hands, she looked up at the dark ceiling of the shelter. Please, Mom, Dad, Aunt, please be safe. Above ground, the attack finally ended. The sisters landed some distance away from Constantine, reverting to their human forms. How was it? Did it work? Leon asked. Isha massaged her sore shoulder, her eyes on the flames ahead. Things don't look good. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar shattered the flames, and a menacing dragon aura spread like a plague. And there, amid the dying embers, the reborn Crimson Flame Dragon King stood, still ablaze with fury. (329) Vol 3ch, 28. Leon. Since the start of tonight's battle, the only words Leon had heard from Constantine's mouth were those two. Madness, rage, fury, all-consuming. If he got the chance, Constantine would undoubtedly tear Leon into pieces without hesitation. In life, he had been a bloodthirsty dragon, always eager to fight. And after death, turned into a stitched-together monster, his emotions were reduced to a single desire: vengeance. Leon, along with the Milkvey sisters, had battled this beast through countless rounds, using every strategy they had. But rather than causing damage, they hadn't even made Constantine flinch in pain, not even once. He was like an unstoppable killing machine, tireless, immune to suffering. After being resurrected, he had one goal: to kill Leon. How could a living man defeat something already dead? After all, the opponent had nothing left to lose, not even its life. The immense surge of electrical power dissipated again from Constantine's body. Leon had launched multiple attacks in just a few seconds, but the result was nothing more than loud thunder, but little rain. In simpler terms, it was like giving a deep tissue massage. Leon pulled back to a safe distance, staring at the flickers of remaining electricity in his hands, and for the first time, doubt crept into his confidence. "Brother-in-law, put some effort into it, will you? You're just giving him a back rub." Isha's pressure came in the form of sarcastic commentary. Leon threw his hands up in exasperation. "How do you want me to give it more? I'm trying my best here." "Don't give up, brother-in-law. Let's turn this losing battle into a comeback." Isha transformed the tension into motivation with a bad joke. Leon sighed, clapping his hands together. "You're right, but this is Constantine. Stitched together from the organs of dangerous beasts like the steel mammoth and flame gorilla, among a dozen others. He has impenetrable defense, and his counterattacks are deadly. His long-range attacks, stronger than when he was alive. And regeneration, I scrape off a bit of health and 2 seconds later, the wound is healed. This thing is the supermodel of stitched monsters." In this bizarre, magical world of Samuel, the strong were never in short supply. They were the chosen ones, the singular, the game breakers. But Leon Cosmod, he was something different. For a long time, he hadn't been the chosen one or the singular. He wasn't the current meta. He was the asterisk creator of the meta. In the battles of the past, General Leon had dominated his enemies with ridiculous numbers. Whether it was flying dragons, ground dragons, or sea dragons, blue, white, or gold, Leon would overpower them all with brute force. He was a numbers beast. But today, Leon finally understood the phrase, "There's always a bigger mountain." It took a stitched-together monster to defeat a numbers beast. This was practically a universal truth. The body of the steel mammoth was a direct counter to Leon's lightning power. If it were just the steel mammoth, Leon could have used other tactics to subdue it. But the problem was that resurrected Constantine was more than just a mammoth. His body was stitched together from the best traits of too many dangerous creatures. No matter how overpowered Leon was, he couldn't outmatch something like that. "Oh right, brother-in-law, didn't you say you still had a big move left?" Isha glanced over at Leon. Now might be the time to use it. What's wrong?" After a moment, Isha seemed to realize something. "That big move, is it one of those where the side effects could break all your meridians or outright kill you?" Leon chuckled wryly. "Well, that's what the book says anyway." "You're a real bookworm, aren't you, brother-in-law?" Rosvisser waved her hand, interrupting the back and forth between Leon and her sister. "I think Leon was right earlier. The situation is tough, but it's not desperate enough for a move like that." Rosvisser said, "I still have a trump card, but I need you both to buy me some time." Leon and Isha exchanged glances. "What's the trump card?" Isha asked. "Primordial magic." At the mention of it, Isha's eyes widened slightly. "The kind that was lost to history, the ancient, powerful magic. When did you learn that?" Rosvisser lowered her silver gaze, staring at her palm. "I wouldn't say I've learned it. So far, I can only gather the primordial energy, but I don't know how to shape it into different forms of magic yet." She looked up at the approaching monster, the unwavering determination and resolve of a queen shining in her silver dragon eyes. "But I have to try. Who knows, maybe it'll work." This wasn't an impulsive decision. In their earlier research on primordial magic, she and Leon had discovered that it dealt damage fundamentally different from modern magic. Put simply, it operated on an entirely different damage system. After all, this was a god-tier technique hidden by the ancestors, and it had to have something special about it. So, in a situation where elemental magic and physical attacks were ineffective against Constantine, primordial magic might just have the key. "All right, we'll buy you as much time as we can." Leon trusted her. After all the practice, it was time to put that primordial magic to use. Rosvisser nodded, beginning to gather the primordial energy. Leon and Isha charged toward the monster. They clashed once more. Leon's mana reserves were nearly depleted, so he had to rely on his physical technique, 9 gates of hell, to buy time. Isha, in her dragon form, stood as a massive obstacle, directly opposing Constantine. They fought well together, managing to hold the beast off for now. But it wouldn't last. They couldn't match the endurance or power of a killing machine, driven solely by vengeance. All they could do was stall as long as possible, until Rosvisser gathered enough primordial power. Roar! Constantine bellowed, swinging his massive tail, smashing the dragon form Isha dozens of meters away. Leon seized the opening, instantly activating the fifth gate of hell, stellar momentum, and struck Constantine's ribcage with precision. Though it dealt some damage, it was far from lethal. Instead, it only enraged the beast further. Constantine howled, swinging his massive flame gorilla arm at Leon. Leon leaped, barely dodging the strike, but the shockwave still hit him. After several exchanges, both Leon and Isha bore fresh wounds. But Constantine's health bar, completely untouched. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Scott, watching the battle, popped open a bottle of champagne. Fail, if I bring Leon's head back to Lord Elandi, what kind of reward do you think I'll get? The Iron-Winged Dragon King, standing next to him, glanced over, uninterested in the human world's rewards. He only knew one thing: don't start celebrating before the fight is truly over. Probably a generous one, Mr. Scott, Fail replied. Scott laughed smugly. I've never seen Leon in such a pathetic state. Back when he was in the Dragon Slayer Corps, he was always the most arrogant. Is that so? Fail responded blandly. Those with different allegiances often gave biased opinions, and Fail knew this well. Just as Scott prepared to keep boasting, Fail furrowed his brow and pointed toward the battlefield. It looks like they have a new move, Mr. Scott. A new move? Scott squinted. Sure enough, the silver-haired woman seemed to be gathering a completely different kind of power. Scott's eyes widened in realization. That's primordial power. That silver dragon, she actually wields primordial magic. Fail scratched his head, also recognizing the energy Rosvisser was gathering. After all, he had stolen part of the Noah force during the expedition to the far north. Even so, Fail was surprised. A dragon queen who had never even touched Noah's power was using primordial magic. Incredible. Mr. Scott, do you think this ultimate creation of yours can withstand a strike from primordial power? Fail asked. Sweat trickled down Scott's brow as he swallowed, his voice low. Who said it has to withstand it? Oh, so this killing machine has a strategy. Of course, it's not just some mindless stitched-together zombie. Watch, Constantine will complete his mission perfectly. Though Scott spoke confidently, he couldn't help but sweat. The shadow of Leon still loomed large over the Empire. Who knew what kind of godlike power that silver dragon wife of his might unleash? Back on the battlefield, Rosvisser held a radiant ball of pure white primordial power in her hand. Leon stared at the light, his eyes slightly trembling. In all their practice sessions, Rosvisser had never managed to gather primordial power with such purity. It seemed like she was truly giving it her all this time. The wind, stirred by the energy, lightly tugged at her silver hair, her dragon pupils unwavering with determination. It's time. With those words, the Dragon Queen became a silver blur, rushing toward Constantine. For the first time, the once fearless monster hesitated, sensing the terrifying purity of her power. Primordial power was the ancient force passed down by the dragon ancestors, exerting a bloodline-level suppression on dragonkind. Even though Constantine had been reduced to a mere dragon's head, the suppression was still undeniable. Rosvisser's figure darted, and before Constantine could react, she leaped and unleashed the purest primordial energy right into him. The light engulfed Constantine in an instant. The effect wasn't as flashy as the previous elemental magic, but everyone on the battlefield was deeply shaken by the sheer magnitude of this power. Even Rosvisser herself seemed slightly in disbelief. The primordial force, it's truly incredible. As the light began to fade, Constantine was nowhere to be seen. Rosvisser furrowed her brow. How? Leon and Isha rushed over. Did it work? He's been obliterated. It must have worked, Isha said. Rosvisser, however, shook her head. Something off, I know I hit him, but... Thump. Thump. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the side. They turned to see the monstrous creature still standing there. Even after losing half his body to Rosvicer's attack, he hadn't stopped. Isha stared in disbelief at the grotesque remains. How the hell did he survive that? He didn't, Leon replied. He escaped. Escaped, but at such close range, even Rosvicer, an expert in speed, couldn't escape. How did he, with such a bulky body, manage to teleport away? Leon slowly exhaled, then started laughing. Rosvicer and Isha blinked in confusion. What? Did the fight drive him mad? They had just missed their best shot at ending this crisis, and now he was laughing. Leon, have you figured something out? Rosvicer asked breathlessly. The primordial magic had drained her, leaving her body incredibly weak. Constantine didn't teleport. Leon raised his hand, pointing at his chest. He used space magic. Space magic. The sisters followed Leon's gaze. There, on the remaining half of Constantine's chest, they spotted a black, glowing dragon scale. Rosvicer's eyes widened. That's Blythe's heart scale. The Black Sun Dragon King, Blythe, one of the Dragon Kings who specialized in space magic, had been slain by Leon along with the chaotic Dragon King, Jagus. I knew it. Stitching together so many dangerous beasts and even Dragon Kings, it had to involve some dark technology, Leon said, stepping forward. And that explains how he suddenly appeared at the Red Dragon Palace for this ambush. He used space magic. W8 Leon, Rosvicer called out in concern. Even if we understand his body's structure, we still don't have a way to beat him. I can't gather enough power for a second primordial attack. There was a hint of guilt in her voice. It's okay, love, we've already won. WH what? I said we've already won. Wait, what did he just say? Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Isha asked. Leon slowly raised his right hand. It's not about what I plan to do, it's about what I've already done. Isha didn't get it. But Rosvicer, after a brief moment of thought, understood what Leon meant. I see. She whispered softly, a proud smile curling at her lips. Constantine, dragging his broken body, charged at Leon again. But this time, Leon's response was simple. A snap of his fingers. Snap. A spark of electricity flickered at his fingertips. At the same moment, the heart scale on Constantine's chest glowed with blue light. The light intensified, and then... Asterisk boom. Constantine's body exploded, the stitched-together organs and limbs of various dangerous beasts scattering in every direction. Lightning crackled, light danced, and smoke billowed. What the hell, Rosvicer, your husband had this trick up his sleeve the whole time? We worked so hard for nothing, Isha shouted. Rosvicer shook her head with a bitter smile. He only realized it was possible after he saw Blythe's heart skill. Wait, I still don't get it. I'll explain later. So he had kept Blythe's heart skill, even though he knew the Empire would try to recover it, just for this moment. Rosvicer couldn't help but feel a little proud as she watched the man standing in the firelight, shaking off the remaining electricity from his hand. Leon stepped forward, and for the second time, planted his foot on Constantine's head. I told you, Constantine, winning the revival game means nothing. It's the championship that counts. .330. Vol 3ch, 29. Leon kicked Constantine's head aside, watching as the decayed ball rolled a few times across the ground. He stumbled backward a few steps, clearly exhausted. Truth be told, this battle could easily rank as number 1 in General Leon's top 10 classic fights. Why number 1? Because so far, no other fight had put this much pressure on him. Although Constantine wasn't one of the strongest Dragon Kings, at least from Leon's perspective, both of their battles had been quite memorable. Leon gazed at the rotting skull and scoffed. Finally, you can rest in peace, old Constantine. If it takes a stitched monster to defeat a numbers beast, then only a mechanics beast can defeat a stitched one. If he hadn't saved a trump card for the Empire, this battle might not have ended so easily. Catching his breath, Leon heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. He turned to see Rosvicer and Isha. The two sisters ran up, glancing at Konstantin's lifeless head. "All done?" Isha asked. "Yeah," Leon nodded. "Are you hurt?" Rosvisser asked, gently checking his arms and shoulders. Leon smiled, lightly pressing her wrist down before holding her cold hand, squeezing it just enough to let her know he was fine. "Don't worry, I'm not hurt," Leon reassured her. The Dragon Queen nodded slightly, her face blushing as the night's cover allowed her to hide her embarrassment. Isha, feeling relieved, brushed the dirt from her dress, crossed her arms, and tilted her head as she glanced between her sister and brother-in-law. "You two can flirt later. Now, one of you needs to explain why that heart skill suddenly turned into a timed bomb." As an experienced Dragon King, Isha knew well the properties of a heart skill. It was the valve of a dragon's power and also served as a safeguard, preventing dragons from self-destructing when their magic went out of control. In certain situations, a heart skill could indeed act as a powerful explosive, detonating not only the accumulated magic over the years, but also the innate power of the dragon itself. Historically, there had been famous battles where dragon kings, in their final moments, detonated their own heart skills to bring down their enemies in a last act of defiance. While a heart skill could indeed serve as a bomb, the key point was that it could only be detonated by its original owner. If any random dragon could blow up another dragon's heart skill, there would be no need for combat. Everyone would just figure out how to heat up their opponent's scales. So, the fact that Leon had triggered Konstantin's heart skill with a mere snap of his fingers deeply piqued Isha's curiosity. Seeing her sister's eager thirst for answers, Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance, quietly slipping into their private communication. "Rosvisser, we can't tell her the truth. My sister is sharp. If you mention the Empire, she'll suspect you immediately." "Leon, I know. Give me a few minutes to think up a good excuse." "Rosvisser, a few minutes. Where do you expect me to find those minutes?" "Leon, what else can I do, darling? You don't want your husband's human identity to be exposed, right?" "Rosvisser, fine. Hurry up and think of something, I'll stall her." "Leon, got it." The couple released each other's hands, and Rosvisser moved closer to Isha, pressing her lips together before speaking. "Actually, it wasn't exactly a timed bomb." Isha raised an eyebrow. If it wasn't a timed bomb, what was it? "It was a remote-controlled bomb." Isha blinked, a bit dumbfounded. "Rose, it's just a metaphor. No need to get all technical," she said flatly, her gaze drifting back to Leon. "So, brother-in-law, how exactly did you do it?" Well, actually, sis." Seeing that Isha was close to getting straight to the point, Rosvisser's brain raced, trying to think of ways to buy time. But she knew her sister was too smart for outright nonsense, which would only make her more suspicious. And lying wasn't Rosvisser's strong suit, so she couldn't think of anything witty to say to stall. Just when the Dragon Queen was starting to feel desperate, that man finally spoke up. "Actually, sis," Leon said, his tone suddenly serious. Isha nodded. "Go on." "You know how I disappeared for 6 months and accidentally ended up 20 years in the future through Ravi's space rift, right? You remember that part?" "Yeah, Rose wrote to me about it recently, but she didn't give many details. I've been meaning to ask you about it. Time travel's a rare thing, you know. I've never heard of anyone actually doing it." Isha looked intrigued. "So, what does your time in the future have to do with how you blew up Konstantin's heart skill?" "It's related," Leon said. "You see, that wasn't actually Konstantin's original heart skill. It belonged to Black Sun Dragon King Blythe. That's why he could use space magic, appearing at your palace undetected and even avoiding Rosvisser's fatal blow. And that explains how I was able to detonate it. When I returned from the future, Blythe and Jagus were attacking Rosvisser's Silver Dragon Palace. I took them both out, along with 4 other Dragon Kings. But I didn't destroy their heart skills because, while in the future..." Leon took a deep breath, feeling the pressure of the lie coming. He was a bit nervous. Rosvisser clenched her fists beside him, silently praying that her husband would come up with a believable excuse and not give her sister any reason to suspect anything. Otherwise, Konstantin wouldn't be the only one losing in tonight's revival match. "In the future, I discovered that some mysterious organization had been collecting dragon heart scales for an unknown purpose, but they were clearly hostile toward us. So, after returning to the present and fighting Blythe and Jagus, I deliberately set up a trap, rigging their heart scales as a secret weapon, just like I used to take down Constantine tonight. After finishing, Leon looked over at Rosvisser. "Leon, how is that, love? Pretty good, right?" Rosvisser, her face twitching slightly, filled with disbelief. "Some mysterious organization? Really? You spent 2 whole minutes and came up with something asterisk this lazy. Do you honestly think my sister is an idiot? You think she'll buy that?" "Leon, why wouldn't she? I think it's a perfect explanation, totally sure." "Rosvisser, if she believes that I'll..." Isha's eyes lit up. "Oh, tilde, that makes sense now." "She believed it." Leon shrugged, then smugly turned to Rosvisser. "You were saying something, Your Majesty. You'll do what now?" "Rosvisser, I'll grab my husband's hand right here and now. How about that?" The couple quietly reconvened, Rosvisser wrapping her arm around Leon's and leaning close to whisper in his ear. "My sister must be tired from the fight. Her head's muddled. Otherwise, she'd have torn apart your weak excuse right away." Leon whispered back, "I'll patch it up later. Let's just get through tonight." Leon's excuse had indeed been thrown together. He simply replaced the Empire with a mysterious organization. The rest had been the truth. But the Empire was a key part of the story. As long as Isha didn't link Leon's actions to the Empire, she wouldn't immediately suspect his human origins. After all, humans weren't the only ones at war with the dragons. Many other races were involved, all fighting for limited resources. Seeing Isha accept Leon's hastily concocted explanation, the couple breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, however, Isha was watching them closely, her mind filled with doubt. Something about this still feels off, she thought. Her brother-in-law was proving difficult to pin down, but she couldn't just ask him directly. That wouldn't yield any useful information. Well, if Leon had left something prepared for this so-called mysterious organization, then perhaps she'd just have to keep an eye on him. He was indeed an exceptional family member, husband and father. But he wasn't exactly the best liar. (331) Vol 3ch, 30. After the battle, Isha was methodically directing the Red Dragon Guards as they cleaned up the aftermath. "Take down that mammoth leg hanging on the gate. Check if the meat is still good, maybe we can roast it. Redo the entire lawn, since there's barely any of it left intact. And rebuild the pavilion. Get the materials and funds from my sister. Won't approve it, she wouldn't dare. Her husband destroyed it, so their family should compensate. And that, Constantine's head, just bury it somewhere, looking at it brings bad luck." The Red Dragon Sanctuary had been wrecked inside and out, and fixing it would take days, if not longer. Leon and Rosvisser stood a short distance behind Isha, quietly watching her command the scene. After a moment, Rosvisser lowered her voice. "It seems like my sister really didn't suspect you." "Of course not. My excuse earlier may have seemed rough, but in reality..." "In reality, it was even rougher," Rosvisser retorted. Leon shot her an annoyed look, countering, "In reality, it was airtight. There's no flaw in that reasoning for your sister to question." In a way, Leon was right. His excuse had been simple, but simplicity often made it harder to spot loopholes. Overcomplicating the truth with too many lies would only raise more suspicion, and it would be impossible to backtrack later. The phrase, "some mysterious organization," may have been vague, but it left room to build a larger story if needed. He could fill in the blanks later if the subject came up again. "Mom, Dad, Aunt Isha, are you okay?" The voices of their daughters rang out from behind them. The couple and Isha turned around. Escorted by Red Dragon maids, the little dragon girls were safe and sound. Leon crouched down and scooped up Moon. "Mommy and Daddy are fine. How about you? Were you scared?" Moon's little face still showed a trace of lingering fear, but she bravely shook her head. "Moon wasn't scared. Big sister protected me and Aurora the whole time." Leon pressed his cheek against his daughter's, knowing full well that his little girl had been terrified. She was just trying to avoid making him and Rosvisser worry. But he didn't force Moon to admit her fear. Sometimes, fear is something you need to process on your own. Moon, you're amazing. Noah, Aurora, you two were great too, he praised, turning to the other daughters. Isha also stepped forward, picking up Aurora. With the three parents each holding one of the three children, the scene looked almost complete. If their grandmother had been there, the entire Melkveh family would have been together. Isha, holding Aurora, glanced around at the wreckage of her sanctuary and sighed. There's a lot of work to be done after the battle. I'm afraid I won't be able to take you all to Sky City for photos tomorrow. Aurora blinked her big pink eyes, looking past her aunt's shoulder to her parents. Rosvisser read the silent plea in her daughter's gaze and smiled, giving her a slight nod, signaling her approval. Aurora immediately snuggled back into her aunt's embrace, playing with Isha's red hair and speaking in her sweet, childlike voice. We're not in a hurry, Aunt Isha. We can go after your work is done, Tilda. Since it had been planned as a family outing from the start, there was no reason to change their plans just because of an unfortunate, failed revival match. This won't delay Moon and Aurora's school entrance, will it? Isha asked. It won't, Auntie, Moon answered from her father's arms. We still have a month before school starts. We can wait a few more days for the photos. Maybe by then, Grandma will be back too. Then we can take one super big family photo. Exactly, sis, Rosvisser chimed in. It's fine to wait a few days. What matters most is that the whole family is together. Leon pursed his lips, glancing over at his eldest daughter in Rosvisser's arms. Coincidentally, Noah was looking back at him. Father and daughter exchanged a glance, and in that moment, it felt like both could read the same thought in each other's eyes. What's left for us to say? They've already said everything. After silently communicating through their looks, both Leon and Noah simply closed their mouths. Isha nodded. All right, I'll have everything rebuilt in a week, and then we'll all go together. Emma. As they were chatting, a red dragon guard suddenly came running toward them in a panic. He rushed up to Isha and knelt down, gasping for breath. Why, Your Majesty, there's a problem. Just now, when we were about to dispose of Constantine's head, something happened. Before Isha could ask, Leon interjected, What happened? Did someone steal his head? After the spatial rift crisis had ended, Leon had noticed that Constantine's dragon head, which had once hung at the Silver Dragon territory's border, had disappeared. After tonight's battle, Leon had no doubt that it had been stolen by the Empire's forces. Now that Constantine had failed his revival match, and Blythe's heartskill had been destroyed, the Empire had no reason to take his head again. But the Empire never played by the rules. If they could create such a monstrous stitched-up creature, there was no telling what else they might be capable of. Yes, Prince Leon. We were preparing to transport Constantine's head to the border for incineration, but midway, a dragon moving at incredible speed appeared, injuring 2 of our transport team members and stealing Constantine's head. Isha's pupils contracted. Did you get a look at what the dragon looked like? The guard hesitated, thinking for a moment before replying. It was too dark to see clearly, Your Majesty, but I can confirm that the dragon's wings were a metallic bluish-gray, and they shimmered under the moonlight, almost like they were made of metal. Bluish-gray wings, a metallic sheen, extremely fast. Isha murmured, could it have been the Iron-Winged Dragon King? Leon and Rosvisser exchanged glances. They both suspected the culprit behind stealing Constantine's head was none other than Iron-Winged Dragon King, Fair. Principal Olette had mentioned before that Fair had interfered with the Dragon Clan's reconnaissance mission in the far north. At the time, Leon had deduced that Fair, like Constantine and Ravi, had secretly colluded with the Empire. Now that Fair had stolen the head of this costly stitched-together monster, it seemed all the more likely. We've already sent people to pursue them, but the guard bit his lip, hesitant to continue. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Isha didn't press further. It's all right. The speed of the Iron-Winged Dragon King can rival that of the Silver Dragon Clan. It's normal that you couldn't keep up. Dismissed. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard left. Isha turned her gaze back toward the sanctuary, muttering to herself, why would the Iron-Winged Dragon King steal Constantine's head? Could it be related to that mysterious organization you mentioned, brother-in-law? Leon inhaled sharply. His sister-in-law's deductive reasoning was shockingly sharp and accurate. No wonder she could keep up with me in all those card games and puzzles, Leon mused. Maybe, or perhaps he took it for some other reason. Leon offered a vague reply, unable to say more. Tonight had been chaotic, one problem after another, and even Leon couldn't craft a flawless excuse on the spot. So his best option was to muddle through, acting clueless and throwing out smoke screens. As long as he didn't lead Isha to suspect the Empire, it should be fine. Isha let out a long sigh. I don't know when the world became so chaotic. Leon glanced at her, feeling a pang of guilt, silently answering her in his head. Ever since I married your sister. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (332). Vol 3ch, 31. A massive steel-blue dragon streaked through the night sky, its wings beating powerfully, causing a deafening sonic boom. Clutched in its talons was the head of one of its own kind. The head had long been reduced to a ruinous state, and its owner should have been at rest underground. But those old fools from the Empire had turned him into that chaotic and pitiful monstrosity. Fail wasn't sure how to describe what he was feeling at that moment. He didn't pity Constantine. Dragons rarely felt such emotions for members of other clans. Yet, he couldn't help but worry if his own fate would one day mirror Constantine's. Even in death, there was no peace. Perhaps Ravi was right. Once you get entangled with the Empire, it's hard to escape unscathed. Fail quietly recalled those conversations he had with Ravi in the far northern lands, where the Dragon King, skilled in spatial magic, often expressed his distrust of the Empire. But for various reasons, Ravi had no choice but to cooperate with them. In the end, he lost his life to his own out-of-control spatial magic. And tonight, after witnessing the Empire's attitude and Constantine's fate, Fail was more determined than ever to withdraw from their entanglements. He just needed to wait for the right moment. Otherwise, considering the Empire's methods, making Fail the common enemy of both humans and dragons would not be difficult at all. I'd heard that the Ironwing Dragon King was incredibly fast, but I never thought I'd get to experience it firsthand. The human man on the dragon's back spoke leisurely. Mr. Scott, the reborn Constantine, whom you all had high hopes for, has once again fallen at the hands of Leon Cosmod. Fail reminded him, Mr. Arlandi is likely to be very displeased with this. In other words, he was saying, don't stand there pretending you're unaffected. Just imagine how your master will torture you when you get back. Displeased? Of course he'll be displeased, but it's not a big deal. Scott was a little nervous, but still tried to maintain a calm demeanor. The reborn Constantine was just a test product for the fusion technique. If we lose him, we lose him. Anyway, the Empire still has plenty of materials, and we can always create more ultimate beings like him. Fail knew exactly what Scott meant by materials. In addition to various organs from dangerous creatures, the most crucial material was dragon heart scales. Those scales were the key to perfectly integrating Constantine's dragon head with the other dangerous organs. They could merge powers from different bodies and eliminate rejection between organs. To be honest, until recently, Fail hadn't even known that his kin's dragon scales had such a function. It could only be said that those humans were, in some ways, even more insane than dragons. Their thirst for power was just as overwhelming as the dragons. Collaborating with such a race, it was only a matter of time before Fail himself became fuel for their ambitions. Fail was a smart dragon. The risks involved in this collaboration far outweighed any potential benefits. So in the end, the only real solution was to escape. Behind him, Scott was still bragging about the Empire's upcoming plans, saying how the fusion technique would be perfected, and how, next time, a revived Constantine would definitely kill Leon. Fail found it irritating to listen to. But suddenly, he sensed a surge of energy. Fail looked down, and his dragon eyes widened in disbelief. That surge of energy came from the head in his claws. Constantine, could you still be alive? Even more shocking to fail was that his silent question seemed to receive a response. He listened carefully to the whispers of the undead. As a fellow dragon, he didn't need to feel sympathy, but lending a hand wasn't much trouble, was it? I understand, Constantine. I hope you succeed in your revenge. The steel-blue figure cut through the night, heading straight for the human empire. Inside the imperial capital, in the fusion technique laboratory, Scott hurried over, feeling nervous and anxious. When he had taken Constantine to the Red Dragon Sanctuary, Lord Arlandi hadn't pressured him, saying it was just a test, and that they didn't necessarily need to eliminate Leon. But Scott knew better. It was always best to only half believe what the boss said, or you'd find yourself in trouble later. So he went with the mindset of, we must kill Cosmod. Yet, not only was Leon unharmed, but they had also reduced old Constantine to just a head. On top of that, they'd lost so many high-level dangerous creature organs, and the dragon scales had been wasted too. The loss was significant, and with Arlandi's bad temper, Scott could very well expect a severe scolding. Then again, Arlandi had said it was just a test, so losses were to be expected, right? As Scott reached the lab door, he made up his mind to first report the good news of the Red Dragon Sanctuary mission, however little there was, and then follow with the bad news. After all, with some effort, there had to be some asterisk good news, right? Finally, after an intense internal struggle, Scott found himself at the laboratory door. He licked his lips, raised his hand, and was just about to knock when he heard Arlandi's voice from inside. Will someone tell me what the hell is going on? If I don't have answers tonight, you'll all be on the gallows by morning. From the sound of it, Arlandi wasn't so much a man right now as he was a raging bull. Scott's legs began to shake uncontrollably. He could already picture the expression on Arlandi's face as he yelled at the royal magicians. But what could have happened? Could it really be so serious that people were going to be executed? Regardless of what it was, Scott thought it might be a good idea to head home and come back to report about Constantine in a couple of days. Just as he was turning to leave, the laboratory door suddenly opened. Scott. It was like hearing the Grim Reaper whisper. The sound sent chills down Scott's spine. He swallowed and turned slowly. Lord. When did you return? I just. How did the mission go? Scott's eyes darted nervously as he stammered, unable to answer. Seeing the way he avoided his gaze, Arlandi snorted coldly. You idiot! Where S. Constantine? Did you bring him back? Constantine, I brought him back, but as for the rest, I didn't. Scott nervously stammered out his response. Arlandi frowned. What do you mean by the rest? Scott scratched his head awkwardly and clapped his hands. Two attendants immediately entered, wheeling in Constantine's head on a cart. Upon seeing the sight, Arlandi covered his face in exasperation. You really are. At this moment, Arlandi felt a sudden urge to call Nacho back. Both Scott and Nacho had failed before, but at least Nacho's failures weren't so ridiculous. And the dragon scales, did you at least bring back Bly's heart scales? Arlandi asked, his tone becoming more urgent. Scott hesitated, his body leaning back slightly. Well, the heart scales were blown up by Leon too. Blown up? Yes, he used some kind of long-range magic and blew up Bly's heart scales, and then Constantine was torn to pieces. Scott paused before quickly adding, But Lord, I risked my life to retrieve Constantine's head. As long as we have his head, and with the other heart scales in the warehouse, we can still create an even stronger fusion beast, right? Next time, we'll definitely. There won't be a next time, Scott. What? Lord, you Lord, please spare me. Before Scott could finish, the massive Arlandi grabbed him by the collar and dragged him into the laboratory. Once inside, Arlandi threw him to the ground. Leon Cosmod didn't just blow up one heart scale. Scott slowly lifted his head, looking toward the stone platform where the heart scales had once been stored. It was now nothing but a pile of ash. Arlandi's voice grew colder, chilling Scott to his core. He destroyed the 5 other scales you brought back last time as well. The chain reaction from the explosion also wiped out the rest of the heart scales in the warehouse. In a single moment, that bastard destroyed years of the Empire's work. If before, he had simply jumped out of this chess game, becoming an unpredictable variable, then now he's gone and flipped the entire chessboard. Leon Cosmod will never know what kind of force he has angered. From now on, the Empire will stop at nothing to kill him. Until there's not even a speck of dust left of his bones. (333). Vol 3ch, 32. Achoo. Papa, did you catch a cold? Sitting by the large window in the library, Moon looked up from her book, Fundamentals of Magic Theory *, and raised her little head to check on her father. Leon rubbed his nose and sighed, I don't think so. Then why did you sneeze? Maybe someone's talking badly about me. That was an understatement. The Empire's old officials were practically vowing to grind Leon's bones into dust. Luckily for General Leon, he was blessed with good fortune, and the curse only manifested as a sneeze. Maybe Aunt Isha is grumbling while she fixes the pavilion you broke, Papa. Aurora, sitting across from Moon, chimed in. Leon chuckled and walked over to pat his younger daughter's head. Focus on your studies. Tomorrow, I'll test both of you to see how far you've come. There were only 20 days left until the entrance exam at St. Heiss Academy. Based on the progress his two beloved daughters had made so far, passing the test wasn't a concern. The key was to see how well they could perform. Noah had once passed the exam with the youngest age and highest score, so naturally, her younger sisters, Moon and Aurora, didn't want to fall behind. Got it, Papa, the little dragon girls responded, burying their heads back into their books. They were in the consolidation stage now and didn't need much help from Leon, which left him feeling somewhat idle. Leon glanced at the clock on the wall. It was still early. You girls study on your own for a bit. Papa's going out for a while. Yes, Papa. Make sure to come down for dinner later. Memo. After reminding them, Leon stood up and left the library. He walked through the corridor, descended the stairs, and made his way to the grand hall on the first floor of the sanctuary. Rosvisser was sitting on the newly refurbished oversized throne, dealing with a mountain of work documents. Today, there were no diplomatic meetings or social engagements, so she wore light makeup and a simple, elegant gown, with a pendant necklace her grandmother had gifted her adorning her neck. Her silver hair was casually draped over her shoulders, though one small braid, something Leon had mischievously styled for her a long time ago, still remained, now a signature feature of hers. The hall was quiet, and Leon tried to step lightly, though he could still hear the muffled thuds of his footsteps. The beautiful woman on the throne glanced at him, but said nothing, returning her attention to her work. It wasn't until Leon climbed the steps and stood beside the throne that Rosvisser spoke. Do you need something? Are you busy today? Rosvisser gestured toward the pile of documents and reports on the table. What do you think? I spent 2 days at my sister's place, and now all this work has piled up. I'll probably be working late tonight. Oh, is there anything I can help with? Rosvisser's hand paused slightly as she wrote. She didn't respond immediately, but after a moment, she slid over a little, making space beside her. Sit here. Hi. You said you wanted to help, right? Sit here. Oh. Leon obediently sat beside her. The moment he touched the throne, the familiar sensation brought back fond memories. Not too long ago, when the throne had just been renovated, he and Rosvisser had shared a rather rebellious experience there, one that took their defiance to the extreme. Since then, though, the two hadn't submitted any assignments on the throne. For one, they didn't want to risk their clan discovering it. Words like social death wouldn't even begin to describe what would happen. They might even have to relocate to another planet. Secondly, the throne symbolized rulership and authority. Although doing such things there fulfilled their rebellious fantasies and provided an extra thrill, they still held some respect for tradition. So a few times was enough, any more would be, not exactly elegant. Leon pulled his thoughts back and leaned forward to get a better look at the documents. Which one do you want me to help with? None of them, Rosvisser said. Leon blinked in confusion. Then why did you ask me to sit here? Because sitting here is asterisk helping, Rosvisser replied. I need someone with a good temper, high emotional intelligence, and a bit of humor to keep me company while I deal with all this boring work. And if that person happens to be handsome, even better. You're so shallow, you dragon queen. I'm balancing the weighty matters of our tribe with the emotional support of a man I admire. How is that shallow? Rosvisser lazily turned her head, a faint smile curling on her lips as she gazed at Leon, her eyes filled with mischief. Oh, and you're quite easy on the eyes, too. Ah, the joys of being exactly someone's type. On a small scale, it might buy you a little more time to plead your case after being captured. On a larger scale, you didn't have to do anything, just sit there, and the queen would smile at you and compliment your looks. Leon suppressed a grin, silently accepting Rosvisser's praise. Seeing Leon so pleased with her compliments, Rosvisser smiled softly and said no more, returning her focus to her work. After a while, she broke the silence again. Why did you ask if I was busy? I was wondering if you'd like to go out for a walk. Rosvisser blinked. Are you asking me on a date? Leon pursed his lips, avoiding her gaze. Sort of. With his daughter's studies progressing smoothly and his body recovering passively, Leon had been feeling restless these past few days. After much deliberation, he finally worked up the courage to ask Rosvisser. A walk to clear their minds, what could be wrong with that? But the queen's answer was, no, I don't want to. Leon, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Why would I go on a date with you? Leon stared at her smiling profile, momentarily stunned. Then he realized this dragon queen was just playing dumb. How are we not boyfriend and girlfriend? Leon asked directly. Since he knew Rosvisser was teasing him, there was no point in being cautious. He decided to confront her head-on. Sometimes, being straightforward solves everything. You've never officially confessed, so of course, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh, his direct approach ran into an even more direct reply. Leon admitted defeat at lightning speed, awkwardly scratching his nose. Okay. He didn't push the invitation further, instead choosing to remain silent, quietly offering Rosvisser emotional support and eye candy. Rosvisser didn't say anything else either, continuing her work. The afternoon passed quickly. The couple sat side by side on the throne, Rosvisser handling the tedious reports while occasionally resting her head on Leon's shoulder when she grew tired. Since their earlier exchange about not being boyfriend and girlfriend, they hadn't spoken much. As dinner approached, Rosvisser set down her pen and stretched, her graceful curves drawing Leon's gaze, making his heart itch. The queen let out a satisfied sigh and turned to look at Leon. He seemed a bit down. Overall, not very lively. She assumed he was still brooding over the fact that she had rejected his invitation. Rosvisser knew him well. Despite being a strong, straightforward guy, he was also surprisingly sensitive. It was rare for him to be proactive, and now that he'd been turned down, it was natural for him to hold a small grudge. Rosvisser smiled and stood up. After dinner, meet me at the cherry blossom grove behind the mountain. Leon's eyes lit up. Are you going to go on a date with me, Your Majesty? Rosvisser huffed. It's just a routine patrol of the mountain, not a date. She might as well have had I'm being tsundir written across her face. Leon understood her perfectly. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their gazes lingering with playful affection. After a moment, Rosvisser turned away, arms crossed, as she headed downstairs, her heels clicking. Let's go eat dinner. Leon followed close behind. At the dinner table, the daughters eagerly shared the new knowledge they had learned that afternoon. Leon and Rosvisser listened attentively, offering words of praise and encouragement. After dinner, the two exchanged a subtle glance, and Rosvisser gave a nearly imperceptible nod toward the mountain. Leon immediately understood. While the maids cleared the table, Leon slipped away, heading toward the back of the mountain. After years of marriage, they had developed this level of tacit understanding. For something like sneaking away for a private meeting, sometimes all it took was a single look. Leon arrived at the cherry blossom grove. Before long, he heard footsteps approaching. He glanced in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. Rosvisser wasn't alone. She had brought Milan, the maid, with her. As Leon stared in disbelief, Rosvisser and Milan walked up to him. The queen's lips curved in a satisfied smile as she admired the expression on his face. Milan came too, Leon said. Yes, my lord. I'm here to accompany Her Majesty on the mountain patrol, Milan responded respectfully. Damn. So this really wasn't a date. It was actually just a patrol. Well, that's nice, Leon muttered. He couldn't very well tell the maid to leave, so he could have a romantic date with the queen. Although Milan wouldn't be upset, she might even be excited to see her favorite couple together, saying that would give the impression that Rosvisser had him completely wrapped around her finger. Rosvisser, watching her husband's face, felt deeply satisfied. Yes, this was exactly the expression she wanted. Why is she bringing someone? I wanted to be alone with her. My wife, my dear wife. I want to hold your hand, but I can't. Amen. Not long ago, he could go toe-to-toe with her, but now Tilda. You've fallen in love, Tilda. Milan, go check that side. I'll walk with the prince on the other side, Rosvisser instructed. Yes, your majesty. Milan, understanding the situation, immediately ran off. Rosvisser turned her gaze back to Leon, grinning. For a second there, did you think our alone time tonight was ruined? Just stop being ridiculous. Leon waved dismissively, turning away, not wanting to engage with the playful dragon queen. But Rosvisser took his hand, teasing him further. Are you sulking, my little lion? Cut it out, dragon queen, enough already. If this continued, it would turn into some over-the-top romantic drama, and General Leon had a reputation to maintain. Rosvisser giggled and let it go. All right, I'll stop. She tilted her head toward the grove. Shall we take a walk? Yeah. The couple strolled hand in hand through the cherry blossom grove. They first discussed their daughter's progress, then moved on to the recent events surrounding Constantine's resurrection. The Empire has already mastered that twisted fusion magic. Looks like future battles won't be easy, Rosvisser remarked. Well, it's not that bad, Leon said. My detonation spell can't just target one dragon scale. When it's used, the other 5 scales explode too. And from what I saw in the future, the heart scales were all stored together. So, by now, the Empire's probably cursing me to death. Rosvisser chuckled. Why didn't you just use the detonation spell earlier? That way, Constantine wouldn't have been able to resurrect as a fusion beast. You mean I should wake up one morning, randomly snap my fingers, and then, boom, the Empire's dragon scale storage room explodes. Leon turned to look at the silver-haired beauty beside him. That would completely lack a sense of ritual. Rosvisser lightly punched his arm. You and your sense of ritual. Because of your theatrics, my sister's lawn and pavilion had to be completely renovated. Leon laughed. Well, let it be renovated. It's not like I'm the one paying for it. The couple bantered back and forth, and the conversation naturally shifted from Isha to Rosvisser's grandmother. Oh, right. My grandmother sent a letter this morning. She's going to visit my sister next week, Rosvisser said. I was thinking of taking the girls with me. It'll be a good opportunity to take a family photo. What do you think? Leon nodded. Sounds good. And maybe I can try asking Grandma about the far northern lands again. (334). Vol 3ch, 33. A week later, the Melkve family gathered once again at Isha's Red Dragon Sanctuary. This time, the family was more complete than ever before. Everyone was present, except for Rosvisser and Isha's elusive parents, whom they had never met. Leon held Moon in his arms as he surveyed the room full of dragons, thinking to himself that if this had been back when he was still part of the Dragon Slayer Corps, handing in all these top-grade trophies would have made him rich. But those days were long gone. Now, he'd had 3 little first-class trophies with one of those dragons. Times have changed, Lord Leon. Grandma, how long will you be staying this time? Rosvisser asked during dinner. I'll be here for a while, Veronica replied. There's been some trouble with the project in the far northern lands, which I'm sure Principal Alit has already mentioned to you. Rosvisser nodded. The trouble her grandmother referred to was the fact that part of their survey results had been stolen by the Ironwing Dragon King. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance. They both knew exactly where those stolen results had ended up, in the hands of the Empire. What they didn't know, however, was what those results actually were. Veronica and Principal Ollet had kept things vague, and no matter how much they tried to pry, no concrete details emerged. For now, they'd have to wait until they met with their master and Rebecca, again, to see if they could learn anything useful. One thing was certain. Whatever it was that the Empire went to such great lengths to obtain, it must be incredibly important. It might even explain why the Empire was collaborating with the dragons. Leon knew he had to get to the bottom of it. After the incident, we've paused the project, Veronica said. We don't know when it will resume, at least not until we figure out who stole our results and what their intentions are. Leon already had an answer for the former. As for the latter, that was the truth he was currently seeking. But due to his identity as a human, even though his goals aligned with Veronica's, he couldn't reveal everything just yet. In that bleak future he had once experienced, Rosvisser had confessed Leon's human identity to their daughters and grandmother, and they had understood and accepted it. However, that had only happened under extreme circumstances. If Leon revealed his true identity now, without all the context and events that had led to that acceptance, there was no guarantee the outcome would be the same. He couldn't risk the happiness of his daughters or Rosvisser for an uncertain future. For now, all he could do was wait and watch. At the very least, their goals were aligned. Well, Grandma, that means you'll have time to spend with Moon and Xiaoguang, Rosvisser said with a smile. Veronica chuckled, taking Xiaoguang from Isha and gently pinching her soft cheeks. It's been so long since I last saw her. Xiaoguang has grown. The little pink-haired dragon giggled, snuggling into her great-grandmother, instantly forming an unbreakable bond. From the elderly dragon matriarch to the toddler, Silver Dragon Princess Aurora had a charm that spanned generations. Oh, Grandma, since you're not in a rush to leave this time, how about we all go to Sky City tomorrow to take a family photo? Isha suggested. Veronica agreed without hesitation. Of course, it's rare for us all to be together like this. Hearing the word family, Isha paused, setting down her fork as she nervously asked, Grandma, I know you've never wanted to tell us about our parents. But after all these years, can you at least tell us whether they're still alive? Judging by the timeline, over 200 years ago, the dragons were in the midst of a turbulent internal conflict. Allies today could be enemies tomorrow. Dragon kings falling in battle was a common occurrence. Isha had always assumed that their grandmother's reluctance to speak about their parents was because they had perished in one of those conflicts. Rosvisser, too, looked up, awaiting the answer she had been seeking for so many years. Veronica sighed softly. All right, you're both qualified queens now, so it's time you learned a bit about your parents. Isha, you asked if they're still alive. I can tell you with certainty that yes, they are still alive. Both sisters were visibly moved by this revelation. Isha opened her mouth to ask more, but Veronica raised her hand to stop her. I know you want to ask more, but I cannot tell you where they are or what they're doing. All I can say is that they are involved in something far greater than what we're doing in the far northern lands. With that, Veronica returned to cutting her steak, as if the brief exchange had never happened. Seeing this, Rosvisser and Isha exchanged a look, and silently agreed not to press further. It was enough to know that their parents were still alive. As long as they were alive, there would always be a chance for them to reunite. After the somewhat heavy topic, the conversation shifted to lighter subjects, particularly the children. After all, it was a rare family reunion, and it was better to focus on happy things. After dinner, the maids arrived to clean up the dining room, and the family retired early to their guest rooms. It was a familiar couple's suite for Leon and Rosvisser, and they were already used to it. Later that night, on the rooftop of the Red Dragon Sanctuary, Isha stood by the railing, holding a bottle of red wine. She hadn't bothered with a glass and was drinking straight from the bottle. Her beautiful face was flushed from the alcohol, and the cool night breeze lifted her long hair, making it look like a fiery flame burning in the night. Not long after, the rooftop door opened, and Veronica stepped out. "Still not asleep, Grandma," Isha greeted her. "And you're sneaking drinks again," Veronica said, a hint of sternness in her tone. Isha smiled sheepishly, setting the bottle aside. "I won't drink anymore. You used to sneak my wine from the cellar with Rosvisser, and now she's just like you, always looking for a drink when she has time to relax." "Come on, Grandma, we're queens. What kind of queen doesn't drink? It's a way to win over the people," Isha argued, clearly not too drunk as her quick wit remained intact. Veronica rolled her eyes at her granddaughter but couldn't help but smile in the end. "You too, always keeping me on my toes." Isha wrapped an arm around her grandmother's shoulder and leaned her head against her. "We might be queens in front of everyone else, but in front of you, we're still just little girls." "Little girls, you're over 200 years old. PFFT tilde, as long as I don't get married, I'll always be a little girl." "Well, your sister's been married for 3 years now." Isha suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. Grandma, when Rosvisser came last time, I saw the new necklace you gave her as a wedding gift." "Yes, that's right. What, do you want one too?" I do," Isha eagerly nodded. "Then you should get married, and I'll give you one." With that, the Red Dragon Queen grabbed her grandmother's hand and began stomping her feet like a child. "I'm never getting married. You know that, Grandma. Please just give me one." It seemed that the wine had given her the confidence to act this way. Otherwise, even with how close she was to her grandmother, she wouldn't normally behave like this. Veronica shook her head, smiling, and then pulled out a small, exquisite gift box from her pocket. "Here, this is for you." Isha froze, the alcohol-induced fog lifting a little. "Grandma, you're really giving it to me." "Open it and see." Isha eagerly opened the box to reveal a jade ring with a milky white crystal embedded in it, pure and transparent. Isha recognized the jade, but the crystal was unfamiliar. "Grandma, this crystal." "It's a primordial crystal," Veronica said without hesitation. "Primordial? Crystal?" Isha's mind raced, and suddenly she remembered. "When Constantine attacked my sanctuary last week, Rosvisser also used something called primordial power. Grandma, are you saying?" "The necklace I gave her also contains a primordial crystal," Veronica explained. "I just didn't tell her." Isha frowned. "Why not?" Veronica met her granddaughter's red eyes. After a brief moment of silence, Isha suddenly understood. "It's because of my brother-in-law, isn't it?" Veronica smiled. "You've always been sharp, Isha. The primordial crystal helps you focus and use stronger magic. But the history behind it is too closely tied to our dragon lineage, and I don't want Rosvisser's husband knowing too much." "Grandma, do you also think there's something suspicious about my brother-in-law?" "Yes." Veronica turned, placing her hands on the railing as she gazed out at the night sky. "In just a few short years, Rosvisser's Silver Dragon Sanctuary has been attacked by several dragon kings. That's not normal. Even if the Silver Dragon territory is rich in resources, it shouldn't be facing this much conflict. And all of this began after Leon woke up. That's why I believe this mysterious man is hiding something. True, he has saved Rosvisser and the children many times, and some even call him a hero to the dragons. But at the same time, he also attracts danger. I'm sure Rosvisser knows this too, but she loves her mysterious husband. Even if it means putting herself in danger, I don't think she'll ever leave him. So, I gave her the primordial crystal in the form of a gift, hoping she'll harness that power. And of course, I gave one to you too, so you won't accuse me of playing favorites." Isha smiled and carefully put the jade ring with the primordial crystal away. "I understand, Grandma." "What do you think Leon's goal is?" Veronica asked. Isha thought for a moment before responding. "My mysterious brother-in-law loves Rosvisser, and she loves him, there's no doubt about that. But if I had to say what his goal is, I think he's waiting for the right moment." "Waiting for the right moment?" "Yes, I believe he's waiting for a chance." Isha explained, "You said earlier that Leon attracts danger. I think that's only half right. Rosvisser wouldn't put everything on a man who only attracts danger. What makes him special is that he brings danger, then resolves it, and deals a heavy blow in return. As for why I think he's waiting for the right moment, it's because I believe that one day he'll resolve all the current crises and even change the entire world's balance of power. With the abilities he's shown so far, I'm sure he can do it. Veronica nodded thoughtfully, taking in her granddaughter's analysis. A mysterious and dangerous man? No wonder Rosvisser is so deeply drawn to him. Your mother was captivated by your father in the same way. Isha raised an eyebrow. Grandma, tell me more. I love hearing these stories. Veronica chuckled. Another time. For now, let's focus on your mysterious brother-in-law. Since we can't figure out his true goal, let's talk about his origins. His origins? Yes, or rather, his race. Isha froze. Grandma, are you saying Leon might not even be a dragon? Veronica shrugged. We're just speculating anyway, so let's be bold. Oh, Grandma, you're getting bolder with age. So, my clever granddaughter, do you have any clues? Isha thought for a moment, rubbing her chin, then her eyes lit up. I think I do. Wait here, Grandma. With that, Isha spread her dragon wings and flew off the rooftop. A few minutes later, she returned with a pen and paper. I have a theory about which race my brother-in-law might belong to. As she spoke, she started writing on the paper. When I was fighting Constantine last time, I clearly heard Leon call one of his moves Chidori. But based on the move's effects, it looked like lightning thrust. Afterward, I did some research and found out that they're actually the same technique, just called different names by different races. The races that call lightning thrust by the name Chidori are. Isha finished writing a few names and handed the paper to Veronica. Wolf tribe, Garuda tribe, elf subspecies, lightning elves, Mamba tribe, and humans. Veronica scanned the names, her gaze pausing briefly on humans before shifting to Mamba tribe. The Mamba tribe, aren't they a branch of the giant serpents? Yes, this subspecies is also skilled in lightning magic. Veronica frowned slightly before shaking her head. I think we can rule them out. Why? Isha asked. Though the Mamba tribe can take on human forms, most of the time, their human forms have dark skin. Your brother-in-law only has black hair and eyes, so it's unlikely he belongs to the Mamba tribe. On the continent of Samil, many races took on human forms when they transformed, though no one knew why this peculiar trait existed. One popular scientific theory was that the human body was the most balanced and harmonious structure, representing the epitome of simplicity and beauty. Another, more mystical theory was that the creator took a human form, and so all races and creatures on Samil eventually evolved to resemble humans in their final forms. But back to the topic at hand. Oh, I see. Well, let's rule that one out then, Isha said, crossing the Mamba tribe off the list. Mamba, out. $335. Vol 3CH, 34. The next day, the Melkve family arrived at Sky City. Rosvisser had booked an appointment with the same photographer, Selina, who had taken Noah's admission photos last time. When Selina saw the 7-member family standing in front of her, she was taken aback. Most dragon families typically had 2 or 3 members, rarely more than 5. But this family, anyone who didn't know better might have thought they were gathering to take down an S-class dangerous creature. However, regardless of how many people were present, Selina was confident in her ability to take the perfect family photo for them, using her professional skills. After a bit of hustle, Selina informed Rosvisser that the photos would be ready by the evening. While waiting for the pictures to be developed, the Melkve family decided to explore Sky City. Meanwhile, Isha and Grandma Veronica hung back, allowing some distance between themselves and Rosvisser, Leon, and the children. Grandma, after talking with you last night, I've decided I want to test my brother-in-law's origins, Isha said quietly. Grandma Veronica had anticipated this. Her eldest granddaughter had always been someone who took action and never lost interest once her curiosity was piqued. How do you plan to go about it? Remember how we listed a few possible races yesterday? I'll start by testing based on those races' traits, Isha explained. We can use each race's innate abilities and characteristics to see how my brother-in-law responds, and from that, we might deduce his origins. What do you think, Grandma? Veronica gazed at Leon's back, her mind working quietly before she finally responded. All right. Which race are you planning to start with? Isha thought for a moment. Let's start with the Garuda tribe. Grandma raised her eyebrows. Do you know much about them? Isha grinned mischievously and leaned in toward her grandmother. Grandma, did you notice anything different about me today? Veronica gave her a once-over, her gaze landing on Isha's eyes. You have dark circles. Exactly, Tilda, Isha laughed. I stayed up late last night researching the traits of those races, all so I can properly test my brother-in-law's origins today. Grandma shook her head with a helpless smile. If you put this level of dedication into developing your tribe, the Red Dragons would already be among the top-ranked dragon clans. Though she said that, the Red Dragons, like Rosvisser's Silver Dragons, were already quite prominent within the dragon ranks. Veronica's comment was more of a parent's hopeful wish for their child to excel. Isha waved it off, bringing the conversation back to the matter at hand. The Garuda tribe rules the skies. They have incredibly sharp dynamic vision and night vision, she explained. Considering how skilled my brother-in-law is at close combat, his dynamic vision must be excellent. So, I want to test his night vision. Veronica nodded in agreement. How do you plan to test it? Isha smirked and stopped walking, pointing to a shop nearby. Over there. Veronica followed her granddaughter's gaze. It was a haunted house. You want to use something as childish as a haunted house to test your brother-in-law's origins. Isn't that a bit naive, Isha? Given their long lifespans, dragons had faced countless dangers and unknowns. Even the most laid-back tribes had braved their share of trials. A haunted house was something designed for young or inexperienced dragons, not adults who had ventured beyond the safety of their homes. Isha shrugged. I know the haunted house might not scare him, but that's not the point. The point is that the environment inside is perfect for testing night vision. If my brother-in-law can move through it easily, without hesitation, then his bloodline is definitely suspicious. Isha's reasoning wasn't without merit. Dragons were undoubtedly one of the most near-perfect species on the continent of Samil, but they did have a few minor flaws. For example, their vision. More specifically, night vision. Dragons had vertically slit pupils, resembling narrow slits. This eye structure allowed them to precisely track their opponent's every move and lock onto prey during high-speed movements. But the downside was that these vertically slit pupils couldn't take in much light, especially at night, leading to a slight decrease in their vision. When in human form, the shape of their pupils changed slightly, but it didn't entirely fix the dragon's night vision problem. Of course, this didn't mean that dragons became blind at night. Their weak night vision was only considered weak compared to their other superior abilities. In a place as dark as a haunted house, even dragons who had braved countless dangers would struggle to see their surroundings. Isha planned to use this fact to test her brother-in-law's bloodline. All right, we'll do it your way, Veronica agreed. Isha was surprised. Oh, Grandma, I thought you wouldn't want to play along. Ha, let's just say I could use a bit of excitement in my otherwise peaceful old age. Veronica's eyes lingered on Leon's back as she lowered her voice. Besides, I'm curious to see what kind of man Rosvisser has married. With the plan in place, Isha immediately called out to the others, suggesting they all go to the haunted house. The children were, of course, the most excited. Noah, great. I'll stay calm in the haunted house, so I'll seem more grown-up. Moon, awesome. Once we go in, I'll hide in my sister's arms the moment I see a ghost. Aurora, perfect. I can scare the ghosts. Seeing how eager the girls were, Leon and Rosvisser had no objections. I'll stay outside. I'm too old for these thrills, Veronica said. I'll wait for you at the exit. All right, Grandma. The group bought their tickets, and the staff reminded them. No using dragon flame or other light magic inside the haunted house. If you get lost, just recite the spell on your ticket, and a little sprite will guide you out. Leon looked down at the spell, printed on his ticket. He understood now. It was a safe word. He'd actually been thinking of coming up with a safe word for his other asterisk activities with Rosvisser lately. If her *S* tendencies awakened anymore, he might not be able to keep up. Leon chuckled to himself as he held Moon's hand and followed the others into the haunted house. Inside, just as Isha predicted, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and the only source of light was the occasional flickering ambient light, barely enough to make out vague shapes. "Sister, where are you?" "I'm right here." "Where is here? I can't see you. I'm all alone, I'm scared, why Tilda. When you came in, I saw you holding Papa's hand." "Papa, can I use an uppercut on the ghost?" I think that might cause some legal issues." "Hey, could you not ruin the atmosphere with your bad jokes at a time like this?" "Where's the path? Where's the, what's that glowing green thing up ahead?" "What glowing green? A ghost. We really can't use magic. Dad, just burn that thing already." Chaos ensued in the darkness. "Dragon Queen, are you scared?" "You think I'd be scared of something this childish? Then why are you holding my hand?" "Don't be ridiculous, it's not me." "Then who is it?" "It's Tilda, me Tilda. Mothers." Leon stopped himself from cursing and almost used Chidori on the spot. After the first wave of jump scares, the Melkve family and the neighboring family continued through the haunted house. They encountered a few more jump scares, but by now, they were getting used to it. Still, the pitch-black environment made progress slow. Not to mention, there were a few other issues. "Leon, if you step on my tail one more time, I'll cut off yours." Rosvisser growled through gritted teeth in the darkness. Leon chuckled nervously and lowered his voice. "That would be a wasted threat. I don't have a tail." "I'm talking about the one in front." Leon felt a sudden chill down below and quickly took Moon's hand, though by now, he wasn't even sure if he was still holding Moon's hand. But whoever it was, getting out was the priority, and hurried toward the exit. After a few more hurdles, they finally made it through the haunted house. The neighboring family was still buzzing with excitement, discussing which ghost had scared them the most. Leon looked down to confirm that Moon was still by his side. Phew, good, at least he hadn't lost his daughter. He turned to check on Noah, who calmly walked out with no expression on her face, completely unfazed. Leon blinked, realizing something. He glanced around. "Aurora, where's Aurora?" "I'm here, Papa." Leon followed the sound of her voice and saw the little pink-haired girl dragging a ghost by its collar as she exited the haunted house. "He said I was cute and wanted to hug me, which triggered my uppercut reflex. Then he fainted," Aurora explained innocently. The staff member at the exit sighed, their mouth twitching slightly. "That's the third time this month. Well, I'll file a workplace injury report." Rosvisser flicked her tail at Leon, grumbling about how many times he had stepped on it inside the haunted house. Isha watched the scene unfold with a frown. Grandma Veronica approached her. "So, what's your conclusion?" Isha shook her head. "He's not from the Garuda tribe." "Oh, you're sure already?" "Yes." Isha picked up her own tail with a look of resignation. "In the haunted house, my brother-in-law stepped on my tail 11 times, Rosvisser's 23 times, and the other family's tail 48 times. With vision like that, there's no way he's from the Garuda tribe." Grandma chuckled softly, covering her mouth. All right, what's next on the list?" Isha turned her gaze toward Leon and said slowly, "Lightning elf." "336. Vol 3ch, 35. After lunch, the Melkve family headed off in full force to the Young Dragon playground. For Zaya Agwang, it was her first visit to the playground, so she was much more excited than her two older sisters. The little pink-haired dragon eagerly led the way, wanting to try every activity she saw, throwing sandbags, bouncing balls, and even ring toss games. It was rare for her to put down her books and enjoy herself, so Leon and Rosvisser were more than happy to indulge her every whim. The three little girls explored the playground's many attractions with enthusiasm, while their parents followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Isha and Grandma Veronica trailed behind them, just as they had that morning. "Care to share some knowledge about the lightning elves, Isha?" Grandma asked. Isha crossed her arms and walked leisurely, her gaze never leaving her brother-in-law. Lightning elves are an important branch of the elf race, akin to soldier ants in an ant colony. They protect the tribe and fend off enemies. So their combat skills are among the best in the elf race, with a natural affinity for lightning magic, Isha explained. But even though they are fierce in battle, lightning elves still retain the essence of their elven nature, gracefulness. No matter the time or place, those delicate creatures will always maintain absolute elegance. Isha paused for a moment, then shrugged. If our dragon clan had half their elegance, maybe we wouldn't have earned the reputation of being violent brutes. Grandma Veronica considered Isha's analysis, then turned her gaze toward Leon ahead of them. She pressed her lips together thoughtfully, raising a finger to point at her granddaughter's husband. If that asterisk behavior is considered elegant, then perhaps we dragons could shake the brute label. What behavior? Isha followed her grandmother's gaze. There, in front of them, her brother-in-law was standing at a shooting gallery stall, holding Aurora as he furiously shot at balloons. Boxer shorts, boxer shorts. Boss, give me 10 more rounds. Let my daughter have her fun. What's leave? No way. Leaving S not an option. Your prizes are great, the balloons are easy to hit, I asterisk love your stall. 10 more rounds. Rat-tat-tat-tat, Aurora, isn't Dad's shooting amazing? Isha. Grandma. Lightning elves. Silently, Isha pulled out the list she had written the night before and crossed the lightning elves off it. I don't think my brother-in-law will ever learn elegance. Muttering to herself, Isha glanced at the 2 remaining names on the list. The wolf tribe and humans. The red dragon queen bit her pen thoughtfully. Which one should I test next? While she was pondering, Grandma Veronica reached out and gently pressed down on Isha's list. Isha glanced over. Grandma. The old woman smiled kindly. We're here to relax with family. Even if you're investigating, don't let it take over your thoughts. Isha's red eyes softened with understanding. She put the list away and hooked her arm around her grandmother S. Then, let's go shoot some balloons together, Grandma. Oh, my old eyes are blurry. I can't aim, Veronica teased. The 2 laughed as they walked over to join Leon and the others. Meanwhile, after several rounds of ammunition, Leon had won another toy bear for each of his daughters. He then turned to Rosvisser, asking if she wanted one too. Rosvisser shook her head. No need, one is enough. Why, you loved the one I gave you last time. I did, but one of something I like is enough, the queen replied, her silver eyes never leaving Leon's gaze. A sly smile played on her lips, hinting at something more. Leon swallowed hard and leaned back slightly. You're not including me in that, are you? Rosvisser tilted her head slightly, her silver hair falling over her shoulder. She didn't answer directly. What do you think, my captives? Oh, what are you 2 lovebirds whispering about? Came Isha's teasing voice. Your gazes are practically sparking. Why don't you kiss right here? Both of them quickly turned away, embarrassed. Leon scratched his head, trying to act as though nothing had happened. Isha approached with a mischievous grin. Brother-in-law, I didn't know you were such a good shot. Help me win something, will you? Sure, no problem. Boss, 10 more rounds. The vendor was ecstatic. You got it. As Leon got back to shooting, Isha sidled up to her sister. I knew your relationship would get better after your first visit to my house, but I didn't expect it to get this good. Rosvisser blushed, gently pushing her sister's arm. Stop saying things like that, sis. Leon and we're just a normal couple, respectful and polite. Respectful and polite. What kind of respectful and polite couple has 3 kids? Isha bent down and picked up Moon. What do you think, little Moon? Aren't your mommy and daddy the most asterisk-loving couple ever? Moon didn't care whether her aunt was trying to embarrass her parents. She just knew that agreeing with adults was always the safest bet. Yup, she nodded vigorously. See, even the kids can tell. Stop denying it, little Rose. Rosvisser sighed in resignation. Sis, don't say such things in front of the children. As the sisters chatted, Leon returned with yet another toy bear. Sis, your bear. Thanks, brother-in-law. Isha hugged the bear to her chest, her mind drifting for a moment. Which race was known for their excellent marksmanship? With a chuckle, she shook her head. deciding not to think about such things right now. Taking her grandmother's advice to heart, she let go of her investigation, if only for the moment. The family spent the rest of the afternoon enjoying their time at the young dragon playground. That evening, after dinner, they went to Selina's photography studio to pick up the family photos and the admission pictures of Moon and Aurora. By then, it was already past 8 p.m., and even at Rossvisser's speed, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to fly home. By then, the children would be too exhausted to stay awake. So they decided to stay the night in Sky City. Naturally, they checked into the most luxurious hotel available. After all, the Silver and Red Dragon sisters had no shortage of money. Once the children were settled in and asleep, Isha headed to the hotel rooftop. Leon, Rossvisser, and Grandma Veronica were already there. "Oh, it seems none of us can sleep," Isha said as she joined them. The four stood side by the railing, gazing out at the glittering lights of Sky City beneath the night sky. The lights flickered and sparkled like stars, giving the city a dreamlike quality. People often find themselves reminiscing about the past after a full and satisfying day. Leon was no exception. As he looked at the night scene, he couldn't help but think back to his days in the Dragon Slayer Corps. Back then, he hadn't yet been betrayed by the Empire. He still held the highest hopes for his future as a dragon slayer. He often spent nights like this, climbing the tallest tree trunks with Rebecca, Martin, and Victor to gaze at the stars and moon. Rebecca used to say that once they had slain all their enemies, she would continue watching the moon with her comrades. Leon would reply that it depended on the weather, as you couldn't see the moon on a cloudy night. Martin would agree. Then Rebecca would pull out her gun, press it to their foreheads, and ask why the heavens had cursed her with two steel-brained idiots who had no sense of romance. Though those days had been filled with hardship, they had also been full of joy. Leon sighed quietly, looking up at the sky. Coincidentally, the moon tonight was as bright as it had been back then. "When all of this is over, there will be more people to watch the moon with you, you crazy girl," he thought to himself. Slowly, he reached out and took Rossvisser's hand. Her hand was as cool as always, but that didn't matter. It would warm up after a while. Rossvisser responded to his rare moment of affection, intertwining her fingers with his. Their hands clasped tightly, inseparable. Isha immediately noticed the slight shift in the atmosphere, tinged with the unmistakable scent of romance. She glanced over. Rossvisser's expression was normal, but why did her brother-in-law look a bit emo? Isha blinked, tilting her head upward. A full moon hung in the sky. Suddenly, something clicked in Isha's mind. The wolf tribe can't resist howling at the moon on nights like this. With that thought, she turned back to Leon. As strange as it was to hope that someone would randomly start howling in front of her, Isha wanted to test her theory. "Come on, brother-in-law, don't suppress your bloodline's instincts. Howl at the moon." "All right, I guess he's not from the wolf tribe either." As the air grew cooler, Leon took off his coat and draped it over Rossvisser's shoulders. "Shall we head back?" "Emma." She turned to Isha and Grandma Veronica. "Sis, Grandma, we're heading back. Rest well." "Good night, little Rose," Isha waved. Grandma nodded as well. The couple left the rooftop, hand in hand. Isha's gaze followed them until they disappeared down the stairs. Only then did she look away. She sighed. Grandma Veronica glanced at her. "What's the matter?" Isha pulled out her list, crossing off wolf tribe. "The Garuda, lightning elves, and wolves out. The Mamba too, that just leaves." "Isha," Grandma interrupted. "Emma, have you thought about what we should do if we discover that Leon really isn't a dragon?" Isha blinked, pondering her grandmother's question seriously. After a moment, she shook her head. "I haven't figured that out yet." Then, with a small chuckle, she lowered her gaze to the list in her hand. But this was all just a silly little game from the start, nothing more than a bit of fun. Grandma Veronica smiled warmly. "Even if you keep investigating, I doubt you'll find anything." Why? "The last name on your list is humans, but do you know of any defining traits or habits they possess?" Isha shook her head. "No, and that's the strange thing. Humans seem to be the most primitive species. Of course, I don't mean primitive in a negative way, it's just that they're highly adaptable. They know a bit of every kind of magic. They have no outstanding strengths, but they also have no glaring weaknesses. If anything, humans don't need to learn transformation magic. After all, the ultimate form of transformation magic in Samuel is the human form. Grandma Veronica nodded slightly. I've studied this species for many years, and aside from their adaptability, I've noticed something interesting about them. What is it? Humans, they sometimes possess the most resilient will in the world. Such high praise made Isha suspicious. What do you mean by that? Look, humans live for less than a century, yet they continuously expand, learn, and explore during their brief lives. Then they pass down their knowledge to the next generation. In this way, they slowly grow, despite the hardships they face. No matter how difficult the process, this inheritance has never been broken. And this continuous inheritance is just one manifestation of their resilient will. There are other aspects too, like their survival instinct, their drive to explore new lands. Of course, sometimes they're driven by desire. But without desire, there can be no progress, don't you think? Isha nodded thoughtfully. The human-dragon war had lasted for nearly a century, and her understanding of the species had always been limited to seeing them as enemies. She had never truly tried to understand them in detail. Grandma's words had given her a new perspective on humans. Isha took the list in her hand, and with a small flame in her palm, she began to burn it. The ashes drifted away in the evening breeze, slowly scattering into the wind. Thank you, Grandma, for indulging me all day, even though we didn't figure out what my brother-in-law is. Grandma smiled. It's all right, but next time if you have another game like this, don't forget to include me. Isha grinned, throwing an arm around her grandmother's shoulders as they headed for the stairs. I didn't expect you to be so gossipy, Grandma, hundreds of years old and still such a busybody. And I suppose only young people are allowed to gossip. No, but next time I might be investigating something else. Like what? Little Rose and my brother-in-law's third child perhaps. The two left the rooftop, laughter trailing behind them as silence descended once more. One small, still burning scrap of paper fluttered to the ground, its edges glowing faintly with embers. With one last burst of heat, the word human was consumed, leaving no trace behind. "337. Vol 3CH, 36. Half a month later, the new Dragon Hatchling enrollment test at St. Heath Academy was held as scheduled. It just so happened to be on a Monday, which perfectly coincided with the day they would drop Noah off back at school. After arriving at the academy, the family parted ways at the entrance of the academic building. Don't get nervous during the exam. Trust yourselves and trust Dad, you'll definitely pass. As the eldest, Noah gave her two younger sisters a serious pep talk before they separated. The two little ones nodded repeatedly, full of confidence in the upcoming test. The school bell rang soon after, and although Noah had more to say, she had to cut it short. Waving her hand, she dashed toward her classroom. After saying goodbye to Noah, Leon and Rossvisser headed to the third floor with Moon and Aurora to the registration area for the entrance test. However, as soon as they stepped into the building, they were met not by just anyone, but by none other than Vice Principal Wilson, the last person they wanted to see. I've already heard from the academic office that the Melkveh family would be enrolling for the new hatchling test this year. I never imagined it would actually be true. Vice Principal Wilson's eyes gleamed like a sailor discovering a new continent. Before the official registration for the entrance test, there had been a preliminary registration process to estimate the number of candidates, so the academy could allocate the appropriate number of staff. Naturally, Leon and his family had also participated in this preliminary registration. They had thought it was just a simple matter of cooperating with the academy. But who would have thought that this old dragon, Wilson, would actually take an interest in this, making it hard not to suspect he had specifically instructed his staff to inform him the moment anyone from the Melkveh family signed up. All for the sake of pushing his beloved couple pairing, the old guy was really going all out. After a few pleasantries, Vice Principal Wilson rubbed his hands together, looking at the two little dragon girls. So, which one of you is entering this year? Moon stood on her tiptoes, eagerly raising her hand. Grandpa Wilson, Aurora and I are both signing up. W what? Smack asterisk. Leon slapped his hand against his face. It was over. Too late. Miss Rossvisser, Mr. Leon, is this true? Both of your little princesses are applying to join this year's hatchling program. The light in Vice Principal Wilson's eyes became even brighter. It was no longer like the glow of a sailor discovering a new continent. It was like an astronaut discovering a new planet. Why yes, Vice Principal. The children want to learn and we can't stop them, Rossvisser said with a slightly helpless smile. After receiving confirmation from the parents, the old dragon clutched his chest, breathing heavily as if he couldn't catch his breath. Leon raised a brow, concerned. What's wrong? Did your asthma flare up? No, Mr. Leon, I'm just excited. I'm excited. It's just registration. There's no need to get so worked up, is there? The vice principal waved his hand seriously. How can I not be? Your eldest daughter, Noah, passed the entrance test with the highest score and at the youngest age ever, and has kept the top ranking in her grade for 2 years straight. She's destined to become a top-tier dragon warrior. And as her sisters, I'm sure these 2 little princesses will be just as outstanding. You've provided the academy with 3 such excellent students. How can I not be thrilled? Vice Principal Wilson eyed the 2 little ones with satisfaction, then reached out and grabbed Leon's hand. Mr. Leon, considering your family's exceptional performance in the last test, I can make an exception and allow your daughters to enter directly without taking the exam. Upon hearing this, both Leon and Rossvisser quickly waved their hands in refusal. No, Vice Principal, we'd rather go through the normal procedure, thank you. There were 2 reasons for rejecting this offer. First, both Leon and Rossvisser, as well as their daughters, had the kind of personalities that would never take advantage of connections or shortcuts. Second, they needed the entrance test to carry out a particular plan. It's really no trouble, you know, the vice principal continued. The academy reserves a number of spots for direct admission every year. It's not something shady or inappropriate. Thank you for the offer, vice principal, but we truly don't need that kind of arrangement. Moon and Aurora can pass the test on their own merits, Rossvisser insisted. After several rounds of polite declines, the vice principal could only sigh and give in to the couple's wishes. Seeing his reaction, Leon and Rossvisser exchanged a glance. It seemed like the old dragon wasn't too happy about being refused. But that didn't matter. In fact, it might even work in their favor. If he stayed disgruntled, their plan might go even more smoothly. However, as expected from a model family of our academy, such integrity and dedication, it's something every dragon here should aspire to. Leon and Rossvisser. This guy is unbeatable. Let him be. Who could possibly survive his relentless enthusiasm? Now then, are you familiar with the test procedure? The princesses will take the written exam, and you 2 will accompany me to the 4th floor for the family interview, the vice principal said. Leon nodded. Yes, we're ready. Good, a staff member will escort you to the 4th floor shortly. I'm really looking forward to seeing your performance this year. After exchanging a few more formalities, the vice principal finally left. Leon and Rossvisser both let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Leon felt a tug on his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Moon. What's the matter, Moon? Leon squatted down. Daddy, I'm a little nervous. Despite her bold statements in front of her sister earlier, now that the test was looming, it was natural for a young hatchling like Moon to feel a bit anxious. This was perfectly normal. In fact, not being nervous would be strange. Leon smiled and pinched her cheek. Didn't your sister just say it? Believe in yourself. You're Noah's sister. You've got this. There's no way you won't pass. Moon's little cowlick swayed as she hung her head, nibbling on her lip. After a brief but intense internal debate, she nodded firmly. Okay, I'll do my best, Daddy. That's the spirit, Moon. Just as the words left his mouth, they heard a voice from the staff desk. All hatchlings registered for the entrance test, Please gather on the third floor. Go on, Moon Aurora, do your best, don't stress too much. Yes, Daddy. The two little dragon girls held hands and made their way to the third floor. Leon slowly stood up and turned to Rosvisser. It's time we get ready for our interview. Everything going according to plan. The Queen nodded, yes. The two shared a look, then spoke in unison. Operation, no embarrassing moments at the ceremony, is a go. 2 years ago, their eldest daughter Noah had passed the hatchling entrance test with the highest score and at the youngest age. As if by some cruel twist of fate, Leon and Rosvisser had also managed to score the highest in their family interview. They thought that once the interviews were done, they'd just sit back and wait for admission. But who could have predicted that, at the new student ceremony, the wonderful Vice Principal Wilson would crown them the Academy's model family? Worse yet, he invited them on stage to share their family's insights and experiences in front of hundreds of dragons. But that wasn't the worst part. Near the end, thanks to the Vice Principal and the crowd's encouragement, the two had ended up sharing a kiss right there in front of everyone, taking the ceremony to a whole new level, and plunging themselves into the deepest abyss of social embarrassment. Now, 2 years later, the couple had devised their no embarrassing moments plan to avoid a repeat of that catastrophe. This time, they were going to do only 3 things during the interview. Be low-key, and for the love of all that's holy, be low-key. As long as we act mediocre during the interview and keep our scores low while making sure the kids pass, we won't be named this year's model family. And that means no speeches, Leon said confidently. Got it, Moon and Aurora just need to perform normally. This is an adult plan. The kids shouldn't be dragged into it. Exactly. So, do you have any specific ideas for the interview? Like, what should we say? I'll just say that I've lost my passion for you over the last 2 years, Rosvisser deadpanned. Leon blinked. That's way too fake, my dear. How could you possibly have lost passion for me? Rosvisser poked his chest. I'm saying it for the plan's sake. Oh, so, you do asterisk still have passion for me, right? The Queen rolled her eyes. Whatever you say, I'm not arguing with you. Laughing and joking, they arrived at the interview room door. They gave each other one last glance before pushing the door open. "338. Vol 3CH, 37. The interview began quickly. Leon and Rosvisser sat down, and as it had been 2 years prior, the same 3 officials were in charge of their interview. The 2 officials on the sides remained stern and expressionless, but Vice Principal Wilson was visibly excited, clearly looking forward to how the couple would perform this year. Unfortunately for him, old man, you're about to be disappointed. If you're ready, we'll begin the interview now, the Vice Principal said. The couple nodded. We're ready, Vice Principal. Good. The Vice Principal glanced down at the interview materials on the table before continuing. Let's start by discussing the most obvious change in your family over the past 2 years. Rosvisser blinked in surprise. Vice Principal, what do you mean? Your third daughter, Aurora. The Vice Principal leaned forward. It's quite rare for dragon families to consider having a second child, especially when the first birth resulted in twins. So, I'd like to know what motivated you to have a second child. Motivated? If an unplanned pregnancy counts as motivation, then we could certainly give you a story. The couple exchanged glances, silently communicating. It was an undeniable fact that Aurora's conception had been a surprise, but both Leon and Rosvisser knew that under no circumstances could they admit that now. If they told the interviewers that their third child was an accident, it might come across as irresponsible. This would certainly lower their family interview score as intended, but if the score dropped too low, Moon and Aurora might not pass the entrance test. So they had to handle this question with care. After a brief moment of thought, Rosvisser responded. Well, my husband and I have been married for several years now, and we've been through a lot together. Naturally, after so long, our marriage moved from the fiery passion of the early days to something more routine. So, we began to wonder if there was something we could do to reignite the spark between us. We tried a few different things, but none of them really worked. That's when my husband suggested that maybe we should have another child. Just like we had with Noah and Moon, we could raise Xiaoguang to be just as excellent as her sisters. I agreed to this idea, and then Aurora was born. This answer was a perfect 2-for-1. Not only did it completely avoid the term unplanned, but it also introduced the idea that their marriage had cooled, subtly lowering their interview score. After her response, Leon glanced over at the official on the far right, who was scribbling something on the score sheet, his brow furrowed in seriousness. It seemed Rossvisser's answer hadn't been what he'd expected. Perfect, the plan was working. But while the response had the desired effect, the couple had overlooked a small flaw in their explanation. If the reason for having your third daughter was to rekindle your relationship, does that mean your feelings for her are a little different than those for your other 2 daughters? The official on the left asked. He phrased it delicately, but it was clear what he was implying. Did they see Xiaoguang as nothing more than a tool to save their marriage? Naturally, Leon didn't need to think much before answering. Our feelings for Aurora are no different from our feelings for Moon and Noah. Oh, but didn't you say you had her to reignite your passion? The official twirled an expensive pen in his fingers. Compared to the shipping-obsessed vice principal and the strict scorekeeper, this official was much more sharp-tongued. It made sense. After all, every serious interview needs someone to play the bad guy. You couldn't expect the vice principal to do it. If he were in charge, the interview would have ended in 2 rounds with perfect scores. Mr. Interviewer, in my view, the reason behind our daughter's conception has nothing to do with how we feel about her after her birth, Leon said, his voice firm. Do you think parents who raise someone as outstanding as Noah could be so irresponsible? A well-timed rhetorical question could be a good way to turn the tables. And Rossvisser could tell that her husband was getting a bit annoyed by this bad guy routine. Sure, they had crafted this response to lower their score, but questioning a doting father's love for his daughter was bound to get under his skin. If Leon had been in a more favorable position, he might have flipped the table and summoned his lightning magic already. The official smiled faintly, lowered his head, and stopped twirling his pen, then wrote something down on the paper in front of him. Miss Rossvisser, you mentioned earlier that your married life had become routine, and that the 2 of you no longer have the same passion for each other that you once did. Vice Principal Wilson interjected, his white eyebrows furrowed. Has this changed since your third daughter was born? Rossvisser smiled, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. It's improved, certainly, but to return to the way things were when we first got married, that would be very difficult. At that, she subtly nudged Leon's leg under the table. Leon immediately caught on and added, honestly, not just the way things were when we first got married, even going back to how things were when Noah started school 2 years ago would be impossible. The couple seamlessly played off each other, dancing along the fine line of an acceptable family interview performance. It was hard to say they were on the verge of divorce, but it would also be a stretch to say they were still madly in love. In short, it was weird. Weird enough to make sure their interview score landed firmly in the mediocre range. And mediocre was good. It would allow them to pass the entrance test without being named the model family. Leon and Rossvisser watched the interviewers' reactions, feeling secretly pleased. This was going to work. They had gauged the limits of their answers, knew exactly how far to push things, and managed to stay within the boundaries of the interview's expectations. What they hadn't accounted for, however, was the vice principal. The old man took several sips of water, seemingly trying to calm himself. After a few more rounds of questions, the 2 officials leaned over to whisper to Vice Principal Wilson, indicating that they had no more concerns. Wilson glanced at their score sheets. While the couple's score was good enough to pass the family interview, it was only just enough to scrape by. There was none of the overwhelming triumph of true love that the vice principal had been hoping for. Vice Principal Wilson took a handkerchief from his suit pocket and wiped the sweat from his brow. He pursed his lips, staring at the couple sitting before him. They were relaxed, leaning back in their chairs with their legs crossed, looking perfectly at ease. It was a harmonious picture, but to the vice principal, it seemed as though his cherished couple was growing further and further apart. The vice principal rubbed his fingers together nervously before, with great hesitation, summoning the courage to ask. I just have one more question for the two of you. Do you still love each other? Rossvisser raised an eyebrow. Love, of course. Leon nodded in agreement. Even if the passion isn't what it used to be, I still love my wife. They weren't about to admit they didn't love each other anymore. Even without their no embarrassment plan, it's unlikely they'd ever confess such a thing. Well, probably not, who could say for sure, cough asterisk. Although Leon and Rossvisser had clearly stated their feelings to Vice Principal Wilson, it felt like they were just saying it to get through the interview. The old man clenched his fists, silently vowing. No. This can't happen. My OTP will not fall apart. $339. Vol 3CH, 38. After the interview ended, the couple stepped out of the room, closed the door behind them, and simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. The no social death plan, a grand success. Smack. The two high-fived in celebration. But they quickly realized they were still on the vice principal's turf. Having just painted their relationship as dull during the interview, and now celebrating as soon as they left the room, it would be suspicious if anyone saw that and thought they had been acting the whole time. The couple walked through the crowd, descended the stairs, and reached the first-floor hall, where many parents were still waiting for their hatchlings to finish their tests. Leon scanned the surroundings, and not spotting Vice Principal Wilson or any of his spies, leaned toward Rossvisser with a smile, fishing for praise. How was my acting back there? The queen crossed her arms, eyeing her husband, her lips barely suppressing a grin. Acting? What acting? Weren't those your real feelings? Leon froze for a second, quickly rebutting, how could they be? We agreed to act, to pretend like we didn't have any passion left. Oh, how do I know you weren't just using this chance to say what you've been thinking all along? Hey, you. Just as Leon, the hopeless straight man, was about to get flustered, Rossvisser gently pressed a finger against his lips, stopping him in his tracks. I was teasing you, look how worked up you got. She was really getting good at this, teasing and stopping just in time, routine, not just in bed either. Teasing her dragon-slaying hero had become one of Rossvisser's favorite pastimes. Watching him get all flustered and helpless was endlessly entertaining. But as the saying goes, you can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. There had been times when she pushed Leon too far and actually made him mad. At first, she would patiently soothe him when that happened. But over time, she'd learned exactly where his limits were and always made sure to pull back right before he got seriously upset. Whenever Rossvisser acted all cute and apologetic, Leon would instantly cool down. For all his bravado, the dragon slayer was completely wrapped around his wife's finger. You really did a good job, Rossvisser said with a grin. You perfectly captured the essence of a weary, resigned husband while still showing just a glimmer of hope for your marriage. The Empire should give you a Best Actor award. Right back at you. For a moment there, I actually thought you'd lost. Leon was about to banter back, but his brain lagged for a second, and he almost said something he shouldn't. But it was too late. Rossvisser smiled, her hands clasped behind her back as she leaned in slightly, her silver eyes twinkling up at him. Lost what? You thought I'd lost what for you? Nothing. Come on, say it. Did you really think I'd lost interest in you? The queen's smile widened. Oh dear, Tilda, is my little lion scared? How cute, Tilda. There's a practice arena here at the academy, right? Leon interrupted, his tone low. Rossvisser blinked. Yes, why? How about we go spar for a bit? That'll shut you up. Tusk. Rossvisser wanted to tease him a bit more, but Leon suddenly made a shush gesture. Her smile vanished and she whispered, What is it? Wilson's coming, he's right behind you. Don't turn around, just act like we didn't see him. Rossvisser nodded, and they instinctively put some distance between them, perfectly playing the part of a couple that had lost passion in the vice principal's eyes. Mr. Leon, there you are. I've been looking for you, Vice Principal Wilson called out as he hurried over. Is there something you need, Vice Principal? Leon asked politely. Oh, it's nothing urgent. I just wanted to have a chat with you. The vice principal paused, then quickly added, nothing related to the entrance interview or test, just a friendly conversation. Leon wasn't sure what the old man was up to, so he glanced at Rossvisser for confirmation. She gave him a subtle nod, indicating it was fine. All right, let's talk. Please, this way. The vice principal gestured toward a nearby alcove. Sure. Miss Rossvisser, please wait here, Wilson added. Okay, Rossvisser replied. Leon followed the vice principal into the alcove. Wilson peeked around suspiciously, ensuring no one was watching, before pulling his head back in and closing the door behind them. Leon raised an eyebrow. What's this guy up to? Has Vice Principal Wilson evolved from shipper to crazed stalker? Is he planning to lock me in here? If that's the case, he better think carefully. One hit from my lightning magic, and his old bones won't stand a chance. Mr. Leon, I need to ask you something. Is there really a crisis in your marriage with Miss Rossvisser? Hi. What I mean is, are you two having some kind of emotional problems? Leon crossed his arms, frowned for a moment, and replied, We've already explained our situation during the interview, Vice Principal. Isn't that enough? Seeing that Leon didn't answer directly, Wilson's heart sank a little further. So, does that mean you're really considering a divorce? Leon. Wait. How did you jump straight to divorce from that? Well, Mr. Leon, you didn't answer my question directly, so you're basically admitting it, right? You and Miss Rossvisser are having marital issues and are already thinking about divorce. How could this happen? Mr. Leon, you two were the Academy's model family just 2 years ago. Vice Principal. I just can't believe it. My favorite couple is falling apart. Vice Principal. How about this, Mr. Leon? I know a highly professional marriage counseling team. They have the best dragon relationship experts in the Empire. They've even managed to get a 100-year-old dragon to fall in love with an 800-year-old one. Their success rate is incredible. If you and Miss Rossvisser go, I'm sure they can help you resolve this. This is getting more absurd by the minute. No, you're both smart people. Even with experts, you might not tell the whole truth. Leon closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Vice Principal, that's enough. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and interrupted the Vice Principal's runaway analysis. If he let this go on any further, he and Rossvisser would be signing divorce papers by tomorrow. The old man adjusted his glasses, his expression still heavy. Mr. Leon, you're desperate to fix your marriage with Miss Rossvisser, aren't you? With the Vice Principal's relentless barrage of questions, a fire suddenly flared up inside Leon. No, Vice Principal, my wife and I are doing just fine. Don't lie to me, Mr. Leon. I can tell. You and Miss Rossvisser have already. I'll prove it to you. Without another word, Leon stormed past the Vice Principal, pushing the door open and striding toward Rossvisser, who was still waiting in the hall. Seeing Leon approaching with such a determined look, Rossvisser wondered if she had said something earlier to upset him. Hey Leon, what's wrong? Let's talk this, MMPH. In front of the astonished crowd of parents and the wide-eyed Vice Principal, Leon pulled Rossvisser close by the waist and kissed her, his lips pressing firmly against hers. The kiss was deep and passionate, leaving no room for doubt. For a moment, Rossvisser was too shocked to respond, lightly tapping Leon's arm. But soon, she gave in to the intensity of the kiss. She didn't know what was going on, but who could resist such an impulsive and fervent kiss from their lover? What's happening? Is this part of the family interview? Wow, isn't that the dragon hero Cosmod and his wife? They're just as loving as the legends say. This is indecent. Someone call the disciplinary committee. Shut up, even the committee is shipping them. The kiss didn't last long. Leon finally released Rossvisser. Her beautiful face was flushed red, and still a little dazed, she asked, what just happened? What's going on? He kept saying our marriage was in crisis. And so I had to prove him wrong, that there's nothing wrong with our marriage. Rossvisser blinked, then laughed softly, playfully jabbing Leon in the chest. You impulsive fool, didn't you just ruin all the work we did during the interview? As the reality sank in, Leon quickly released his hold on her waist. But before he could explain, they heard the vice principal's ecstatic voice behind them. "My OTP, it's alive." Outside the academy building, Leon and Rosvisser sat together on a bench. Rosvisser held an orange-flavored ice cream that Leon had just bought for her. Gazing down at her shoes, she smiled softly. "The vice principal said that little outburst won't affect our interview score, so our no social death plan is still a success." Leon looked up, watching the other parents and passers-by. They were all talking about the crazy kiss he had just shared with Rosvisser in the building. "Is it really a success? I feel like we've become even more of a hot topic now." "And who do you think is responsible for that impulsive behavior?" Rosvisser teased. Life was hard, and Leon sighed. Rosvisser patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, you're only in your 20s. Impulsiveness is part of the deal. When you get to be my age, you'll calm down." "When I get to be your age, I won't just be calm, I'll be dead," Leon said. "Ashes to ashes." Rosvisser nudged him playfully. "Oh, stop it." Leon chuckled helplessly. "Well, at least our interview score landed right where we wanted. We won't have to worry about another public embarrassment at the entrance ceremony." Rosvisser nodded. "Yes, as long as the girls do well, everything will be fine." Finally, they could relax, or so they thought. Meanwhile, in the hatchling exam room, a certain pink-haired little dragon had just discovered something incredible. "340. Vol 3CH, 39. 20 minutes earlier, the first subject of the hatchling entrance test had concluded. There were still 4 more subjects to go. Aurora sat at the back of the classroom, looking at the group of young candidates from various species, already scheming about how she could have some fun in such a serious environment. Just then, Moon approached her. "Aurora." "What's up, second sister?" "Are you feeling unwell?" Moon asked with genuine concern. Aurora blinked and shook her head. "No, why do you ask?" "I noticed you spent half the test resting your head on the desk. I thought you might be sick." "Ah, well, it wasn't quite half the time, maybe just a quarter tilde," Aurora joked, trying to lighten the mood. Seeing her little sister's playful attitude, Moon wasn't as worried but still reminded her. "If you feel unwell, be sure to tell the exam proctor right away, okay?" "I will, second sister." In truth, Aurora wasn't intentionally slacking off during the test. She was working on something important, asterisk score control. As the name suggests, score control involves deliberately keeping your score within a desired range. This is usually a trick employed by genius students looking to show off their skills. But Aurora wasn't doing it to flaunt her abilities. She just wanted to stay at a middle asterisk ranking. Everyone knows that if you want to sit back and enjoy the show, you can't be the one at the top. All eyes are on the leader, and the more attention you get, the more likely you are to slip up and experience public embarrassment. Aurora's goal was to watch the drama unfold, not become the center of it. So she left some questions on her test deliberately incomplete, writing random answers in some places just to keep her score from getting too high and making her the center of attention. Moreover, her older sister Noah was always at the top, holding the number 1 spot in everything. If Zaya Agwang also ended up as a permanent first-place student, people would talk about her even more than they already did with Noah. Zaya Agwang didn't know what Moon thought about all of this, but she, personally, definitely didn't want to be the subject of gossip. So a little score manipulation was necessary. And Zaya Agwang had already calculated everything. Even if her parents totally bombed the family interview by flipping over the table, her controlled score would still be enough for her to pass the entrance test. Once she got her little backpack and started classes, the first thing she'd do would be to lock in on the most attention-grabbing student in the class, someone who could serve as a source of endless entertainment. Wasn't that just the perfect opportunity for some fun? "I really am a genius when it comes to finding entertainment," thought Aurora, brimming with confidence. But of course, she didn't share this plan with Moon. It wasn't that Moon wouldn't understand her motivation to find amusement. It was more that Moon had a different goal. She was here at the academy to follow in Noah's footsteps and, more importantly, ensure that no other little dragoness would steal her big sister away. Score manipulation for entertainment wouldn't be something Moon would consider. In short, Xia Aguang's score manipulation was going smoothly, and as long as she kept it up, she'd land comfortably in the middle. These test questions are so hard. Yeah, I had no idea how to answer a bunch of them. I just scribbled something down. I heard from an older student in my clan that this year's test is way harder than in previous years. Really, why is that? Not sure, maybe the academy is looking for more talented hatchlings. The other young dragons in the test room were discussing the difficulty of the exam. Moon and Aurora overheard their conversation. I thought the questions were really tough too, Moon said. Xiaoguang nodded in agreement. Yeah, they were. This was no lie. Even though Aurora was focused on finding amusement, she had still answered the questions she knew correctly. Her father's preparation had been thorough, but even he hadn't predicted the level of difficulty in this test. Many of the questions were different from anything she'd seen in previous years, testing not just knowledge, but independent thinking. Aurora had initially thought it was just her who found the questions difficult, but it seemed like everyone else felt the same. But Dad's lessons were really good. I managed to answer everything, even the new types of questions. I'm not sure if I got them all right, but at least I found the basic logic behind them, Moon said. Aurora gave her second sister a thumbs up. She had faith in Moon's abilities. While Moon often appeared relaxed and nonchalant, Aurora had long realized that her sister wasn't just lazing around. She only relaxed after finishing what needed to be done. And the reason it seemed like Moon was always lounging around was simple. She finished her tasks very quickly. Work hard, play hard, that was Moon's motto. I don't think my score will be very high this time. Forget about becoming this year's model family. Relax, as long as you pass the test, it's fine. Personally, I don't care much about being part of a model family. Looking back at the model families from the past 3 years, they were all top tier. Especially that girl from 3 years ago, Noah K. Melkveh. I heard she's still getting perfect scores in every subject. The conversation shifted from test difficulty to model families. Aurora perked up her ears, listening intently. Second sister, what's a model family? She asked. Oh, model family. Every year, St. Heath Academy holds 2 entrance exams, and each time they select one family with the highest combined scores as the model family. Moon crossed her arms and proudly swayed her tail, the cowlick on her head bouncing slightly. Our family was named the model family the year Noah, Mom, and Dad got top scores in both the written and family interviews. Aurora's eyes sparkled. Wow, Tilda, I didn't know our family had such a glorious history. Yup, Moon said dreamily. This year, Aurora, let's try to get high scores too. Aurora tilted her head. Well, would she really give up a chance to watch fun drama unfold just for a model family title? Tough choice. If we win, Mom and Dad will take us on stage to give a speech. Go on stage. Give a speech. It sounded amusing, but maybe not amusing enough. I remember Dad kissed Mom on stage, and... Wait, second sister, what did you just say? I said Dad kissed Mom on stage, and in front of a huge audience. In front of a huge audience. Dad kissed Mom. Aurora, W. Compared to the potential of watching her dad publicly kiss her mom, finding some inspiration from the top student in her class seemed like child's play. As expected, being born into this family was the best decision ever. Every time she thought life was going to get boring, her family would pull out something extraordinary that would make her day. The thought of her usually awkward parents sharing a public kiss in front of so many people made Aurora's asterisk spirit of entertainment practically leap out of her chest. She knew it, coming to this academy was bound to bring her new and exciting drama. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the start of the next test. Moon jogged back to her seat. The proctor walked around the room, handing out the next set of exams. Aurora glanced down at her new test, titled Introduction to Basic Magic Concepts ***. She smirked, stretched her fingers, rolled her neck, and picked up her pencil. Dad, Mom, forgive me, but this time, I'm getting a perfect score. 341. Vol 3CH, 40. One evening, a few days after the entrance test, the Melkve family received the admission letter from St. Heath Academy. In response, Noah was overjoyed because her younger sisters would now have access to better and more comprehensive education. Moon was thrilled because once they were enrolled, she could keep a close eye on her sister and make sure no other little dragoness tried to steal her away. Aurora was excited because she was heading to a bigger ocean of entertainment, where she could roam freely and find even more fun. The couple, Leon and Rosvisser, were equally pleased because, with the kids out of the house, they could finally strike that out, secretly work on having a third baby. In short, the month of intense review had paid off, and their two daughters had successfully passed the entrance test. As for the specific results, they would only find out in 3 days during the entrance ceremony when they returned to the academy. However, Leon and Rosvisser were confident that their scores were right in the middle, meaning they would comfortably avoid being named this year's model family and, most importantly, steer clear of the dreaded public speech at the ceremony. After all, while Rosvisser was a queen of the Silver Dragons and Leon was a former dragon-slaying commander, both accustomed to being in the public eye, the last thing they wanted was Vice Principal Wilson pulling some new public stunt. Knowing his obsession with their relationship, there was no way the old man would be content with just a public kiss. Sure, they had plenty of fun in private, but showcasing their affection in front of a large crowd, that was just awkward. Later that evening, the three little ones gathered together, excitedly discussing what life at the academy would be like. Meanwhile, the couple stood on the balcony, enjoying the cool night breeze. They raised their glasses and gently clinked them together. Cheers, here's to the success of the no social death plan. Rosvisser chuckled softly. You know, it's not often that you're the one asking me for a drink, so I'm guessing you're really pleased with how things turned out. Leon took a small sip of the red wine and nodded. Of course. This was the first time we successfully resisted Vice Principal Wilson's schemes. That alone is worth celebrating. Rosvisser agreed wholeheartedly, clinking her glass against his once more. After a pause, she gazed into the deep red liquid, her reflection staring back at her. But, aren't we celebrating a bit early? Every time we've popped champagne before, it's ended in disaster. Leon waved dismissively. Don't worry, trust me. With my years of experience dealing with dragons, we could spray this champagne right in Wilson's face, and nothing would go wrong this time. The queen raised an elegant eyebrow, twirling her glass before smirking. Let's hope so. What's wrong? You don't seem very excited. What makes you say that? I'm plenty excited. Leon narrowed his eyes, catching onto something. He sidled up to Rosvisser with a mischievous grin. You're actually. Rosvisser glanced at him. Actually what? You're secretly looking forward to me showing you off in front of everyone, aren't you? Rosvisser's cheeks flushed, and she gently shoved him away. Who said anything about showing off? Don't be ridiculous. Besides, you need to have something worth showing off. Do you really think there's anything between us that's showworthy? Leon's lips twitched, almost reaching for the sky, but he simply shrugged in the end and yielded to the queen. Whatever you say. HMPH, childish, she muttered, swishing her tail as she swiftly left the balcony, her dragon-wing slippers making little sounds as she walked away. Leon watched her retreating figure, smiling to himself but not following her. He turned back to the balcony railing, leaned on it, and gazed into the distant night. People dragons were all so contradictory, so difficult. 3 days later, at the St. Heath Academy entrance ceremony. Inside the grand hall, over 100 dragons, plus 1 human, quietly waited for the vice principal to announce the top 3 performers of the entrance test. Of course, there was the usual long-winded speech to endure first. Thank you all for choosing St. Heath Academy. I am Vice Principal Wilson. In the audience, Leon held Moon, and Rosvisser held Aurora, as their family of 4 stood in one corner of the room. 10 minutes earlier, they had realized that their family, just by standing together, drew far too much attention, so they discreetly moved to the back to keep a low profile. "I wonder who will be this year's model family," someone nearby murmured. "I think the kid from the Electric Dragon clan seems smart. It might be their family." "HMPH, I don't think so. My kid is way smarter than theirs." Evda. Speaking of, that model family from the last entrance ceremony was amazing. I heard they were a live birth dragon family too. The dragon husband even sang a love song for his wife on stage. "Oh wow, really?" "Yeah, it was pretty impressive." Leon quietly listened to the chatter around him, thinking, singing a love song. That must have been Vice Principal Wilson's idea. Sure enough, the public kissing wasn't enough for that old man. Last time it was singing, so what would it be this time? Dancing, poetry recital, something worse. Whatever it was, it would surely be doubly embarrassing for him and Rossvisser. The mere thought of singing a love song to Rossvisser's gorgeous, yet emotionally cold face made Leon feel like he was going to lose it. Though he had sung to Rossvisser's belly before. He had recited poetry too, but that was when she was pregnant with Aurora. Leon shook his head, snapping out of his random thoughts just as the vice principal finished his speech and began announcing the test results. The family with the highest score would be named this year's model family. As many of you may have heard, this year's test was the most difficult we've had in recent years, Wilson announced. We weren't trying to make things harder for anyone. The goal was to use the entrance test to identify each young dragon's strengths and weaknesses, allowing us to tailor their education accordingly. While we increased the difficulty, we also slightly lowered the passing threshold, ensuring we could both achieve that goal and admit more talented children into the academy. Now, without further delay, I will announce the top 3 families from this year's entrance test. With that, the vice principal pulled out the results list. The families in the audience tensed up, all hoping their child would score well. After all, dragons were competitive by nature. But in the far corner, the Melkve family remained calm. There was no way the model family title had anything to do with them. They were just here to go through the motions. Leon and Rossvisser exchanged smiles, completely confident in their outcome. "Daddy, why are you smiling?" Aurora asked. Oh, Daddy, S just thinking about something that makes him happy." "What's making you happy?" For the first time in years, Daddy had willingly given up on an easy victory. Leon reached out and playfully pinched Aurora's cheek, smiling without answering. And now, the third-place family in this year's entrance test is the Electric Dragon clan's Christina and her mother, Mrs. Adia. Congratulations. Applause erupted from the crowd. The little dragon named Christina blushed and clasped her hands together, nodding politely to those around her. Rossvisser joined in with light applause, but Leon gently nudged her arm. Rossvisser glanced at him. "Leon, third place is out. We're in the clear." "Rossvisser, I want to disagree with you and say don't celebrate too soon, but we're really in the clear." "Leon, stay humble, stay humble. Deep down, we know our victory." And now, the second-place family in this year's entrance test is the Silver Dragon clan's Moon K. Melkve, along with her parents, Mr. Leon and Mrs. Rossvisser. Congratulations. Vice Principal Wilson led the applause, which was even louder this time. Like a bolt from the blue, Leon and Rossvisser froze in place. It wasn't until someone nearby nudged them that they snapped out of it. Leon exhaled, looking down at Moon in his arms. "Sweetie, you're amazing." "It's Daddy who's amazing, Tilda." "Haha, darling, that's a wonderful thing to say, just don't say it again." Their precious daughter had managed to score second place despite their efforts to downplay the family interview. It showed just how talented Moon truly was, especially considering the difficulty of this year's test. And this second-place finish was the perfect outcome for their no social death plan. It allowed them to avoid becoming the model family while still affirming their daughter's abilities without any sense of defeat. In fact, neither Moon nor Aurora had any strong desire to be first. Their primary goal was simply to pass the test. After all, they were younger than most of the other hatchlings, and they had only had a month to prepare. If Moon and Aurora had been as strict about their scores as Noah, Leon and Rossvisser would never have downplayed the interview for their own benefit. That would have been neglecting their children's priorities, and they weren't that kind. Of parents, in the end, this second place was a win for everyone. No social death for mom and dad, and the girls' talents were recognized. Melkve family, victory. Leon, Rosvisser's voice interrupted Leon's thoughts. She sounded tense. Leon immediately snapped back to reality and looked at her. What's wrong? Why did the vice principal only mention Moon? He didn't say anything about Aurora. Leon blinked and shrugged. Even though they're both our daughters, the scores must be counted separately. Rosvisser swallowed, slowly turning her gaze toward Leon's eyes. Then, is there a chance that Moon got second place, and Aurora is? First place, Aurora K. Melkve of the Silver Dragon clan. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. $342. Vol 3ch, 41. Leon couldn't believe what was happening, even as he stood on the podium. Before the entrance exams, he and Rosvisser had stayed up all night devising strategies to lower their daughter's scores, aiming to ensure they passed without becoming the model family of the year. To that end, they simulated at least 20 different interview scenarios and compiled nearly 1,000 potential questions the interviewers might ask. They even tried a brief separation to dampen their passion for each other, though in the end, that didn't work out. Because, unbeknownst to this clueless couple, their relationship was too strong. A simple separation wasn't going to lessen their feelings. After going through all this trouble, they thought they had everything in the bag. Even though Moon had ranked second, they believed they had narrowly avoided the social death they feared. However, just when they were ready to pop champagne in the face of victory, death took off its mask and revealed Aurora's face. Leon felt like his life had turned into a coffee table, cluttered with nothing but tragic cups. Daddy tilde, I got first place. Why aren't you happy? Aurora tugged at his sleeve, blinking her big, innocent eyes up at him. Leon looked down, rubbing her small head. Daddy's not unhappy, Daddy's very happy. Look, Daddy is even smiling, ha ha ha. Daddy, your smile sounds worse than crying, Aurora said, her words sharp as ever. Look at Mommy, she's really happy, but she's still being modest. Modest? Leon glanced at Rosvisser. The Dragon Queen didn't look the least bit upset. Her expression was still cold and indifferent, but if you looked closely, there was a barely noticeable curve at the corner of her lips. She was clearly pleased. What on earth are you so happy about, big sister? Our whole plan just crumbled into dust before our youngest daughter. Keep your composure, Leon. Although we failed, look on the bright side. Leon raised an eyebrow. What bright side? Your daughter won another championship for you. Rosvisser paused for a moment before delivering another sharp blow. Oh, and second place, too. Well, thanks so much for reminding me. Speaking of which, although the first place model family was supposed to be the combination of Aurora, Leon, and Rosvisser, Moon, who placed second, was also specially invited onto the stage by Vice Principal Wilson. After all, they were a family, and it wouldn't be humane to leave poor Moon standing by herself in the audience. Once the whole family of 4 was on stage, Vice Principal Wilson also joined them. As per tradition, the first to be interviewed was Aurora. Hello, Aurora Melkve, the vice principal said warmly, bending down to her level and smiling kindly. It was clear he had a soft spot for the Melkve family's little dragons, each one clever and talented. Exactly the kind of students St. Heath Academy wanted. Leon shot a glance at the old man, muttering inwardly. Uppercut, uppercut, give him a good uppercut. Of course, this was just Leon's mental rant. Aurora's tendency to throw an uppercut was easily triggered, but it was situational. If she knocked the vice principal's glasses off during the entrance ceremony, their family might dominate the academy's gossip mill for years. As everyone knows, this year's exam was significantly harder than in previous years, yet both you and your sister Moon scored remarkably high. Could you tell us what your study routine is like? Vice Principal Wilson asked. In her sweet, innocent voice, Aurora replied seriously, We listen to Daddy. Oh, so you're saying that you and your sister owe your success entirely to your father? Yes. Such a good daughter. Why are you always so honest, but every word feels like it's stabbing your father in the heart? If I had known this, I wouldn't have taught you two so well. It's all my fault for being too excellent. Stifling laughter. Leon coped with the embarrassment by telling himself cold jokes in his head. The vice principal, satisfied, stood up and wrapped an arm around Leon's shoulders like an old friend. Leon shot a sideways glance at the hand on his shoulder. He really didn't like dragons who had no sense of personal boundaries. I'm sure most of you have heard of Leon Cosmod. A few months ago, he was the one who prevented the crisis of the space rift, saving many nearby clans. Our principal, Angelina Ollet, even affectionately called him the hero of the dragons. With those words, applause erupted from the audience. But on stage, General Leon was already drenched in sweat. Damn it. Who was the first to start clapping? Was it you? I'll chop off your dragon horns later and use them to make liquor. Back in the principal's office, when Angelina Ollet had called Leon the hero of the dragons, with no one else around, he had felt uncomfortable. At 15, Leon had joined the dragon-slaying army, facing and slaying hundreds of evil dragons. Yet, a few years later, the hero who had slain dragons had somehow become the hero asterisk for asterisk dragons. Ah, life is unpredictable. And now, the vice principal had shouted this illustrious title in front of hundreds of dragons. Might as well roast me over a fire right now. Being hailed as a hero by the very species he had fought against. This was all kinds of weird and awkward. And Leon has raised 3 exceptional young dragons. His eldest daughter, Noah K. Melkve, is currently the top student in the hatchling division. I'm sure you've all heard of her, haven't you? The vice principal continued. Yes, Tilda. Noah is amazing, the little dragons echoed. Exactly. And now, Leon has brought his equally outstanding second and youngest daughters to St. Heath Academy. It's no exaggeration to say that Leon's contributions have laid a foundation for the future of the dragon race. Another round of applause rang out as the vice principal's praise was met with enthusiastic approval. But just as he was about to continue, he felt a strange warmth on his hand, the one resting on Leon's shoulder. He glanced down, muttering, "Why is my palm sweating? Am I too excited?" Leon shot him a death glare, silently praying for this cursed ceremony to end soon. The vice principal went on to heap more compliments on the hero of the dragons, Mr. Cosmod. Then he invited Moon and Aurora to hug their heroic father in celebration of their successful enrollment. The heroic father, holding back tears, could do nothing but accept the hugs. Afterward came the inevitable classic. Mr. Leon, now that your daughter's segment is over, let me ask you, do you remember what else you did when you stood here 3 years ago? Leon swallowed, sneaking a glance at Rosvisser. The Dragon Queen kept her gaze straight ahead, a faint smile playing on her lips. She showed no intention of joining the conversation. Leon turned his eyes back, playing dumb with one last desperate attempt. I forgot, Vice Principal. Well, let me remind you. 3 years ago, you stood in this very spot and kissed your wife, Ms. Rosvisser. Leon smiled sheepishly. Did I? Haha, well, that was just me being young and foolish. Well, Mr. Leon, as this ceremony is coming to a close, how about you end it with a kiss, just like last time? What do you all think? The vice principal called to the crowd. The dragons in the audience, eager for drama, cheered in excitement. Yes, we support it. I've heard the Silver Dragon couple is incredibly loving. Finally, we get to see them in action. Kiss, you have to kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss. The chants grew louder and louder. Leon couldn't tell if this was still an entrance ceremony or if it had turned into a wedding. Oh, Tilda Daddy is going to kiss Mommy Tilda, Little Moon chimed in, joining the chaos. Leon sighed internally. There was no escaping this. He turned to look at Rosvisser. Her smile widened, just a kiss on the cheek. Leon narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing the smugness in her expression. Why that smile? Did she think Leon wouldn't dare kiss her? Did she think kissing his fake wife in front of so many people would embarrass him? Or was it something else? Hey, Rosvisser, you're so childish. We've been through too much together for me to be scared of this. Leon steeled himself, slowly leaning in toward Rosvisser's pale, delicate cheek. Moon, standing nearby, clenched her small fists in excitement. It was rare to see her parents being affectionate in front of her and her sisters, so she was both nervous and thrilled. Aurora was just as eager. But was this really going to be just a kiss on the cheek? Aurora wasn't satisfied with that. Her eyes darted mischievously, and just as her father was about to plant the kiss, she called out, "Mom." Instinctively, Rosvisser turned toward her daughter's voice, momentarily forgetting Leon's proximity. And then, Emma. Their lips met, perfectly timed. Watching her parents, stunned faces as they accidentally kissed on the lips, Aurora proudly flicked her little tail in triumph. "343. Vol 3ch, 42. Now that Leon's 3 beloved daughters had successfully enrolled at St. Heath Academy, they were embarking on rigorous studies, preparing for the day they might defeat dragon slayers just like their father. For some reason, every time Leon thought about this, a wave of inexplicable sadness washed over him. He had thought that teaching Aurora everything she needed to know, only for her to turn around and outshine her father by taking first place in the entrance exam, was the peak of a daughter's unintentional betrayal. But then he realized, years from now, when his daughters graduate, they might very well use their father as their final project. Ah, well, so be it. In the end, despite all the bumps and twists, his daughters would learn invaluable skills. That, at least, was undeniable. Today was Monday, and all 3 daughters were away at the academy. He wouldn't see them again until Friday night. 5 days. The only other time Leon had been apart from his daughters for so long was when he had returned to the Empire to deal with traitors. Apart from that, he saw them almost every day. Now that his daughters were all suddenly out of the house, Leon found it hard to adjust. That evening, Leon lay on the lounge chair on the balcony, staring at the quiet night sky, wondering if his little girls were also getting ready for bed. After a while, he heard light footsteps approaching from behind. Rosvisser slowly walked over and placed 2 cups on the small wooden table. Leon glanced at them and said, "I'm not really in the mood for alcohol tonight." Alcohol was useful in certain moments, helping to temporarily forget worries and troubles. But Leon wasn't interested in using it to numb himself tonight. He didn't mind letting himself sink into his thoughts of missing his daughters. "It's not alcohol, it's tea." "Tea? I thought you never drank tea." Rosvisser held a pot of hot tea, pouring it into the 2 cups. Steam rose from the cups, carrying a rich fragrance that filled the air. Even to someone who wasn't a tea connoisseur, it was clear this was top quality. It's part of this year's Model Family Reward. Vice Principal Wilson specially requested it from Principal Ollett. All right, I guess trading public humiliation for a good bag of tea isn't the worst deal. Rosvisser's eyes sparkled as she raised 2 fingers. Correction, it wasn't once, it was twice. Leon raised an eyebrow. "Twice. Did you forget? A few days ago, after the interview, you kissed me in front of everyone to prove to the vice principal that you loved me. Doesn't that count?" The Queen smiled lightly as she gracefully sat down, taking a small sip from her cup. It was indeed a fine tea. "Rosvisser, why do I feel like you're not only unfazed by the public embarrassment, but actually enjoying it?" Rosvisser looked out at the night view, the starlight reflecting in her silver eyes. She smiled slightly, responding lazily, "Am I?" "How could you not be?" Leon confirmed his suspicions. "Even at the entrance ceremony, when I kissed you, you didn't even think about resisting." Rosvisser slowly turned her head to meet his eyes. "Why, Leon, were you hoping I'd resist your affectionate gestures?" Well, fine, from now on, don't touch me, not even hand-holding." "And no, that's not okay." "HMPH, idiot." She said the word idiot perfectly, then took another sip of tea while continuing to enjoy the view. There was a moment of silence before Leon spoke again. "I think I get it now." "Oh, what do you understand?" she asked. "You just wanted to show off our love in front of others, didn't you?" Did I? Yes, Leon nodded firmly. I won't admit it, hee. Hey you. Leon had guessed her intentions correctly, but of course, she wouldn't admit it. Naturally, Rossvisser wasn't trying to hide this little thought of hers. She wanted Leon to figure it out. And then she would stubbornly deny it. That way, she could enjoy the look of frustration and helplessness on Leon's face. It was just too adorable. She could never get enough of it. Leon's mind quickly caught up, realizing the queen's intention. You've got 3 kids, and you're still this devious. Ha, this isn't being devious, she replied. Then what is it? It's called fun. Leon's mouth twitched at the explosive word, fun. Yes, fun. Couples need a bit of fun, don't they? She turned slightly, propping her chin on her hand and looking at Leon. Her silver eyes blinked playfully, paired with a seductive smile that could mesmerize anyone. Even if it's a fake marriage, we still need fun, she teased. Immature. She didn't deny it. After a long day of being the responsible queen, what was wrong with being a little immature at night? Besides, Leon wasn't an outsider. She didn't mind being a little silly around him. Now finish your tea, we've got more fun waiting. More fun. Of course, the night is long, little lion. We've got plenty of time to kill. Leon glanced down at the cup of tea on the table. Could drinking tea make you drunk? If not, why was this dragon queen starting to heat up again? Well, the daughters weren't home, so he might as well humor her and see what she was planning. Leon picked up his tea and drank it all in one go. Come back to the bedroom. Rossvisser got up, slipping into her dragon wing slippers, and walked toward the bedroom. Not knowing what was happening, Leon followed her inside. When they reached the bedroom, Leon reached to turn on the lights, but Rossvisser stopped him. Wait, don't turn on that light. Instead, she found another switch and flipped it on. The room was instantly filled with a warm, amber glow. The light was dim but atmospheric, one might even call it romantic. This kind of lighting was typically used for dates. Leon leaned against the doorway with his hands in his pockets, eyeing her with amusement. You call this a fun trick? Please, we've been together for so long. How about some surprises? Living with this dragon queen for so long, General Leon had seen it all. Did she really think dimming the lights would do the trick? What a joke. Don't be impatient, Rossvisser said as she walked over to a phonograph. She turned it on, and soft music began to play. What kind of music do you like? Whatever, I don't have an artistic side. Leon truly didn't have any artistic leanings, though he had heard quite a bit of music growing up. His master's house had a phonograph, and his master's wife loved listening to music, so they had plenty of records. Most of them were obscure symphonies that only the royal family or nobles could appreciate. Leon never understood why his master's wife liked those highbrow pieces, but whenever she listened, he listened too. Let's try this one, Rossvisser said, switching the record. The music was solemn and heavy, with a strong, forceful rhythm. It was another symphony. Leon thought it sounded familiar. After a brief moment, he realized, isn't this from one of the Empire's famous composers? Yes, I'm impressed you recognized it. Leon shrugged, it's not that hard. HMPH, then try this one, she said, swapping the record. Leon immediately recognized another piece from the Empire. As she continued changing records, Leon guessed every single one correctly, without fail. Rossvisser, are you trying to play a game of guess the composer? That's too easy. If you're trying to challenge me, you're doomed to lose. Rossvisser raised her elegant eyebrows, amused. Ah, the man was once again seeing this as a competition between them. Fine. She loved nothing more than knocking Leon down when he thought he was winning. That was something that hadn't changed since the day she met him. All right, it seems I can't stump you. I only have one record left. Let's see if you can recognize this one. Bring it on, I'm unbeatable. Oh, such a strong desire to win. That's not a good thing, Tilda. We're the same. You only say that when you're about to lose, right? Well, how about we make a little bet like before? Confident and certain, General Leon said, sure, what are we betting? Simple, just one request like always. No problem. Rossvisser smiled, then put on the last record. As soon as the intro began, Leon's brows furrowed. This piece was completely different from the previous ones. It was more cheerful and lively, not a symphony but more like a dance track. Leon racked his brain. He had definitely heard this somewhere before, but it wasn't from his master's phonograph. Where was it from? Can't remember, little walking music library, Rosvisser teased. Hold on, let me listen a bit more. But by the time the music ended, Leon still couldn't recall where he had heard it, let alone the composer or title. Click. Rosvisser turned off the phonograph, crossing her arms as she leaned casually against the table. She tilted her head, her silver hair falling gracefully to one side. This teaches us one thing, doesn't it? Never boast before you've won, right, little lion Tilda? Leon's expression darkened. Damn it, he had been tricked by this dragon queen again. How did she manage to pick such an obscure piece? He'd definitely heard it before, but couldn't place it. Just as he was thinking, Rosvisser slipped off her shoes and walked toward him barefoot, her smooth, pale feet softly padding across the floor. She stood before him, lifting her slender arms to gently wrap them around his neck. So, what's your request? No rush. Before that, let me help you remember the song. Moonlight poured in, casting a glow over the queen's long hair, like a galaxy spilling across her back. At the Empire's dragon-slaying academy graduation ball, you accepted a dance invitation from a senior. She was the only girl you hesitated to refuse out of all the ones who asked. You liked her appearance, but after a short interaction, you realized she wasn't what you wanted. And the dance you shared with her at your graduation was to this very song. Seems like the impression that senior left on you was stronger than the song itself, Tilda. So, dear husband, are you ready? I'm about to get serious. $344. Vol 3ch, 43. Once things settled down a bit, Rosvisser would inevitably awaken her inner Silver Dragon Queen of jealousy and stir up some waves in their otherwise peaceful life. From experience, Leon knew that whenever Rosvisser got jealous, it wasn't just about expressing her dissatisfaction, there was usually another motive behind it. He was sure that this time was no different. With that in mind, Leon gently pressed down on the arms wrapped around his neck and softly asked, "Just tell me what you want. You don't need to use jealousy as an excuse." Rosvisser didn't answer immediately. She tilted her head slightly, shrugged off Leon's hand, and once again wrapped her arms around his neck. Leon pushed them down. She lifted her arms again. He pushed them down again. She lifted them once more. After several rounds of this, Leon chose to give in. This dragon queen was as stubborn as a mule. What else could he do but give in? Satisfied, Rosvisser smiled seductively as she embraced Leon's neck. She leaned in closer, so near that their breaths intertwined. Her silver lashes fluttered softly, each blink lightly tickling Leon's skin, sending a subtle, tingling sensation through him. And then there was her scent, a fragrance that was neither visible nor tangible, but it still wrapped around him like an invisible sprite, encircling his senses. In the past, her natural scent had been light and refreshing. But after giving birth to Aurora, it had deepened, becoming richer, more intoxicating, and yes, quite overwhelming at times. First of all, your question is too rational, Rosvisser said softly. Rational? What do you mean? What kind of husband bluntly asks his wife what her real motives are when she's acting jealous? There was something delicate in Rosvisser's tone and expression. It wasn't quite a smile, but wasn't entirely serious either, as if she was teasing yet basking in the atmosphere at the same time. She seemed to be relishing the moment, not overly sweet, but enough to let her savor every little detail. Maybe it was because the man in front of her was just too irresistible. Every time they sparked such a mood between them, she would carefully take in every bit of it. Rosvisser was also adept at enhancing this kind of atmosphere. Like a skilled bartender, she was crafting a high-concentration cocktail of ambiguous intimacy between them. Simply put, you're too straightforward. You've known me for years. And you've known me for just as long. The queen leaned in closer, her nose brushing lightly against his. Spoil me. I remember my wife being a queen, not a spoiled little princess. Oh, you don't like this side of me. Leon let out a helpless sigh. After a brief moment of thought, he made up his mind. The next second, Leon swiftly kissed Rosvisser on the lips. The beauty was momentarily surprised, but quickly accepted the brief, restrained kiss. Just as Leon was about to deepen the kiss, Rosvisser pulled away, though she stayed close, their faces still intimately close. With a teasing smile, she asked, "What's this? I'm still feeling jealous and you just kissed me like that. Since we're going to end up here anyway, why not skip the middle steps?" HMPH, my sister was right. That clever sister of yours, who channels all her brilliance into gossip and romantic scandals, has something to say again. My sister said that after being married for a while, men lose their patience. Rosvisser lightly brushed Leon's warm, flushed earlobe with her thumb. You used to be so patient, spoiling me until I was completely happy before you made any moves. Now, you just want to skip to the final step. Ah, men. Leon rolled his eyes. It wasn't that he lacked the patience to make Rosvisser happy, nor was it because he was in a hurry to touch her. The reason he wanted to skip the middle steps was that he didn't want to be led around by her. Rosvisser wasn't like other women. She never let her emotions control her. In fact, she was quite the opposite. She mastered her emotions perfectly. That included jealousy. For her, jealousy was just another tool to coerce Leon. In her words, it was merely a form of fun between husband and wife. And every time he had to coax her, Rosvisser would seize the opportunity to make him do something she wanted, achieving her goals in the process. But this time, Leon wasn't going to let her have her way. He needed to resist. As a married man, he was going to resist. Why so quiet? Did I strike a nerve? She teased, tilde. Before she could finish speaking, Leon wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her tightly against him. Her soft body pressed firmly against his chest. Given the difference in height, Leon only needed to glance down slightly to see the delicate dragon markings along her chest and the alluring curves below. Yet, Leon kept his gaze fixed on her silver eyes. As captivating as her body was, he preferred looking into her eyes. They were deep and beautiful, like a mesmerizing galaxy, luring him into their endless, dreamlike depths. Rosvisser, what if I want to touch you right now? What are you going to do about it? I'm your wife, right? What else could I do but let you have your way? Rosvisser smiled seductively. But you'll have to spoil me twice as much afterward. Passion couldn't last forever. It would inevitably end by dawn. Leon's thoughts flickered briefly. He wasn't keen on having his needy wife clinging to him after they were both spent. Sensing his hesitation, Rosvisser smiled faintly. Fine, if you don't want to spoil me, you don't have to. It's not that I don't want to. Well then, save your sweet words for next time, she said, letting go of him. Leon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But just when he thought the flirting had come to an end, Rosvisser walked over to the phonograph and restarted the dance track from earlier. You don't have to spoil me, but we're not done yet. Rosvisser turned slowly, bent slightly at the waist, and extended her hand in an inviting gesture. May I have this dance, Mr. Cosmod? Please, spare me, Your Majesty. Rosvisser straightened, her brow furrowing slightly. What do you mean, Leon? You could dance with that senior, but not with me? Fine, you mutt. Don't expect to sleep in my bed again. All right, I'll dance. Too late, I don't feel like dancing anymore. Rosvisser crossed her arms and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. But she neither left the room nor turned off the phonograph. The hint was glaringly obvious. Before the music entered the next segment, Leon stepped forward, bowed, and offered his hand. Miss Rosvisser, may I invite you for a dance? HMPH. The Queen suppressed a smile at the corner of her lips. I'll reluctantly accept. She extended her hand, and Leon gently took it. The two embraced once more, moving slowly to the rhythm of the music. It wasn't a fast-paced song, so their dance steps were soft and gentle. Rosvisser was barefoot, and noticing this, Leon asked, Aren't your feet cold? They are. Are you going to do something about it? You can stand on my feet. Then, I won't be polite. She carefully lifted her feet, resting them on top of Leon's. The dance steps were slow, with no wide, sweeping motions, so this position didn't disrupt their rhythm. And to reward her husband for being so considerate, Rosvisser stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed the corner of his mouth. As the background music moved into the next phase, the rhythm picked up slightly, and Rosvisser stepped off his feet. The couple danced gracefully in their bedroom. The hem of her nightgown swayed freely under the warm, amber light, her long hair flowing, her silver tail flicking playfully. Dancing with Rosvisser reminded Leon of why he had rejected that senior all those years ago. She had no sense of self. She only knew how to follow, forsaking her own identity. Leon didn't like that. He sought a relationship of equals, not one where one person changed for the other. Rosvisser, however, embodied equality perfectly. In this dance, she didn't cater to Leon's steps or simply follow his lead. By maintaining her sense of self and individuality, she made the dance all the more perfect. Leon admired her, not just for her beauty, which went without saying, but for her proud and resilient heart. "Why are you smiling?" Rosvisser suddenly asked. Leon hadn't realized he was smiling. He shook his head. "It's nothing." "Tell me." The dance continued, and they were nearing the bed. "I was just thinking, it's quite an accomplishment to win over a woman like you." "Win me over? Ha, you'll need another 200 years if you think you've conquered me." The music ended. The room fell silent, save for their quickening heartbeats. 200 years is too long. Seize the day. Seize the day. From dusk until dawn. Leon kissed Rosvisser. They slowly tipped sideways, letting gravity pull them onto the soft bed. Just before Leon pulled off her nightgown, Rosvisser reached out with her tail, delicately hooking the bed curtains with the tip and drawing them closed. The curtains fell slowly, enclosing the bed in privacy, as the only sounds left were the soft, intimate whispers and the rustle of movements beneath the canopy. "345. Vol 3ch, 44. The next morning, Leon slowly woke up. His senses gradually came back online, and with them came the familiar aches and soreness all over his body. Sitting up in bed and leaning against the headboard, he glanced down at his chest and arms, which were covered in scratch marks and love bites. He grabbed a mirror to check his neck, and sure enough, it was the same story. "Last night was quite a ride," he muttered. It had been a while since he and Rosvisser had let loose like that. The main reason was, of course, their daughters. They all lived on the same floor, and their rooms weren't far apart. If things got too loud, the girls would definitely hear them. And the thought of Aurora flinging open the door, blinking her big, mischievous eyes, and asking, "Mommy, Daddy, why aren't you asleep? What are you doing so late at night?" was a nightmare Leon would rather avoid. He'd rather die of embarrassment 10 times over on Vice Principal Wilson's podium. But now, the girls were away at school. The entire floor of their home belonged to just the Queen and the Prince. And honestly, they could have gone wild in the hallway if they wanted to. No need to get too graphic. Leon shook his head, chasing away those thoughts. "You're awake." Rosvisser walked up to the bed. Leon turned to look at her. Her silver hair was pinned up, and she was dressed in a neat, practical outfit, holding a broom in one hand and wearing a face mask. "What's going on?" the Queen demoted to a maid, Leon teased. "The girls are away at school, so their room is empty now. I figured it was a good time to do a proper cleanup," she replied. "You could have just had Anna send someone to do it." Rosvisser shook her head. "This is something I want to do for my daughters, as a mother, not a queen." She was always the type to act on her thoughts. And it wasn't just a passing whim, either. If she decided to do something, she'd see it through to the end with precision and perfection. Leon scratched his head. "Well, I'll wash up quickly and meet you in the girls' room to help." Memo. Rosvisser, full of energy, left with her broom in hand. Leon rubbed his aching temples. If I'd known there was a big cleanup today, I wouldn't have stayed up so late last night. Seizing the moment asterisk, he mused. Men sure come up with all sorts of nonsense for the sake of reproduction. Leon Cosmod thought bitterly. He tossed off the blankets, got dressed, and washed up before grabbing the cleaning tools Rosvisser had prepared for him and heading to the girls' room. When he arrived, Rosvisser had already opened all the windows to air the place out. She was standing on the balcony, one hand holding a broom, the other resting on her hip. She was even wearing flat shoes and an apron over her clothes, clearly prepared for the task. "Can I take a picture of you?" Leon asked with a grin. "Why?" "Well, I've seen you in so many stunning outfits, queen's robes, bunny suits, nurse uniforms, but I've never seen you dressed like a cleaning lady. It's kind of interesting." Rosvisser narrowed her eyes. "Either help me clean, or go to the palace hall and handle today's work in Anna's place." Leon shrugged, picked up a broom, and put on his mask before walking into the room. "I'll handle the bedroom and you take care of the balcony," he suggested. "All right." And so, the couple got to work. Leon was surprisingly good at cleaning. As a kid, he'd often helped his master's wife with housework, so he'd become proficient over time. Rosvisser, naturally, wasn't lacking in domestic skills either. Leon had discovered long ago that she was more than capable in that regard. It further proved that Rosvisser had earned her title as queen through hard work, not privilege. She had risen from the bottom, step by step. Thanks to their teamwork, the room was quickly transformed. Just as they were about to finish, Leon found a small wooden box under the girl's bed. Not thinking much of it, he opened it, expecting to find some miscellaneous items. But when he looked inside, he froze. Rosvisser, having just finished her cleaning, noticed Leon staring at the box and walked over curiously. She glanced at the contents of the box, seeing a variety of small items. A Rubik's Cube, some notes, an essay, and 2 photos. One is the first family portrait we took, and the other is from a few days ago. Rosvisser's gaze fell on an item at the bottom of the box. Is this some kind of magical material? It was a black crystal, shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. "Where did you find this?" Rosvisser asked. "Under the bed." "Is it Moon S?" Leon shook his head, memories flooding his mind. He gently stroked the box and said quietly, "It's Noah's. Before I came back from the future, Noah burned this box." Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. "Why?" She said, these were all things that held extraordinary meaning to her. But when tragedy strikes, things that were meant to hold memories become a burden. If I hadn't changed the past and set things right, keeping this box would have been pointless. Leon continued, "This Rubik's Cube is something I made for her and Moon a long time ago. The note has her name on it. I wrote it down when I was teaching Moon how to write her name. And the essay? It's about our first date in Sky City. She even won an award for it." Noah's personality had a lot in common with Rosvisser's, outwardly indifferent, seemingly uncaring about anything, but in reality, both of them were meticulous and deeply protective of the things they held dear. They both strove for perfection in the smallest details. Just like how Noah had kept this Rubik's Cube, the note, and the essay that held the memories of her parents' early days together. "That girl cares about this family more than we realize," Rosvisser said with a smile. "Yeah." Compared to her peers, Noah had always been more mature, thinking far beyond her years. This also meant that her emotional journey had been much more difficult than that of other young dragons. Whether in the future or the present, Noah was always the most responsible. In terms of fatherly love, Leon gave each of his daughters an equal amount. He loved them all and cherished them as his treasures. But if he had to name the one he felt most indebted to, it would be Noah. It was his initial mishandling of his relationship with Noah that had caused this sensitive child to feel that her family was fragile, pushing her to work tirelessly to ensure she had the ability to protect it. Her stubborn and somewhat awkward nature was a mix of both his and Rosvisser's traits. "What about this shard?" Rosvisser pointed to the black crystal fragment. "I'm not sure either." Leon picked up the shard and examined it closely. "I saw this piece in her box in the future, but I didn't have time to ask her about it before she burned everything. That fire was proof of how skilled she was with fire magic." Rosvisser chuckled. "So, any ideas now?" Leon frowned slightly. "It feels familiar. The texture and weight are definitely familiar." He thought carefully for a moment, then suddenly his eyes widened in realization. "Oh my God, no way." "What?" Rosvisser asked. Leon slowly turned to her, looking incredulous. "This is a fragment of the black gold war chariot." "346. Vol 3ch, 45. How does Noah have a fragment of the black gold war chariot?" Leon was baffled. In the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the only one who knew his true human identity was Rosvisser. And one of the key pieces of evidence proving he was human was his black gold war chariot. Back in the day, when General Leon donned the black gold war chariot, no dragon was left standing in his path. During his time serving the Dragon Slayer Corps, he was either slaying dragons or on his way to slay them. His most constant companions, besides his comrades like Rebecca, were this powerful enchanted armor. The dragons who survived encounters with him didn't know his name, but they all gave him the same title: the Man in Black Armor. While the title was a bit long, it sent a chill down the spine of any dragon who heard it. During the years when Leon was at his peak dragon-slaying efficiency, he became the nightmare of all dragons. The black gold war chariot left a deep impression on them. This was why Leon had disguised his armor with paint when he fought Constantine and Star. It wasn't because he feared the enemy recognizing him; they already knew his identity. Leon couldn't afford to be recognized by the Silver Dragons. If they discovered who he really was, he wouldn't be able to stay and gather intelligence. Most importantly, he didn't want his daughters to find out that their father was human. He had weighed the pros and cons many times, and hiding his human identity remained the safest option. But now, how did Noah come to possess a fragment of the black gold war chariot? "Do you think Noah has already figured out who you are?" Rosvisser asked, her voice filled with concern. Leon had shared his fears with her, and she fully understood and had promised to help him keep the secret. It wasn't just about maintaining his cover as the Silver Dragon Prince to continue gathering information on the Empire's schemes. It was also to protect the family they had worked so hard to build. Leon stared at the fragment for a moment before shaking his head slowly. "I don't think Noah knows I'm human, but..." "But," Rosvisser prompted. "But she's definitely sensed that there's something off about her old man." Leon's expression grew serious as he fiddled with the fragment in his hands. "A long time ago, when you first took me to the storage room behind the mountain and gave me the black gold war chariot, I noticed a small crack in the chest plate. If I'm right, it was caused when Victor tried to assassinate me with that enchanted dagger. The enchanted dagger Victor used was crafted from the tusk of a polar mammoth, known for its incredibly high affinity for enchantment. Enchanting it could make it strong enough to pierce the chest plate of the black gold war chariot at close range. However, polar mammoth tusks were exceedingly rare, and the process of enchanting them was delicate. Any mistake could ruin the precious material. That's why most of the time, they were used for jewelry or collectibles, not weapons. But to assassinate the Empire's top dragon slayer, wasting a few tusks was worth it. Of course, the assassination didn't succeed. Ironically, years later, Leon destroyed the prized heart scale of a dragon they revered, which still brought a smile to his face. Rosvisser thought back and then said, "After that battle a few years ago, we retrieved your black gold war chariot from the battlefield, and that should include this fragment. But I didn't personally inspect it. I only came to check on it once afterward." The couple glanced at each other, blushing and turning away. They both knew what she meant by afterward asterisk. The blood temptation asterisk, the event that started it all. Whenever they recalled it, the memories were a strange mix of abstract chaos and a kind of defiant legend. "Did you notice the fragment when you went to check?" Leon asked. Rosvisser shook her head. "No, I didn't pay attention." Leon teased, "Wow, such a shiny fragment and you didn't notice." Rosvisser shot him a look. "At the time, I was too busy thinking about how I was going to torture you once you woke up. Preserving your armor for you was already generous enough. Who would care about a tiny fragment?" She wasn't making excuses. The fragment wasn't that big. A dagger made for assassination wouldn't leave a large crack. Its purpose was depth, not width. As long as it pierced the heart, it had done its job. So did you bring Noah here after that? Leon asked. No, I never brought her here, Rosvisser said. This is key evidence of your human identity. There's no way I'd bring our daughter here. Leon groaned. Can you drop the asterisk lowly human asterisk part? Rosvisser smirked. I was just recalling my attitude toward you back then. I hated you so much. I'm grateful you didn't smother me with a pillow while I was in a coma for 2 years. Thank you, Your Majesty, Leon replied with a wry smile. You're welcome, it was my pleasure, she quipped. After some banter, they returned to the topic of the black gold war chariot fragment. So, somehow, this fragment ended up in Noah's hands, and she's kept it all this time without ever mentioning it. Leon's thoughts began to stir, and he continued. In the future, Noah told me that this box contained her most cherished memories, so this fragment must have been one of them. Based on the timeline, she would have gotten it during the 2 years I was in a coma. Leon calculated, taking into account the 10 months of pregnancy and the following 3 to 4 months of postnatal development. That means Noah got this fragment about a year before I woke up. Does that sound right? Rosvisser followed his reasoning and nodded. Yes, that seems accurate. This deduction solidified Leon's belief that Noah had suspected something about her father for a while. But for 4 years, she had kept this knowledge to herself. Why? With her sharp mind, there was no way Noah wasn't curious about the fragment. So either she had gathered enough secrets that she didn't need to dig any deeper into the fragment, or she was silently protecting the family's secret alongside Rosvisser and Leon. Without ever confronting them, without knowing the full story of their past, Noah had likely realized that uncovering the truth could change her family. It could even affect her future and her sister's futures. So she chose to guard the secret in her own way while keeping the truth close. Between the two possibilities, Leon leaned toward the latter. He examined the fragment again, the sunlight catching its metallic gleam. After a moment, he placed it back in the box and pushed the box back under the bed. So, what do you plan to do? Rosvisser asked quietly. Will you test Noah, see how much she knows, or? Test her, Leon shook his head. There's no need. Our eldest daughter is smart, Rosvisser. The moment we try to test her, she'll catch on. And when that happens, no matter how much she knows, our relationship with her will shift. And I don't want that. For now, let's just maintain the status quo. Sounds good to me. Rosvisser exhaled with relief, then added, Noah cares deeply about this family, about us, and about Moon and Aurora. That kind of care can't be faked, so there's no doubt she loves us. Maybe we've overthought it. Whatever way Noah got that fragment, she didn't choose to confront us about it, Leon. She's a good girl, isn't she? Leon nodded in agreement. Yeah, such a good girl. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow, expecting him to say something like, good girls like her are hard to find. But this man never failed to surprise her. Such a good girl, just like me. Rosvisser's lips curled up in disbelief. Like you who fought wild dogs at 5, broke stones on your chest at 7. Or maybe like you, the clueless fool who fakes innocence. Don't be ridiculous. How could I let my precious daughter break stones on her chest? Only my shameless master would come up with such ideas. Leon continued with mock seriousness, but speaking of ridiculous, I noticed something curious in what you just said. What did I say? You said Noah's care for us couldn't be faked. So, does that mean your care for me can't be faked either? Leon grinned. Rosvisser snorted and swatted his face with her tail. I don't need to fake anything, Leon, because I don't care about you at all. I've never. Ow, your tail really hurt. Oh no, I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Leon. Rosvisser. $347. Vol 3CH, 46. A little over a month later, Leon and Rosvisser traveled to the border between human and dragon territories to meet with Leon's master and Rebecca to exchange intelligence. This time, Leon came prepared with paper, pens, and even a memory stone to record the conversation with his master. He was sure that this intelligence exchange would contain a large volume of important information. After all, the situation had escalated with the Heartscale and Constantine's resurrection, which had caused significant trouble for the Empire. Leon's retaliation was also substantial, enough to leave a lasting impression on the Empire. Given the intensity of the clash, Leon had no doubt that the Empire would soon take even more drastic actions. If they made a move, there would inevitably be some signs or rumors. Leon needed to figure out the Empire's next plan, or at least their general direction, to prepare accordingly. Constantine's surprise attack on the Red Dragon Sanctuary had completely caught Leon off guard. Had Leon and Rosvisser not been visiting Isha at the time, the Empire's attack on the Red Dragon Sanctuary, whatever its goal, might have succeeded. He needed to adjust his strategy slightly to avoid always being a step behind the Empire. Otherwise, it could lead to disaster sooner or later. A few hours later, Leon and Rosvisser arrived at the mountain cave. Passing through the waterfall and walking deeper inside, they hadn't taken many steps when a familiar voice echoed through the space. "Well, well, Captain, still alive, I see. I thought you might have been sucked into some spatial rift again, Tilda." Rebecca, the twin-tailed girl, sat atop an old wooden table, one shapely leg lifted onto its edge, with a pistol strapped to the outside of her thigh. Leon, however, didn't respond to her greeting. Instead, he strode forward with large steps, grabbed Rebecca by the collar, and lifted her off the table like she was a small puppy. "What the hell, Captain? Talk this out with me." Rebecca flailed a bit, but since her hands and feet were off the ground, she couldn't muster any strength. Leon stood there, one hand on his hip, the other still holding her, staring down at her without saying a word. Rebecca looked at her captain. Judging by his expression, she had done something to piss him off, and he wasn't going to let her off easily. But that didn't make sense. They only saw each other every 3 months, and everything had been fine last time. Why did it feel like he wanted to kill her this time? She hadn't done anything wrong, had she? Rebecca swallowed nervously and glanced over at Tiger, hoping for some help. Master, your disciple is going to hit me. Aren't you going to stop him?" Tiger, busy polishing his greatsword, didn't even lift his head. "Go ahead and hit her, just don't break your hand. We'll still need her to drive the carriage on the way back." "I'm only worth driving the carriage to you, Master." Tiger paused for a moment, then nodded seriously, "Yes." "Erg," Rebecca turned toward the silver-haired beauty behind Leon, seeking another ally. Sis, save me. Your husband is about to use violence against me. He's giving me the same look he had when he was slaughtering dragons." Rosvisser smirked. "Darling, you're not a dragon, so relax, he won't slaughter you." Rebecca. Fine, it seemed outside help was useless. In the end, she had to rely on herself. Rebecca looked at Leon with a determined, somewhat heroic expression and said, "Before you punish me, Captain, can I at least know why? You told Rosvisser about my embarrassing past, didn't you?" Rebecca froze. "Sis, you backstabbed me." Rosvisser blinked, just about to explain, but Leon cut in first. "It's got nothing to do with her. She didn't say anything." He paused, then mumbled bitterly, "Although she did nag me about the graduation ball for an entire week." Rebecca blinked her large eyes. "What?" "Nothing. Only you and Martin know about my school days, and since Martin hasn't met Rosvisser, it must have been you. And considering how long you were alone with her last time, it's pretty easy to connect the dots. Captain, I swear I only wanted you and Sis to understand each other better. Do you believe me?" "I don't." "You should, Captain, why don't you believe me?" Seeing that he had scared her enough, Leon glanced sideways at Rosvisser, and since she wasn't reacting, he leaned in and whispered into Rebecca's ear, "What else did you tell her?" Rebecca's brain raced through her memories, trying to recall the conversation. Finally, she shook her head. "I only mentioned you can't swim." "Can't swim." Oh, that was harmless, as long as she didn't say anything that Rosvisser could use to tease him. "Anything else?" "No, Captain, I swear." She held up 3 fingers, her face sincere. "I'll believe you this once." With that, Leon set Rebecca down. Once her feet touched the ground, she immediately ran over to Rosvisser's side, stomping her feet and looking up at her as if complaining. Rosvisser just gave her a knowing smile, watching Rebecca, with an almost motherly expression. Leon shook his head with a chuckle and walked over to sit down next to Tiger. Tiger had finished cleaning his sword and was sheathing it. "Kid, it seems you've really pissed off the Empire." Leon smiled wryly. "What now?" He could guess what his master was referring to. It must have been the time when Constantine attacked the Red Dragon Sanctuary, and Leon detonated the Heartskill fused into that zombie dragon. Of course, Leon's detonation magic wasn't refined enough to selectively explode one scale over another. When activated, it was all or nothing. The Empire's laboratory storing those Heartskills exploded a couple of months ago, right? Tiger continued. "Rebecca and I heard the explosion and rushed over, only to find out that all the Heartskills inside were destroyed. The royal sorcerers said the Heartskills were completely obliterated, not a single one survived. At first, I thought maybe some rogue hero had taken it upon themselves to blow up the lab as a statement against the Empire's corruption. But later, I realized the Empire hadn't issued any wanted notices, meaning they knew who did it and that person wasn't even in the Empire." Tiger glanced pointedly at Leon. "So, you're the one who dared to stir trouble in the Empire, aren't you?" Leon scratched his head. "It wasn't exactly voluntary." Tiger furrowed his brow. "How is it that everything you do after you turned 20 seems involuntary? Marriage, having kids, wanting a second child, and now even blowing up the Empire's treasure. It's all involuntary." "Hey, you got married against your will, had kids against your will, were forced to have a second one, and now you're telling me you were forced to blow up the Empire's Heartskills." Tiger counted on his fingers, highlighting Leon's glorious and absurd 24-year life. Leon chuckled awkwardly before explaining what had happened with Constantine's resurrection and the Heartskill explosion. After hearing the story, Tiger nodded thoughtfully. "Reckless but careful at the same time, that's definitely your style." Leon's face stiffened. "Reckless but careful, I've always been careful." "Does your wife know?" "Of course my wife. Wait, we're talking about my combat style here, not other things, right?" Tiger waved his hand dismissively before growing more serious. "Anyway, your little explosion caused quite a bit of damage. The Empire lost years' worth of collected Heartskills. That's a big loss for them." Leon caught an interesting detail in his master's words. "Wait, years' worth of collected Heartskills? Are you saying the Empire has been gathering them for a long time?" Leon only learned about the Empire's Heartskill collection after traveling 20 years into the future through a spatial rift. But his master seemed to know about it from much earlier. "How do you know?" Tiger paused, thinking for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, I noticed about 30 years ago that the Empire had started taking things from dragons. I didn't know at the time that it was Heartskills. After certain events, I had to leave the Dragon Slayer army. I haven't kept up with the Empire's movement since." Leon narrowed his eyes. "Certain events. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Leon." The short answer was clearly a signal to drop the subject. Leon understood and didn't push further. He'd long realized that there were things his master hadn't told him, but from Tiger's reaction, it wasn't that he didn't intend to share. It just wasn't the right time yet. Leon didn't know when that time would come, but until then, he chose to trust his master. "What about now? What's the Empire's next plan after losing all the Heartskills?" "After the explosion, we've seen large convoys of carriages moving in and out of the Empire." Tiger explained, "Rebecca and I got close enough to observe that these carriages are loaded with enchanted cages, and inside are dangerous creatures, high-risk monsters." "Monsters?" "Yes, while the Empire has always hunted harmful beasts, they've never done so at this scale or with this level of efficiency. And they've been transporting them at night, avoiding public notice." "That's suspicious, isn't it?" Leon nodded in agreement. "Definitely. The Empire usually flaunts its victories over monsters to boost public support, but if they're quietly capturing dangerous creatures like this, maybe they still haven't given up on Constantine." Tiger's brows furrowed. "You mean, even after losing the Heartskills, the Empire is still trying to create another hybrid monster like Constantine?" "Exactly. That's more in line with their methods, isn't it?" The kid made a good point. Most people wouldn't keep ramming their heads into a wall after hitting it once. But the Empire, they'd ram into it a second time just to see if it was made of concrete or brick. Tiger couldn't shake the feeling that if the Empire continued down this path, they might end up ensnaring themselves. After all, they always had a tendency to pursue powers they couldn't control. (348) Vol 3CH 47. To sum it up, Tiger spoke in a low voice, losing all of their heart scales is a massive blow to the Empire, but it's also completely enraged them. Tiger continued, since the explosion at the lab, the Empire has intensified the hunt for Rebecca and me. Even Martin has been pulled in for questioning a few times. Leon frowned slightly. Did they go after Martin? Martin had been the youngest of Leon's comrades, and he had joined the Empire's dragon-slaying army purely out of admiration for Leon. When Martin learned that the Empire and Victor intended to frame Leon, he had immediately chosen to side with Leon without hesitation. Unlike Rebecca, who was more of a lone wolf, Martin came from a family of royal ministers. He could have distanced himself from the chaos, lived a quiet life, and enjoyed the privileges of nobility. Though rising to power wasn't a certainty, he could have lived out his days without much trouble. Yet, Martin had chosen to act as Leon's informant within the Empire, risking everything to gather intel. If something happened to the kid, Leon would never forgive himself. With his father covering for him, the royal family didn't dare to lay a hand on Martin. They just questioned him a few times, Tiger explained, easing some of the tension in Leon's expression. You know how it is. Ever since the Empire put out bounties on all of us, their first step has been to investigate anyone connected to us. Since Martin was your teammate during your service in the dragon-slaying army, he was an obvious target. The only thing that held them back all this time was his family. But after losing the heart scales, the Empire is so furious they're willing to overlook a lot. Even so, Martin's a smart one. He hasn't left behind any clues. The Empire couldn't get anything out of him. Still, gathering intel from here on out will be more difficult. Leon nodded. It's fine, Master. What's more important than information is staying alive. Tell Martin not to push himself too hard. He should do what he can, but not more. Got it, I'll pass that along. Tiger exhaled slowly, tapping his sheathed sword thoughtfully with his finger. The Empire isn't going to give up on this hybrid monster project. You can tell from their recent large-scale capture of dangerous creatures. I'll keep an eye on it and make sure we stop them before they create the next monster. Leon's eyes flickered, but he didn't immediately agree with his master's plan. Master, it's not just Martin who needs to be careful. You and Rebecca need to be extra cautious too. Like I said before, staying alive is more important than gathering intel. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to my master's wife? She'll curse me to death. Tiger paused, raising his slightly graying eyebrows before laughing. She's 10,000 miles away from you, kid. Don't worry, her curses won't reach you. Then, when do I finally get to meet her? Patience, boy. Tiger pulled out a simple camera, pointed it at Leon and said, now smile. Click. Leon blinked. What is this? Tiger looked down at the preview on the camera and nodded with satisfaction. Your master's wife told me not to bring just photos of the granddaughters this time, but to bring one of you too. Tusk, kid, you've gotten skinny. How could he not lose weight when he was living in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary with Rosvisser, engaging in shameless post-marital activities all the time? But that was only part of the reason. After witnessing the terrifying strength of Constantine, the super-hybrid zombie dragon, Leon had been left shaken. If the Empire could create such a monstrous creature, who knew what other horrors they might concoct next? Leon wasn't often afraid of anything, so he wasn't sure how to deal with this anxiety. It had affected his appetite, which explained his weight loss. Now seriously, Master, you and Rebecca need to. Yeah, I know, safety first. Tiger carefully put the camera away. There's one more thing, about those 3 people you asked me to look into. Leon quickly recalled whom his master was referring to: Genie, Giddy, and Gaim, the saber trio asterisk. In the future, these 3 had been unstoppable on the battlefield, essentially becoming Leon Cosmod too. However, the power they wielded did not come from themselves, nor from human magic. Regardless, if the Empire continued to cultivate them, it would create 3 incredibly troublesome enemies down the road. That was why Leon had asked his master to investigate them during the last exchange of information. Do you have any news about them? Yeah, the Empire has been secretly running a project called Saber, aimed at producing a new generation of dragon-slaying weapons. Tiger paused for a moment, his lips tightening as if he were recalling unpleasant memories. Leon gently probed, "Master." "Ah, it's nothing." Tiger took a deep breath before continuing. "The Empire is raising them the same way they raised me and later, you, but this time, they've learned their lesson." Tiger's gaze fell to the greatsword lying on the table. The sharper the blade, the stronger the sheath needs to be, so it doesn't end up harming its wielder. The resources the Empire has invested in this saber trio far surpass what they poured into you, and they've also put in enough safety measures to make sure these sharp sabers don't turn against them. In other words, in addition to facing monstrous hybrids like Constantine, we may also have to deal with the Empire's most loyal, vicious hunting dogs in the future. Leon listened quietly, deep in thought. Tiger had just mentioned the future, but Leon was the only one who had actually traveled to the future. In the world without Leon, 20 years from now, the human empire controlled the lifeblood of all wars, with their methods growing ever more unpredictable. Externally, they crushed all opposition with the overwhelming power of the saber trio. Internally, they solidified public support through their relentless string of victories. So instead of calling it a world without Leon, it would be more accurate to call it a world dominated by the Empire. And clearly, such a future was a disaster. People lived in a false sense of comfort, paying taxes to corrupt rulers and even enjoying it, oblivious to the rot beneath the surface. The Empire waged wars not for the sake of humanity, but for their own gain. Leon had promised future Noah that he would rewrite that future, finding a path through the chaos of time. He had given his word, and he would not break it. Whether it's the super zombie or the saber trio, no matter what monsters the Empire creates, we have only one choice, Master. The two locked eyes and in unison declared, "A fight to the death." "349. Vol 3ch, 48. The atmosphere in the cave suddenly became heavy and serious, though with a faint air of dramatic intensity. Even after living with Leon for so long, Rosvisser still couldn't quite grasp human mood shifts. She crossed her arms and leaned slightly toward Rebecca, whispering, "What are they doing? Why do they look so heroic all of a sudden?" Rebecca chuckled, explaining patiently to her beautiful sister-in-law, "Sis, where do you think the captain got his over-the-top aura and hero complex from? His master trained him well." "So you're saying that a lot of Leon's personality was influenced by Tiger?" "Of course, like father, like son, even if they're not related by blood. The master raised him from a young age, so naturally they're alike in some ways." Rosvisser narrowed her eyes, gazing thoughtfully at her husband. At the same time, Rebecca's words, "like father, like son," repeated in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder, what if Noah grew up with the same exaggerated, overdramatic attitude as Leon? It would be understandable if she remained the cold, cool older sister she was as a child. But if she turned into some over-the-top, dramatic flame girl, Rosvisser might just lose her mind. However, she shook her head, banishing the scattered thoughts, and sighed quietly. Her gaze drifted back to Leon's side profile, resolute, handsome, his scars enhancing his rugged appeal. After a moment, a small smile tugged at the queen's lips. Over the top or not, hero complex or not, he's still pretty cute. Rebecca only caught the last part of the muttered sentence, cute. Grinning, she looked up at Rosvisser. "Sis, are you calling me cute?" Rosvisser glanced down and playfully pinched Rebecca's cheek. In dragon culture, cute is an insult tilde. TCH tilde. At the table, Leon and Tiger continued their discussion. The information Tiger brought was exactly as Leon had expected. There was a lot of it. Luckily, Leon had brought writing supplies and was able to jot down key details. While most of the news was grim, it was better than being caught off guard by an enemy at his doorstep. "That's about it," Tiger said finally. "Yeah, got it." Tiger observed his pupil. "You seem troubled." Leon gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "As long as the Empire exists, I can't find peace, Master." "True enough." Tiger sighed as well. "Our situation is becoming more and more precarious. We need to uncover the truth quickly and expose the conspiracy between the Empire and the dragons to the world." Leon's thoughts stirred. "Yeah, it's time we took the initiative." "Take the initiative? What do you have in mind?" "Haven't figured that part out yet, especially since I didn't expect the bad news to pile up like this before we met." Leon sighed. "But after this, I'll start planning a course of action." "No problem. Rebecca, Martin, and I will gather as much intelligence as we can for you." Leon smiled and bumped fists with his master. "Thanks, Master." Tiger returned the gesture. "I've only got one disciple. Of course I'll do everything I can to help." "Speaking of help, Master, last time I asked you to find some books on primordial magic for me. Any progress?" Tiger grinned smugly. "Funny you should ask. I managed to track down a book on primordial magic." He pulled an old, worn book from his bag and handed it to Leon. Hearing the mention of primordial magic, Rosvisser glanced over curiously. Leon took the ancient tome. The cover was weathered, but he could still make out the title in the ancient universal script of Samuel. The continent was home to many races, some at odds with each other, like humans and dragons, while others had symbiotic relationships. However, cultural differences often created barriers, so a common script had been developed long ago. Leon had studied this ancient universal language at the Dragon Slayer Academy, so he was able to make out the book's title. Primordial Magic, Soul, Termination. Is that the right translation, Master? Close, Tiger corrected him. It's Primordial Magic, Soul Judgment. I had to pull a lot of strings to get my hands on it. You'd better take care of it and put it to good use. Of course, Master, thank you. Leon carefully stowed the book and then turned toward Rosvisser, sneaking her a wink. Her cheeks flushed red. Fine, fine, fine. You win this round. You're so proud of yourself, huh? This. Why, yeah. Why's your face red? It's just a bit hot, that's all. Rebecca looked down at her thick jacket and wondered how it could be hot enough to make someone's face turn red inside a chilly mountain cave. Dragons really did have different constitutions from humans. Leon and Tiger continued to talk for a while longer, and after about half an hour, the two men stood and bid each other farewell. All done, our heroic saviors, Rebecca teased as she approached. I thought you were plotting to take over the world with how long that took. If I do take over the world, my first decree will be to ban all gunners from running their mouths. Tyrant. Leon chuckled and patted Rebecca on the head. Take care of yourself, crazy girl. Yeah, I will. Send my regards to Martin. Got it. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a glance before heading for the cave's exit. Bye, sis. Goodbye, dear, Rosvisser waved with a smile. That's such a gross pet name. I like it, so what? You can fly back on your own if you've got a problem. Wife, I was wrong, hee. A real man knows when to admit defeat. Rosvisser snorted, rolling her eyes before spreading her wings and taking flight, carrying Leon into the sky. As the silver dragon soared through the clouds, Leon sat on her back and opened the ancient tome his master had given him. Primordial Magic, Soul Judgment, this sounds like a specific spell name. So, this isn't just a book about primordial magic, it's a detailed record of one specific spell, right? Leon asked. That seems to be the case, Rosvisser replied. After a pause, she added, the Silver Dragon clan has a 1,000-year history, and yet we haven't managed to find a complete book on primordial magic. But your master managed to get his hands on one in just 3 months. Simple farmers are resourceful. He might have dug it up while planting crops, Leon joked. Rosvisser ignored the joke and said, check the author's name. All right. Leon flipped to the first page. The author's name was written in the same ancient script. As he translated it, his pupils involuntarily dilated. Rosvisser noticed his silence and asked, what's wrong? Is there something off about the author? Yeah, there's a big problem. Leon swallowed hard and slowly read aloud the name of the book's author. Claudia Poseidon. $350. Vol 3ch, 49. In the early afternoon, Leon and Rosvisser returned to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. In their bedroom study, the two of them sat by the desk. On the table was the ancient tome, Primordial Magic, Soul Judgment ***. Who exactly is this Claudia Poseidon from the Sea Dragon clan? Leon said, perplexed. She's like some sort of wish-granting genie. Every time we need something, she magically provides it. Rosvisser frowned slightly, holding her chin as she stared at the worn book. After a moment, she spoke. I think instead of figuring out who Claudia is, we should ask ourselves why your master keeps getting his hands on books from the Sea Dragon clan. With 9 gates of hell ***, we could brush it off with some careless excuse like he sneaked into the Empire's archives and grabbed a random book. But this time, it's about primordial magic. There's no way you get something like that by sheer luck. Leon had realized this too. But he couldn't wrap his head around how that old man managed to acquire not one, but 2 ancient Sea Dragon clan books. Even if Tiger had been the Empire's top dragon slayer, that didn't mean he had connections reaching all the way to the Sea Dragon clan. Leon understood that there were many things his master hadn't told him, and he could accept that. There were countless possible reasons, timing, unspoken issues, or situations beyond control. But understanding didn't make the nagging feeling go away. The feeling of stumbling upon a puzzle you couldn't solve was frustrating. There's no point in asking my master about this, Leon sighed. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow, amused. Why do you say that? Leon shrugged. Ever since he adopted me, I've never once seen him admit to hiding his stash of secret money, even when there was overwhelming evidence. Leon placed one hand on his hip, scratching his forehead. He's stubborn as a mule. The old man's always been like that. Rosvisser chuckled. You really do take after him. I don't have a secret stash. The topic of hidden money has always been a long-standing discussion between married couples. For many men, it's a never-ending challenge of where to hide their secret stash. But General Leon had no such concerns. He didn't need a secret stash. After all, not every man had the chance to marry the Silver Dragon Queen at 20 years old. I wasn't talking about the money. Rosvisser rolled her eyes. I meant the stubbornness. You're just like your master in that regard. I'm not stubborn, Dragon Lady. Ahem. You don't believe me. I believe you. Truth or lie? Definitely a lie. Oh, you're asking for it. Rosvisser waved her hand dismissively, deciding not to continue the argument about who was more stubborn. They'd likely be having that debate for the rest of their lives, so there was no need to rush it. Right now, the important thing was. She picked up the ancient book and opened it, her gaze falling on Claudia's name. Leon leaned closer. Since there's no point in asking my master, we'll have to start by investigating Claudia. But we don't have a legitimate reason to approach her or the Sea Dragon clan, Rosvisser said. That clan is extremely protective of their territory. And ever since they cut off contact with the other dragon clans 30 years ago, they've essentially become reclusive. She bit her lip lightly and set the book back on the table. This is tricky. Leon patted her shoulder. We'll take it one step at a time. Rosvisser nodded. The couple decided not to dwell on the ancient tome for now. After spending the morning flying back and forth between the sanctuary and the borderlands, Rosvisser was feeling a bit tired. Taking advantage of the cozy afternoon sunlight, she returned to the bedroom, changed into a nightgown, and prepared to take a much-needed nap. Leon, on the other hand, walked toward the door. Rosvisser leaned against the headboard and called after him. Where are you going? I don't know. Maybe for a walk, practice some magic, roll around in the grass, something like that. In other words, nothing to do. Pretty much. So you'd rather roll around in the grass than keep me company during my nap. Leon snickered and turned around, arms crossed as he leaned against the bedroom doorframe. How old are you? Still need someone to keep you company while you nap. Rosvisser narrowed her eyes and corrected him seriously. Not, keep me company, serve me. Leon threw his hands up in surrender. I'm not your servant. But you are my captive. Leon grinned. Ooh, nice rhyme. Rosvisser. Leon raised his hands in defeat. All right, I'll come serve you during your nap, your majesty. With that, Leon walked back into the room, grabbed a chair, and sat next to the bed, staring at Rosvisser as if he were paying his respects at a memorial. Rosvisser felt a bit speechless. Is this how you serve someone's nap, by sitting next to them and staring? What else am I supposed to do? After a pause, Leon added with mock seriousness, I could sing you a lullaby if you'd like. Hi. He cleared his throat. Little dragon, open the door, MMPH. Rosvisser whipped her tail across his mouth. Change your clothes and get in bed. At your command, your majesty. Leon removed his jacket and shoes, then climbed into bed from the other side. At first, he intended to keep things purely platonic and just take a nap. But Rosvisser had already lifted the blanket with her tail, gesturing for him to come closer. Sigh. Before the daughters went to school, he'd been a stay-at-home dad. Now, with the girls away, he had become his wife's snuggle buddy. Grumbling internally, Leon slid under the covers. He wasn't used to napping, so he still had on his short sleeves and pants. His plan was to lull the Dragon Queen to sleep, then sneak out. Since it was still daytime, Leon's face wasn't quite thick enough to flirt with her as shamelessly as he did at night. But Rosvisser had other plans. Why are you so far away? Her voice was filled with playful laziness, with a hint of intentional pouting. The message was clear, come closer. Leon feigned ignorance. Too close and it'll get too hot. Hot? Yeah, it's really warm. Well then, get off the bed and stop killing my mood. Leon's imagined retort. Well then, take off your clothes, and you won't be hot anymore. As expected, his sly dragon wife was playing her games again. The soft rustling of her body against the sheets made a faint, shuffling sound. Her slender, pale arm lightly pressed against the blanket, delicate like a piece of porcelain glowing in the afternoon sunlight. After finishing her sentence, she slowly withdrew her arm under the blanket, inching it closer, until it wrapped gently around Leon's waist. Just as Leon was starting to sweat, wondering how to handle this seductive attack, Rosvisser did nothing further. It was just a simple embrace, like hugging a giant teddy bear. She nestled closer, resting her small chin on his shoulder, her eyes half closed. Her silver eyelashes glistened in the soft light, each lash distinct. This is a first for us, Rosvisser suddenly murmured softly. A first for what? Leon asked. For the first time, I don't have to worry about afternoon duties, and you don't have to take the girls to practice magic or study. It's our first quiet afternoon together, isn't it? Her voice held a hint of exhaustion, but also contentment. Leon glanced down at her face, which was softened by a serene smile. A playful dimple formed at the corner of her mouth, adding to her charm. She rested against him, completely at ease, her guard down. Leon blinked, then shook his head with a smile. Forget the Sea Dragon clan's secret arts. Forget all the unfinished business. That could all wait. Right now, it was time to enjoy a peaceful afternoon with his wife. He lifted his arm, gently draping it over Rosvisser's shoulder. Rosvisser, eyes still closed, snuggled closer against him. Her delicate fragrance enveloped him, and her warm breath tickled his neck. Leon, her voice was barely a whisper, somewhere between a dream and reality. I don't like you, not at all. Yeah, me neither. Rosvisser nuzzled her face into the crook of his neck, her muffled voice drifting up. I lied. Leon chuckled softly and kissed her forehead. Yeah, me too. (351) Vol 3ch, 50. In the backyard training field of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Rosvisser stood with her eyes slightly closed, her hands outstretched, palms facing each other. Before long, a soft, milky white energy began to gather in her hands, creating visible air currents around her. The energy continued to condense in Rosvisser's palms, forming what was known as the primordial force, a powerful energy source necessary to cast primordial magic. She focused, compressing the primordial force into a small ball the size of a soybean. Only then did she allow herself a brief sigh of relief. In the past, this would have marked the end of her training session, and judging by the speed and efficiency with which she condensed the energy today, her progress was impressive. But Rosvisser was not one to settle for just good enough. Now that Leon had gotten her a book on primordial magic from his master, she was determined to push herself harder. She couldn't let her husband's good intentions go to waste. Most importantly, her own desire to grow stronger burned deep inside her. The Empire, in secret collusion with some dragon clans, had far more sinister plans than just hunting Leon. Whatever they were plotting, as the queen of the Silver Dragons, Rosvisser had a duty to protect her people. In this chaotic world, she needed to ensure they had a firm foothold. She would not let the tides of change sweep them away. Primordial magic would be the stepping stone she needed to reach the next level. She had to become stronger, much stronger than she was now. After a brief rest, Rosvisser began to channel the already gathered primordial force, following the foundational practice outlined in Soul Judgment Asterisk. However, this task proved far more difficult than she had expected. Primordial force was nothing like normal magical energy. Whether it was manipulating elemental transformations or adjusting its form, it was incredibly hard to control. According to the book, mastering soul judgment required a practitioner to be over 500 years old and possess dragon king-level strength. With age came greater understanding and mastery of magic, making it easier to train in primordial magic. And having dragon king-level power meant having enough reserves of primordial force to fuel the practice. Rosvisser met the requirement of dragon king-level power, and she even had 2 dragon marks that allowed her to store more magic than most. She was overqualified in that regard. But the 500-year mark, that was a real headache. She couldn't just sit around for 300 more years waiting to start training. By then, not only would the flowers have withered, but Leon might also have turned to dust if his own dark jokes were to be believed. So Rosvisser had her own plan. If she wasn't old enough, she'd make up for it with time. If a 500-year-old dragon needed 6 hours of practice a day, she'd practice 10 hours or more. Who said Noah only got her overachiever genes from her father? Her mother was just as much of a hidden perfectionist. Besides, if Rosvisser couldn't quickly master this greater power, the path she and Leon were walking would only get harder and harder. There was no choice but to work harder. She had to push herself. The burning sensation in her palms brought her back to reality. She frowned slightly as beads of sweat dripped from her forehead and nose. However, the primordial force in her hands hadn't changed much. It was still in its pure energy state. "Damn it, this really is tough," she muttered. It wasn't surprising. Primordial magic had faded from history, in part because of its near-impossible difficulty. But the queen of the Silver Dragons wouldn't stop just because it was hard. She loved the feeling of conquering. If she could conquer that arrogant man, she could conquer this unruly primordial force too. The energy around her surged, lifting her silver hair like a shimmering dance in the wind. Her dragon pupils narrowed, glinting with fierce determination. Scales began to appear faintly at the corners of her eyes. Dragons in moments of heightened emotion often revealed parts of their original dragon form, such as their eyes or scales. "Come on, you stubborn thing, give me some kind of reaction." As if responding to her complaint, the primordial force suddenly exploded in her hands, sending her stumbling backward. Just as she was about to fall, someone appeared behind her, catching her before she hit the ground. Rosvisser leaned into their arms, looking up to see Leon's familiar face. "It's one thing to call me a dog, but what's the point of calling primordial magic a dog? It's not like it can argue back." Rosvisser shot him a look. "I'm angry, so I can curse at whatever I want. Got a problem with that." "What are you angry about?" "At myself, for being stupid." "Well, yeah, you are a bit." "You." Someone was clearly upset now. "It's one thing if I call myself stupid, but how can you agree with me so easily? Shouldn't you be telling me, 'No, dear, you're not stupid at all. Let's take a break, okay?'" or something like that. You forgot to wear the pendant your grandmother gave you this morning, didn't you? Tell me that's not stupid. As he spoke, Leon pulled the pendant out of his pocket. I remember you always wear this. Rossvisor paused, taking the pendant from him, muttering, oh, that kind of stupid. What did you think I meant? I thought you were calling me stupid, because I couldn't master soul judgment asterisk. Leon snickered, ruffling her hair. There's no rush. Learning a completely unfamiliar magic takes time. A blush spread across Rossvisor's cheeks, and she was about to thank him for his comforting words, until something clicked. Wait a second, why does this sound like the way you talk to Noah? Leon shrugged. You're not wrong, I do talk to Noah like this a lot. Rossvisor huffed. I'm not a child, Leon. But it works, doesn't it? Look, your face is red. It's only red because of the magical energy heating up my face. Sure. Leon brushed her silver hair aside, revealing her long, graceful neck. Let me help you put your pendant back on. It's fine. A few moments later, the two of them sat on the grass, discussing the magic practice. So what exactly is soul judgment asterisk? Is it an offensive spell or something else? Leon asked. Rossvisor thought for a moment before shaking her head. Traditional elemental magic can be classified as offensive, defensive, support, or something else. For example, your Chidori is offensive, while Sumeru's shadow is defensive. But primordial magic doesn't fit into any category. Leon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It does. No, Rossvisor explained. The effect, or should I say the power, of asterisk soul judgment doesn't depend on the caster. It depends on the opponent. The opponent? Yes, the stronger their emotions, the stronger soul judgment becomes. If successful, it can purify any dark or negative emotions they're harboring. Leon's eyes lit up at this description. Most modern magic was based on manipulating elements, with battles turning into head-on collisions of elemental forces. But this soul judgment, it was something else entirely. Comparing the two, normal magic was like a greatsword, while primordial magic was like a greatsword dipped in pepper spray. One hurt when it hit. The other hurt and burned afterward. As expected of your ancestors, legendary magic, it's definitely got some flair, Leon remarked. But Rossvisor sighed softly. It may be legendary, but what's the use if I can't master it? She raised her right hand, looking at her palm, where faint burn marks marred the skin. It was normal to get burned when practicing magic, so Rossvisor didn't think much of it. But just because she didn't mind did mean Leon wouldn't. Leon gently took her wrist, placing her hand on his knee as he grabbed some ointment and began applying it to her burn. Feeling the cool relief of the ointment, Rossvisor chuckled. I've already told you, I'm not a child, this is nothing. I'm not doing this because I care. Oh, then what are you doing? I just wanted an excuse to hold your hand. Help me, family. Husbands and their cheesy lines are too much. This one's done, give me your other hand. Rossvisor shot him a look of mock annoyance, but obediently extended her other hand for him to treat. If you keep struggling with the training, why don't we try a different approach? Leon suddenly suggested, returning to the topic at hand. What do you have in mind? Leon glanced around the training field before replying. You're practicing without a sparring partner, so it's hard to make progress. Rossvisor blinked. A sparring partner, but where am I supposed to find someone with such intense emotions to practice on? Leon grinned, turning to face her confidently. Leave that to me. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda.